for our digital learning conference.
There is truly something for everyone.
Maybe. Nope. Okay. All right. So here we go. I am so excited you're here. And I know that we need you to buckle up because this morning is going to go like that. And so at least I know this session, hopefully, because we have 5 letters to get through in order to really hone in on the heart of achievement. And I'm going to give you fair warning that the letter S will take me the longest. H will take me next. And as we get to N and to E, and we'll like right down. But I am going to give you resources to support you. So make sure you stay tuned. Make sure you understand how to do a screenshot or have your phone nearby, not for distraction, but have your phone nearby so that you can take a picture of it and go with that. All right. So the first thing I'm going to ask you to do is I want you to think of a challenging time in the past 2 years. A challenging time past 2 years. And I'm asking you to do 2 things with that. All right. So I'm going to be quiet for about 10 seconds. I just want you to think of a challenging time personally or professionally. It can be big, it can be small. It's totally up to you what you choose. But just focus on one particular moment. So I'll be quiet for about 10 seconds. Okay, so we're going to do 2 things with that. So you should have your challenging time. That's something that you have gone through. And the first step we're going to do is I want you to think of what is a lesson, benefit, or takeaway that came from that. A lesson, benefit, or takeaway that came from that challenging moment. Now, time out. What I'm not asking you to do is toxic positivity, which toxic positivity is when we say things like, oh, it's going to be fine. It's going to be fine, right? Oh, we got this. Yeah, we got this, right? We got this. Yeah, everything's going to be great. It's going to be so great. Yeah, this is great. And that's not at all. Now, there is to a point that you want to get yourself motivated and know that you can positively work through something. But when we cross the line of not being willing to deal with things, for example, we're now in toxic positivity. So I'm not asking you to do that, right? But I am asking you to reflect on a challenging moment and what might have been a lesson, benefit, or takeaway that came from that. All right, I'll be quiet for about 10 seconds, let you go from here to here. Okay, so you have your challenging moment. We've thought about a lesson, benefit, or takeaway, and we're going to go one more step with it. Now, when you get to the result of this step, I want you to put it in the chat. Whatever this one word is, and I'm going to share with you in a moment what you are to put in there. I won't be able to see the chat again. So just know that I will see them later because Katie let me know that I will see them at some point. So know that I'm going to get a chance to see all of these, but normally I would be reading them all out loud. So we're just going to roll with it today because that's what we do, right? You all know as being in education and tech. So here's what we're going to do. You have your challenging moment. You're going to think it's your lesson, benefit, takeaway. But the one thing you're going to go down to is what is a superpower or strength that you gained from that moment. Right, a superpower strength. So you should be down to one word at this point. It might be hyphenated, but one word. And that word might be something like empathy, self-love, compassion, grit, perseverance. Lots of words could go there. So I hope you're flooding the chat right now with all of those good words, but filling it up with the positivity of what did you gain from that? What did you gain? So it could be hope. Hope might be a word. Resilience. But keep them going, keep them going. Okay, so as you're doing that, the one thing I want you to realize is that this is, thank you, Katie, you're amazing. She's like typing like crazy. Resilience, patience you have creativity, a stronger bond. Nice. The word hope. I love that word. That's such, and when we lose hope, we lose a lot. So thank you, Katie, for giving me some of those. Those are the words that, again, that came from a challenging moment. So I want you to remember this because I'll never forget the year that my daughter was going through a lot. And she texted me and she said, Mom, I'm going through a lot of stuff. And she said, but I know in the end, I'm going to come out stronger. And that was the moment that I was like, yes, it's okay to have the emotions. It's okay to feel the way we feel. We are human. And as a matter of fact, when you don't allow those feelings to be expressed in a like a positive or healthy way, they build, and they will come out, and it's usually in an unhealthy way. So keep that in mind, challenging time, the 2 years, but in those moments, like, yes, honor it, recognize it, but in the end, you're actually going to come out with some additional things. So I'm also seeing more self-awareness, self-love, self-reflection, grace, strength. Thank you all so much for sharing that. That's huge. That is huge. So I'm going to introduce you to a former student of mine. This is Jessica, and I've taught elementary, secondary, but Jessica had at the 7th grade, and I taught in the great state of Ohio. So OH, I hope some of you honored that in the chat with whatever the response is, because we would know. But I moved from the great state of Ohio and I moved to Florida, where I currently am in the Tampa Bay area. And Jessica was one of those students that I had that I lost track of. But Jessica showed up every single day in her basketball shoes, basketball shorts, basketball shirt, basketball ponytail. I bet you can guess what she loved. Yeah, basketball. Yeah. And Jessica was one of those students, like a lot of students that I lost track of, but she would cross my mind every now and then. And I remember thinking, I wonder where Jessica is. I wonder what has happened. The crazy thing is, it was 16 years later, 16 years later, that I get a Facebook message. Now, I'm going to share the very beginning paragraph and the very end paragraph. And what she says is, we all have that one teacher that leaves a lasting impression on our life. That teacher, unlike any other teacher, no matter where life takes you, always seems to cross your mind every now and then. And at the end, she said, I do know that I was not the smartest student you taught in your career by far. But that's not how you made me feel in your class. You always made me feel like I was your priority. Now, let me pause. To me, if you impact the life of another person, the life of a child, life of a student, you are a teacher. Second of all, isn't this why we do what we do? I know it is for me. This is why we do what we do. And when I thought about this message, yes, it is to me, but it is also to you, my friends, because we impact the life of students every single day, even indirectly impact them. And knowing that we make a difference. And there are those that would love to find you, those that would love to thank you, to see you and share the story, or to update you. And sometimes they think about it, sometimes they do it, sometimes they're not sure how to find you. But please know that every interaction you have, you are making that impact. And when we talk about the heart of achievement, I was doing what my next session will be on. I was doing all about brain-powered learning, but what we weren't seeing was the results we should have seen, and I couldn't figure out why. Until I dug deeper into brain sciences and I realized we were not putting the brain into a state of learning. That's when I backed up and created S.H.I.N.E. And it became the acronym to how do we get the brain into a state of learning so we get the academic results of what we want. So that's why I say it's the heart of achievement. Now, you may recognize these gentlemen in the chat. You can put yes or yes. Yeah, see, I don't give the option of no, because if you put no, you're too young and I really don't want to hear about it. Okay. So I'm teasing. So I want to point out these two in particular, though, George Harrison and Paul McCartney. I don't know how much you know about the Beatles, but these two gentlemen went to the same high school in Liverpool, had the same music teacher, and she put on both report cards that neither of them had exceptional talent. Lady, you had half the Beatles in your class. What were you looking for? And I guess that's the question, right? What are we looking for? Because see, the other part of S.H.I.N.E when I created it was because I know we are phenomenal at putting students, particularly, into a box, and that box is reading, writing, math, and science. In the chat, feel free to put if you think our students are more than that. Yes, way more than that. And we know this. As a matter of fact, at S.H.I.N E, we say every person is gifted. The question is how. And so I started thinking, and this was before I developed S.H.I.N E, but when I was teaching, I was thinking, how are my students smart? Because I did not fit into that box. And so how are they smart? What are these other ways that we could find? And that's what started leading to what is now S.H.I.N E today. But then I'm in a home in San Antonio and I see this picture. Now, I'm going to let you know I was drooling, and I'm going to back up and tell you why. So, and when I was in college, I had to take a class on teaching art. And I was in the middle of drawing this picture. And this picture was then going to take that, I was going to take that lump of clay in front of me, and I was going to turn it into what the picture was. And so I'm in the middle of drawing my picture. My professor walks by and she goes, oh, you draw like a second grader. Okay, my face must have said it all, because she was like, no, I just mean that's where your art education stopped. Oh yeah, keep talking, feel much better. Keep talking. No. So I did what most of us do. If someone points out a weakness, we hide it. So I would not draw in front of anybody. And I remember teaching geography one year, and I thought, I'm tired of this. I'm tired of hiding what I'm not good at doing because that also teaches my students to do the same. Perfectionism. So I thought, okay, I'm going to do it. So I said to them, I said, hey, listen, I know it's the beginning of the year and I know you don't know me as that well yet. However, I'm about to draw the state of Florida on the board. And when I do this, I want you to know that I'm one of the best artists in the entire world. Like, I'm phenomenal. So I don't want you to try to keep up with me this year because you won't be able to, but always do your best. I want you to do your best in here. So here we go. I turned around and I drew Florida-ish, right? I turned back around, and they were like, I said, I know, isn't this amazing? And they're like, mm-hmm. Wow, miss. I said, I know. I said, this is great. And then I said, is this really good? And one of my boys raised his hand. He goes, Miss Roth. And I said, yes. He goes, that's Florida. I said, yeah, that's Florida. Because obviously you can see I'm actually not good at drawing. But I asked my students, I said, how many of you are good at art? And their hands went up. And I said, you see, the beauty of this is I know that when we connect visuals and art to the content of what we're learning, keys to memory retention, more likely to remember it. So we're going to count on you, and you going forward throughout this year to either help us draw better or to make those connections. Put your hands down. I said, how many of you are good at music? But it might come in the form more of a rhythm, like a rap, a song, a poem, a chant, and hands went up. And I said, you see, the beauty of this is that also when we connect that to music, we're more likely to remember it. So we're going to count on you, and you when we need those moments of support. Hands down. How many of you, when you have two people in a conflict, you tend to see both sides? Hands up, hands down. How many of you, how many of you, how many of you, how many of you? And I kept asking that question over and over, but all different scenarios. And at the end, I said, okay, put your hands down. I want you to raise your hand in here if you raise your hand on every single question I asked. Well, as you all can imagine, not one hand went up. Not one. And I thought, you see, we're all not great at one thing. And well, we should say that we are good at some things. Yes, but we're all not great at everything. Not one of us is great at everything in here. And so when we think about that, like that set the tone for that year. And I'm telling you, it was the best year I ever had because it was no more like, how do you not know that? What are you, stupid? Right? I never had to do the whole like, you must be dumb. Oh my gosh, that is so easy. None of that. When instead it came, hey, I need support over here. Who's good at this? And those students who weren't always the best at everything, sometimes it was their turn too. A lot of times it was their turn. And they would say, hey, I can help you with that. And then we flipped it. If anyone needs support, I'm right here. Come to me. I understand and I'm happy to help you. Unbelievable. That is what we call creating a human focused culture, which you're going to learn a little bit more about. But let's back up now to this picture that you're looking at on the screen. I don't know about you, but maybe you're drilling too. I know that Katie told me there were lots of yeses to my other questions, so that's good to know. So when we look at this picture, though, I was in a home in San Antonio, and it was my friend Nancy, and I said, Nancy, who in the world drew this picture? And she said, oh, this was drawn by a gentleman of my nephew Colt, and he drew it from a picture. And I said, wow. I said, I kind of, in my imagination, like, thinking about this, that he was sitting in front of him and he was drawing, like when you go to a fair or a festival. And she said, no, she said it was drawn from a picture because he had to. The man who drew the picture you're looking at is actually in prison for life. But it was her next words that actually stopped me. The man who drew the picture you're looking at did not know he could draw until he took an art class in prison. I don't know about you, but I feel we failed him as a student. What if, and I'm not saying nobody did, but what if we had found this, taught him what he could do with it? He could be an interior designer. He could be painting murals across cities. He could be selling work on Etsy. He could be interior design. He could be architect. He could be so many different things. And I'm not saying we would change the trajectory of his path, but might we had if we had just recognized this and shown him what to do with it? So I invite you to help our students shine, our colleagues shine, our parents shine by looking beyond the box of reading, writing, math, and science, which, by the way, what I love, just kidding, don't love, in our country, what qualifies for gifted is only math and science. Again, our students are way more gifted than that. There's so many other areas to be gifted in that we need in this world. So I'm going to challenge you. I'm going to invite you to shine in literally, yes, invite you to shine, but I'm also going to invite you to it because the goal is to create a human focused culture with this, which means we put the human as the focus, and then it's amazing what will come with it. So SHINE is an acronym, like I shared with you. I am going to do a little bit of sign language with you. So I'm going to let you know that I'm gonna raise up a little bit higher because we are, let me lower this just a little bit. I'm gonna come up higher here so you can see the sign. You can do it where it naturally your arms kind of fall. So I just wanna let you know that it's a little harder on Zoom. So if you put your thumb out like this, and I would, by the way, I have tech issues also with this. So if I go out of this, it's gonna take me like a minute to get back into the slide presentation. So I'm just gonna do my best. If you know Zoom, I know you're watching on YouTube, but if you can magnify it, maybe that'll help too. But if you put your thumb like this, like you're hitchhiking, and then put it against your chest, again, I'm way high. You can come down a little bit lower. But you're going to take your thumb out like this, like you're hitchhiking, and you're going to turn it against your chest like this, 180 degrees. So in other words, my hand is not flat against my chest like this. Where the rings sit is actually what is touching the chest. All right, so do it again, put it out and say self. I mean, say it out loud right now. So if you're in front of other people or not, they'll let them think you're crazy, feel crazy, it's fine. Do it. More likely to be recalled because you're saying it, seeing, hearing, and doing it. All right, so self. All right, so self is what we're focusing on. And primarily today, I will really only touch on what are your strengths, gifts, skills, and talents. Okay, strengths, gifts, skills, and talents. But it also includes anything of how you're thinking or how you're not thinking. It could be your self-care. It's anything that has to do with you as the human. So it's pretty massive. All right, so S though I will focus today on strengths, gifts, skills, and talents. Now, when we get to H is heart. Now, 2 of the 5 signs I'm going to modify and I'm going to explain why. Heart is actually stands for passion for us. All right, but ignite your spine because P for passion would not be the same. So ignite your shine. We use heart instead. But passion, heart is really about like where's your energy? What fires you up? What gets you excited about what you do, but also what drains you? And being aware of both. But can you put more of the heart and the passion in? So in sign language, American Sign Language, heart passion would be this for like hunger, not what I'm necessarily mean. Like we can have a hunger for something, but I decided to change it. So if you take your middle fingers, because middle fingers in sign language represent emotion. In case you missed that, middle fingers represent emotion. You might get that later. Okay, so you're going to take your middle fingers and you're going to trace the shape of a heart. So middle fingers trace the shape of a heart. So again, we're modifying the sign, but it's going to represent passion for us. All right, so what is it that you get into like the flow? Mihai Csikszentmihalyi did all the research and talks about flow, and it's kind of like where time warps on you, you lose track of time. So what is it that you love to do that you lose track of time or you don't mind doing it all? I know for me, sometimes it's complex things and other times it's the mundane, the repetition. Like when I was in college, I used to work on an assembly line in a factory. I actually didn't mind that because it gave me a chance to just, for a moment. And so, whatever it is, but being aware of this. And by the way, if you raise your antennas on this, like you're thinking about what are my strengths under self and what are my heart, my passions, and give yourself about a week and kind of document things that people notice about you and that you notice about you, it will be super helpful. And we're going to dig more into this as we go. So heart, we've got that. Now, here's the key. We need an S and H to come together, right? So we need an S and an H to come together because this is what we call the shine spot. If you have self, for example, and we're focusing on the strengths, right? So you have strengths that you're thinking about. And let's say, for example, you all said, LaVonna, you're really good at organization. So that's a strength, organization for me. And you're like, you know what you should do? You should go into homes and organize people's closets for a living. Strength, I don't really have a passion for it. That's not going to win. This is what burnout comes. Like when burnout comes, this is lack of comfort. This is boredom. And I'm not saying don't be uncomfortable, right? Because we do need that at times. But this is where especially boredom is the big thing and burnout is huge. Educators, my new friends in education, is it possible for a passion? Demands, policies, paperwork, you name it, yes. So we have to intentionally find ways to make sure that we reignite this. Right? It might be visiting a certain group of students. It might be a classroom. It might be going to PD like this to get reignited, right? That is what's going to help. All right, now let's flip it. Okay. So let's say that I have a passion for something, and I do. I have a passion for singing. I love to sing. Not a strength. Okay. So if you think about, so I'll give you an example. At home, my husband will start singing, and I don't even realize that I do this. I jump in. And every time, guaranteed, I did it to him yesterday, as a matter of fact. But one day he turned to me and he goes, LaVonna, it is not a duet. And I was like, it is now. I made it one, right? You don't own the song. But I understand what he's saying. He doesn't want a terrible singer. So my idea, my dream of singing on the stage in Vegas every night with Mariah Carey, she's not going to have me. So I need to rethink that dream a little bit because she doesn't want a terrible singer on the stage with her. So I've got the passion, but I'm missing the strength. So the shine spot again is when those two come together and we try to live like 80-20 in that. So we actually here at Shine, we shuffle like responsibilities. If somebody has a passion for something, then we have them do that and then have the other person who's actually responsible for the task complete it. This person's still responsible. They're held accountable, but we know that we have shuffled things. And so we try to do like the 80-20 rule. So 80%, right? 80% living in that as much as you can, because 20% reality is it's the job. There are going to be things that we don't love to do. And that's even at home, right? So if you'll notice, there's already a bridge between personal and professional on this, because I love it when we say, people at least used to say a lot, you keep work at work and you keep home at home. That's not human. It's not human, but we do our best, right? We do our best. So I'm going to introduce you also notice our firefly. So that is Flicker. Yes, Flicker the firefly. And Flicker is our mascot. And the reason is because we had heard a story that Professor Hugh Smith was deep in the forest of Asia, and he saw a tree light up and it went away. And he thought, wow, I just saw a tree get struck by lightning. That's incredible. So he's watching, and all of a sudden it happens again, but this time it's even more trees. And he thought, well, that's kind of odd for lightning to strike in the same place twice. So he gets closer and he starts looking, and what he discovers is that there was fireflies in the trees. They're full of fireflies. So he started researching them. And what he learned is that when fireflies are asynchronous, in other words, when they are on their own, they're not in synchronicity with each other. They only have a 3% chance of survival. 3. However, when fireflies, or if you call them lightning bugs, by the way, I'm from Ohio, we call them lightning bugs. But when fireflies light up together and they synchronize, they have an 82% chance of survival. So we know that fireflies, the survival rate goes from a 3 to an 82% just by synchronizing. And the other fact I heard was that when fireflies light up together, they can be seen for miles, which attracts more fireflies. And I thought, this is just like when we shine. This is just like when we shine. We invite others to shine with us. And that way, when times when we don't really feel like shining that much, others do. They are lifting us up. But when we create that synchronicity together as much as we possibly can, then our achievement goes up. The goals of what we want with our students goes up. Imagine students being in synchronicity, the school being in synchronicity, you and your colleagues, if you're at the district office, if you are out in the field, wherever you are, that synchronicity can happen. And so that's the seed that I really want to plant, is how do we create synchronicity, and Shine is a format for that. The one thing I do know is that we have got to stop what we're going to call insanity. Feel free in the chat, put the definition of insanity, because I have a feeling that a lot of you know what the definition of insanity is. The reason I connect this with education is because we can be insane at times. And I don't mean, well, we'll just say we can be insane. How's that? But no, insanity really is about, and I know you're putting this in there, it's about doing the same thing over and over and over, but we're expecting a different result. As if magically at some point, we're not going to be doing it. Here's what I recognize is that we need to stop the insanity in education. And what I mean by that is we continue to try things that do not work. They don't. And so we think, but maybe this time it will. Or maybe that time it will. But it doesn't. And so one of the key pieces that I want us to really hone in on as we work on creating a human-focused culture is internal over external. So when we go back to the insanity, the thing that I often see is that we focus so much on the external, right? Yes, doing the same thing over and over and expecting the same results. Let's stop that insanity, okay? So the reason is we focus very much on external. Now, I'm not going to poo-poo, whatever you want to call it, on any kind of program or anything, but I want you to be aware of what works and what doesn't and why. So a lot of times we look at the external. So for example, shame to say this, but when I taught second grade, I did the red, yellow, green clips. So many things that I now wish I could rewind the clock and not do that. But what ended up happening was that was almost all external, right? Because it's on the outer part of the student, not internal. So when we're trying to change behavior, for example, or change academics, and by the way, this goes for us adults too, right? When we focus on the external, we do things to people please. We do things to earn rewards. Okay. When we do things that it's in a way to get something, a sticker, the treasure box, you name it, that's all external, right? That's not doing anything internal. What is, as a matter of fact, what oftentimes, I'm not saying this is always bad. Please know I'm not saying it's always bad. That when we do that, though, we actually teach the individual to either get our approval, our praise, for example, you're so good at this, you're so great at that. We need that to be internal. When we teach them to go and get a treasure box, we're teaching them that I get something every time ish, right? And again, take this as the gist of it. Don't get caught up on whether that's 100% correct all the time or not. So when we think though internal's building them up inside so that they recognize what they're good at doing. They are proud of themselves. They don't need somebody else to tell them. Right. And so why this becomes so dear to me is because there's multiple things that people go through. And I'm going to go to the extreme of suicide for a moment. But if you think about it, we don't have people, unless there's a chemical imbalance, we don't have people committing suicide who feel good about themselves. That's internal. But when we learn to please everybody else and then we disappoint them and we feel shame or we feel like we aren't good enough, that is the external piece that's being fed. So how can we shift this? That's what S.H.I.N.E is all about, is instead of me, for example, I wasn't planning on telling you this today, I will. My daughter, at one point when she was in school, she had someone bullying her. And I was trying to think if this was the story I wanted to tell you. No, it's not the story I wanted to tell you. I wanted to tell you about her grades. So, and by the way, I have full permission to share any story about her. She knows, and my grades were the same, so we're two peas in a pod on that. But yeah, no, she had gotten came home one day and she said, Mom, she said, I got a B. Now this is good news. Okay? And I said, you got a B. And she said, I did. Now my mom, all the things, like as in me as the mom, wanted to say, oh my goodness, I'm so proud of you. Way to go. You know, it's because of this. And I had to pull back because I was going internal, internal, internal. And I said, you got a B? And she said, yeah. And I said, how do you feel? She said, I feel great. I feel really good. And I said, huh. And I said, well, how did you get the B? And she said, well, I studied. I want her to draw that line, right? And I said, wait, you got a B because you studied? And she said, yeah. And then I couldn't resist and I high-fived her, right? But it's that internal. I want her to do the reflection. I want her to make the connection. I want her to realize that she is happy about herself, happy with herself and why. That's what we want to create more. And what I find is those students who have felt that way also have become us adults, right? They become us adults. So let's dig deeper into S for self. If you remember what was in sign. I didn't teach you the rest of the sign language. I just realized that. Okay, that's okay. When we get to those letters, Katie, if you can help remind me if I forget. All right, so letter S was self. See, sometimes I get on a roll. S for self. All right, so on a screen, you're going to see words pop up. I want you to think of which of at least 3 of these words describe you. Personally and professionally doesn't matter. At least 3 words describe you. Feel free to go ahead and put some of those in the chat. And by the way, if you have not yet identified at least 3, it's a tiny red flag. I'm going to throw a little tiny, actually we'll call it a pink flag. All right, little pink flag. The reason is I'm calling it a pink flag is it's a little bit of an awareness that you may not be thinking about your strengths enough. I'm going to talk in a moment about why we don't do that and what we can do about it, because there's a big difference between 2 things. All right, so first of all, I hope you have at least 3. And I hope you're putting some in the chat because now you can recognize them with other people to be able to say, oh, I'm similar, like I'm an organizer too. right? Or I'm a compassionate also. Thank you, Katie. I'm adaptive. Yes, what a skill. I want to know caretaker. I want to know how many of you are funny. Like, how many of you are funny? Because that's the one strength. I'm like, man, I wish I had more of that. But this is where I get entertained by the rest of you that are funny. I'm funny. That's cute. All right. So, but some of you, you might be detail oriented. I am not. So I have people I'm surrounded that are detail oriented because I need that. I need that support because I know that's not where I'm the best. I am big picture. Right. So I can give you the big pictures. I can give you a million ideas all day long, but I'm not the best. I can do details, but I don't want to do them. They drain me. So that taps into H for heart, by the way, right? So grow yourself, maybe you're innovative, resourceful. Here's the fun thing is if you find out in your staff who all has what, you have first of all, you have great discussions because you have the opportunity to understand where somebody is good at something that you may not be. And I remember working with a kindergarten team at one point, and they'd come in that day and I scrapped everything I was going to do with them professional development wise because they came in crying. And so I said, okay, talk to me. They shared with me why we did this whole activity. And then I said, okay, so if you're not good at something, how do you feel about going to Sheila and asking Sheila for help? And that this teacher said to me, she goes, you want me to go to her and say something I'm not good at doing? She said, LaVonna, do you know how that makes me look? And I said, fair, right? But let's flip the script. Let's look at it differently. And I said, Sheila, if she were to come to you and say, I'm not good at this, but you are, how would you feel? And she said, oh my gosh, I would love that. She said, because I would love to help you. Now think about what that just did for Sheila. But so many times we're afraid to talk about what we're not good at doing and to highlight what we are good at doing. And both are important. So if you take this back to your teams, for example, or your whole staff and have that conversation, right? What are the things we're good at doing and why, and get into groups or however you want to, you're the pros at this. If not, reach out to me. I'm happy to support and help. Right. But it is how we shine. The problem is we do mess up in front of people, right? Or we do make mistakes. And so with that, one year I flew in on my daughter's birthday. I went to the store, I grabbed a card, I signed it super fast, I put it in the envelope, sealed it. And when I got home, I realized no. Yeah. Unsealed the envelope, pulled it out. What is wrong with what you see? Most of you likely are saying, I know. My daughter doesn't call me LaVonna, she calls me mom, right? And we have nicknames, Mama Moo, for example, is mine. So I thought, okay, great, LaVonna, way to go, way to go. All right, well, you know what? You're just gonna have to cross this out and you're just gonna have to roll with it. And then I thought, no, how can I fix this? And one thing I do know is I am creative. So I'm so excited to show you. Get ready. Drum roll. Get ready. It became that. Yes. Right. So can you see that the exclamation point actually became the nose and the lips? Some creative points, I hope. But you can also see that I do draw like a second grader, right? I never said my professor was wrong. I had an art teacher come up and she said, LaVonna, who takes a black circle and puts blonde hair over it? And I was like, this girl right here, if that's who does that. I can do it a little different because she taught me, right? But it's still going to be a stick figure. But I think about those mistakes. I think about the weaknesses that we have, the things that we're not the best at. And we try so hard to hide those. Yet Gallup research says, by the way, a strength of yours will remain a strength, but your weaknesses will never get to that level. I'm going to say that again. Your strengths will be a strength, but your weaknesses will never get to the level of a strength. What do we beat ourselves up over? It doesn't mean we don't work on it. Doesn't mean we don't try to improve, but wow. And so what I do know is that what we tell our brain believes. So keep that in mind. What you tell your brain right now, what you tell it in the future is what you are going to believe. It is up to you. Change that language. When you hear yourself say, oh, that was stupid, how could you reframe it? Right? Okay, I just messed that up. I'm going to learn something from that. What is it? What am I going to learn in this moment? Right? If we don't like the way that something looks on us, for example, whether it's weight, it's our nose, it's the way the hair is, whatever it may be, whatever you're telling yourself, your brain is reinforcing that. If you tell yourself you're overwhelmed, for example, the brain floods the body with cortisol, which is only going to make you feel more overwhelmed, more stressed, and work against you. Doesn't mean you're not overwhelmed. We know, but keep that in mind. And here's what I know is that you, yes, you are a lion of greatness. You are a lion of greatness. So many times we feel like the kitten and we forget that we are a lion of greatness. Right? I remember one time I was getting ready to do a keynote and it was going to be in front of a huge audience. And so I get nervous every time before I present, and I like to think that's a sign that I care. All right. So I remember I had a dress on that day. Now, this is going to be important for you all to know. Okay. So I had a dress that day and I wore a belt. And then I had the only reason I wore the belt, by the way, was because I needed the lapel mic had a battery pack that I had to put on the back. So I'm in the, getting ready to go up there. But you know how when you get nervous, you have to go to the bathroom, right? Yeah. So I headed to the bathroom. Now, I apologize if this is TMI, but this is an important fact for you to know. If you have never worn a dress, okay, so if you've never worn a dress, you don't have to, how do I put this? You don't have to take the belt off to go to the bathroom. Are you with me? Okay, I think you're with me. All right, so I'm super nervous. I go to the bathroom, I go to flush the toilet, and I realize my belt is in the toilet. And I went, that is exactly how your talk's going to go, LaVonna. That's exactly how it's going to go. It's going to go right down the toilet. I don't know why you ever thought you could do this. You're dumb. Your message is dumb. Nobody wants to hear you. You really aren't good at this. You stink. And I was like, oh, my whole self-talk, what you tell your brain believes, right down the toilet. I had to live in that moment with that saying because I realized what I was doing to myself. Because think about this for a moment. Step into my story. Imagine you get out onto the stage. You see two people talk, because this is what I was going to see. I see two people talk. They're talking about me. See, they don't like me. See, they think I'm dumb. They think this message is dumb. I was going to fulfill that. Same thing. People go to the restroom. They really don't have to go to the restroom. No, they don't. They're just trying to get away from you. Right. I also was going to, if I had people on their phones, you see how boring? That's how boring you are. You're so boring that they're on their phones. Like, doesn't mean any of that was true. But I was going to fulfill the story because I already created it back in the bathroom. So what you tell your brain believes. So by the way, I did what all of you would have done. You cannot flush the belt down the toilet. So I picked it up, washed it off. I dried it off. I put it around my waist, buckled it, looked in the mirror, and I said, LaVonna, you got this. You got this. You might smell like pee. That's true, right? But you got this, right? The whole saying, fake it till you make it. And I don't mean that to be inauthentic, but I do mean because sometimes we have to fake it to make it. Sometimes we have to tell our brain so we can believe that we are that lion of greatness when we feel like that kitten. I'm going to end S with this. I told you it was going to take me the longest. I'm going to get flying here. But the meaning of life is to find your gift. The purpose of life is to give it away. So please take this as, not that you need my permission, but full permission as a human to go share your gift. And you have to give it away. That's why you're here. And so H is heart. Remember, we did middle fingers, H for heart. So when we think about H for heart, I love this quote by RBG, fight for the things you care about. And we see that a lot. What we don't see is the second part of her quote. So fight for the things you care about, but do it in a way that will lead others to join you. Yes. Because when we get passionate about something, it's hard. It's hard to listen to others, right? But they also have passions. They also have beliefs, right? So thinking about what is it that we can do to lead and support each other as colleagues, to whether it's a difference in opinion on our education, on how we're teaching, for example, in pedagogy, and maybe it's not one or the other. Maybe it's finding what works best for that student, or a policy like there, within the district. So if there's disagreement, okay, but how do we work through this? And so it's hard though when we have a passion for something. And so my goal, and this is a super short one, I warned you I was going to get shorter. So there was a fifth grader. I'd worked with a whole school of fifth graders at one point, and one of the little girls at the end, she said, "Hey, Miss Roth, can I have the microphone?" And I was like, "Of course." She took the microphone and she said, "You want to know what I learned about S.H.I.N.E?" She said, "I learned I get to be me." She said, "When I come to school, I'm no longer going to pretend to be anybody else. I get to be me." Yes, yes, what we want for everybody to feel, to be you. Right. And so when we welcome that, we embrace that, we talk about that. And so I found her at the end of the year and I said, "Hey," I said, "Do you remember what you said in front of your peers last time I was here?" And she said, Nope. I said, okay, let me remind you. And I told her, and she goes, oh, Miss Roth, I've been me all year long. I was like, yes, yes, I love that, right? It's about being you. So I is inspire. Let me teach you the sign. So this is true sign language. Put your fingertips together, but you're going to start down here, like where you naturally just your arms fall. And as you bring them up, you're going to open. Okay, so I'm going to do a miniature version. If this was like by my waist, it's this. So you kind of bring it to you and open. So like, yes, do it with like, some inspiration though, because this, I can sign to you that I'm inspired. Okay, not so much. My facial expression, body language are not telling you I'm inspired. But if I'm like, I am, right? So when we talk about inspiration, the thing I really want to hone in on is three ways that I look at things, because things in life can be a mountain. I hope someday to be in person with you. I don't do recordings with my personal story, but I will say that I've been through a lot in my life. More than one person could probably imagine or think. And I know a lot of you have been too. And so what I would see things though is mountains instead of really putting them into perspective. And so we're going to go mountain, foothill, speed bump, mountain, foothill, speed bump. And this is how I classify things now. Because here's what I also know that when we are stressed, right? So our amygdala, especially deep in here, amygdala, it is always filtering for things that might threaten us. So it's for survival. If it's on alert already, because it's already stressed or feeling like things may be a threat to a danger, and I don't mean life threatening, that doesn't necessarily mean a danger, right? But we feel this. What ends up happening is that we feel like everything that there's little things that didn't bother us in the past start to bother us a ton, right? So being aware of that, but if you can set it into a different perspective of saying, maybe that flat tire actually saved me from a fatal car accident. Again, not trying to make light of everything, not toxic positivity. But if we can make it where it's to say, you know what, that's a foothill for me, or actually, that's a speed bump for me. So, but you have to intentionally be thinking, where would I actually put this? And sometimes it is a mountain, right? And later on becomes something different. But I hope this quote helps you. I gave it for the first time at a graduation commencement speech, and I told my story for the first time. And one of the students came up and she said, you know what struck me the most, and we're so much alike, and she was crying, but she said, moments don't define you, allow them to refine you. And that was a quote I just happened to say in that moment, because it's true. Moments don't define you unless you require them to, right? You decide. If you're interested, we do have bracelets. I don't know if you've noticed it on my wrist. So much meaning, the way you wear it matters. It's representing shine, S-H-I-N-E, doesn't tarnish, all the things. So if you're interested, feel free to go check that out on the website to learn more about it. N is navigate. I do change the sign, by the way. So if you put your hands parallel like this, right, and you go like this, right, that's navigate. This would be in sign language. This means to search. I mean it as in a curvy path, as in we have full intention of going from here to here in a straight line. Our goals and such typically doesn't happen. It typically doesn't happen. So in order to support you to navigate through Shine, please look at these Shine-tastic lessons. Take a screenshot of this, scan it right now. It's up to you. But we have folders in there that go by elementary, middle, and high school. But we also have like reading lists, books that align with S for self, H for heart. Thanks to McCall Primary in Georgia. They did this for us. But there's all kinds of resources in there that others have shared. And if you come up with something, please, if you're willing to share it with us, we would love to add it to our resources. So just imagine again, we're in the capacity of allowing people to shine with who they are, and we really focus on what they're good at. We focus ourselves on what we're good at doing, and that by doing that, we create what we call the shine effect, right? And you actually play the massive part in this, because just by having conversations, just by smiling, just by saying, tell me something you're good at doing, which don't be surprised if people freeze and are like, not good at anything. Yeah, yeah, we are. And so it's recognizing those things and also saying, like, I'm to this point, I have no problem saying, not good at that, you don't want me doing that. Or, okay, admire what you're doing because, not something I'm good at doing. But I'm okay because I know there are things I'm good at doing, right? That line of greatness, stop the insanity, and E, be exceptional, because I want you to be the exceptional person, leader, educator, policymaker, whatever. Fill in the blank, exceptional person you're meant to be. And if you put your finger up like this, I am right-handed, by the way, my left hand is up. If you're left-handed, put your right hand up. You're going to take your dominant hand and you're going to grab the tip of this finger, bring it up and across. So again, start lower, just where your naturally arms would fall, and come up and across. It is time for the attendance code, attendance code, attendance code. So if you are doing anything else, get ready to capture it. Get ready to know what it is.
Oh, goodness. Perfect. Perfect timing. I love all the shine, all of the, I wrote notes, all of the believe in yourself and the lion of greatness and being able to pick out your skills and strength and focus on those. So
Yes.
I love it. Okay, let me share that code. I'll just keep talking to LaVonna all day, so I have to focus. And LaVonna, that was such fabulous, fabulous information.
Thank you. May I add one piece to end it?
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, if you all remember Jessica, and she was in the beginning. So if you were here for that, Jessica's a former student of mine. Well, I wanted to update you because, and I have pictures, but we're not going to share again. It's okay. But she actually graduated from the University of Kentucky with a master's degree in education, and she's a high school principal in Ohio. So I wanted, again, just to reinforce the impact that you all make, every single one of you. So thank you. Thank you for having me, Amy. Thank you, all of you. I see comments that thank you, Katie, for all that you've done to support me. I appreciate that. So I hope to see all these later, but if not, I appreciate Katie saying so much love in the YouTube comments. Awesome. Thank you, everyone.
Our website has all the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write down the code and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the attendance codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance forms will open at 3 p.m. and you have until 11:59 p.m. each day to submit your codes for credit.
Did you know about the pen tool in Google Slides? When you are in slideshow mode, in the bottom left corner where you normally switch between your slides, there's also 3 little dots that you can click on to open another menu. Inside of that menu, you can click to turn on the pen. The pen tool allows you to annotate on top of the current slide that you are working on. The really neat thing is when you go to the next slide, the annotations don't follow. You can work independently and annotate on all the different slides, and those annotations will only stay on that particular slide.
The EdTech team would like to thank our partners. Due to their generosity, we will be able to provide some amazing prizes. Campuses at each level will be able to choose a prize package that best meets their needs. These prize packages will include student and teacher technology such as wireless keyboards, headphones, charging towers, and many different types of robotics. Don't forget to submit your attendance at the end of each day. Also, fill out your feedback form for one of these fantastic packages.
Do you find that you're always searching for the same apps in ClassLink? You can favorite those apps for quick and easy access. Simply locate the app, right-click, and choose Add to Favorites. You'll see the app you added here at the bottom of the screen. If your app is in a folder, you can quickly search in the search bar, click on the folder, and then right-click the app and Add to Favorites.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference.
Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities.
In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge.
Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference.
There is truly something for everyone.
Hi everyone, let's learn a quick tech tip on how to clear our cookies and cache. The reason why you might want to clear your cookies and cache is to fix glitches, update content, privacy protection, and overall improve the performance of your laptop or your Chromebook. Let's get started. You simply click your Control key plus your Shift key plus your Delete key, and up will pop the Delete Browsing Data dialog box. Simply go down and click Delete Data. Again, you just click Control key plus your Shift key plus your Delete key to clear the cookies and cache.
Our website has all the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write down the code and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the attendance codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance
All right. Welcome back, everyone. So glad that you're joining us for our 9 o'clock session with LaVonna Roth. And her 9 o'clock is Engage Me Please Using Brain-Powered Learning. LaVonna is with Ignite Your Shine. And we learned a lot about S.H.I.N.E in our last session, and it was absolutely fabulous. And so I'm excited to hear what LaVonna has to share in this one. And if you have questions, LaVonna has been very interactive in our last session. So questions and also feedback for her as she goes along with her activities, please be sure and put that in the chat. All right, welcome LaVonna, welcome back.
Thank you, Amy. It's all downhill from here. Last session was great. This one, no, I'm just kidding.
What? I'm
Just
sure
kidding.
it's going to be fabulous.
No, the goal will be good. I am excited though, because if you all were here in the first session, I now got YouTube signed in, and yeah, I can see your comments now. All the good mornings. Jennifer Smith, her first session was great. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. All right, so this one definitely is a different feel, guys, because this one is, it definitely, so for those that were not part of the first one, that's interesting. It just gave me an alert about something. Okay, so with this, S.H.I.N.E was created after this was. So I have 8 books all about how do you learn, how do you engage students, how does the brain learn and such. And so this was actually the initial piece of where I started, but then I had to back up and I developed S.H.I.N.E because our brain was not to a state of learning. And the thing I realized though is that a lot of times us as adults, again, we were children at one point and we come with all kinds of things. So our brain isn't to a state of learning itself. And so figuring out how do we shine is also important. And that was the part that I did not anticipate. So with this part though, it's going to dig straight into instruction and how to apply this. Now, a couple of lenses I want you to have. The examples I give you are usually very simple ones. So they appear more primary, elementary. I will show you some like other levels. If you are a leader who supports teachers, for example, in the classroom, keep this in mind as these are some tools and knowledge for you. And the beauty of this, some of this, you're going to be like, I know this. Yes. High five yourself on that one. I'm all about that. All right. You can high five the camera if you want to feel like, you're high fiving someone, but it's that, and there's going to be like nuances of things you're like, oh, I forgot about that, or oh, I didn't know that, so we're going to have all kinds of levels in here when it comes to brain sciences and such. So understand that this is not like a going deep session at all, but it is definitely going to be sharing tidbits and such. The other part that I want you to know is that everything that I do in here is something you could also do with students. Now, I did have to modify some because obviously this is Zoom. And so there are things I would do in person with you, like actually do these strategies with you. But since we can't in here and there's not like rooms and all of that, you'll get the idea. But please know that you are more than welcome to reach out to me. You can see the social media there. If you want the company Ignite Your Shine, you want to follow more about Shine, you can go to @Ignite Your Shine now on Instagram. It is Ignite Your Shine on Facebook, LinkedIn. And then LaVonna Roth, I'm on all of those ones I just mentioned too, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn. So and then there's the website if you want to check out more, of course, you can always do that too. So we're going to do Engage Me Please using brain-powered learning. So everything that I do is always trying to come from the lens of the brain, which by the way, if you were in your first session, which I'm assuming you all were, I really hope you stood up. I really hope you got some blood flowing, walked around, did some steps, something. So I see lots of good mornings. Cynthia Branch, I see your message. Thank you. So when the bum is numb, the brain is drained. All right. So if you haven't stood up yet, stand up right now. Do me that favor. Do you that favor. Your body is going to thank you. Make sure that you do some wiggles. You can do it while you're sitting too, right? You can tighten muscles, untighten muscles, but all throughout you have 2 days of this. So make sure that you are finding that time to also, because what we know is when students sit, the bum is numb, the brain is drained. Oxygen literally moves to more to the feet and more to the bum instead of where we need it to be right here. So movement is so important. And I know it takes time, but we can teach all day or we can instruct all day and not get the results we want because we didn't take the time to move. So we're going to dig into the brain. Now I'm going to share with you how I would normally do this strategy we're about to do, while also teaching you about the brain. So again, some of this you may know, some of it you may not, but instead of just saying, this is the strategy and this is how I would do it, yes, that's what I'm doing, but I'm also teaching you the neuroscience or the cognitive science behind it or the psychology behind it as we do this. So one of the ones I love doing is paraphrase partners. This is a favorite of mine. It's a favorite of a lot of people's. So what I found in the classroom is, when we walk around and we hear what students are saying, hear what students are saying, it can be a formative assessment for us, right? It's just that chance to be able to say, okay, gather some information. This is what my students know. This is what they don't know. This is where they're comfortable. This is where, oh, well, that was a misconception. That's not true. But the only way that we know this truly is when we hear our students. And this is what was bothering me because I remember saying to students like, okay, how many of you, like I'd walk around and say, how many of you are getting to this point and you're messing up here? And finding that way. But if I couldn't see it or hear it, then I was taking a shot in the dark, literally, because I was saying, okay, let me just show you this again. Or I think this is where it's going wrong. Or one person says it's going wrong here. Instead of going through and like having a better picture, more insight to drive me into where the issue was happening. So for example, in math, it didn't tend to be the whole thing. It tended to be 1 or 2 steps that the concept was not there. So paraphrase partners, this is with vocabulary. So my goal is always any grade level, no matter who you teach, you may have to modify special needs and some things like that. But also having the awareness of what is it that my students know and what can I teach them in a different way. So I hope this sparks some ideas for you. So the paraphrase partners, what you do is you have partners pair off and you have them choose who's going to be partner A and who's going to be partner B. Now, teacher tip. One of the things that I always did was if you're partner A, say, that's me. And I have them say it really loud and raise their hand. What I didn't realize at the time was that they were expelling that air out, which means they had to take a deeper breath, which meant more oxygen to the brain. That's a win. What I did intend, though, to know is who had decided partner A and B and who had not. Because you all know what happens, right? You go through all 20 directions and you get all done, everybody good to go, and you have little Johnny go, excuse me, we were supposed to have partners? Yeah, half hour ago, right? So now you're going through all the directions for little Johnny or whoever it is. So with that said, I learned by say, if you're partner A, say, that's me. And I had them encourage them to say it out loud. And then I still flipped it though and said, point to yourself and say, it's me if you're B. So partner B say, that's me or it's me. So now they do that, that everybody's got their partner, they're set and ready to dive in. So then what ends up happening is there's 2 definitions that are going to show up on the screen. I apologize. Got something happening this morning. So 2 definitions are going to show up on the screen. And I'm going to roll it out to you just as I would say it, even though we're not going to do this. All right. So if you're a partner B, partner B and A, there's 2 definitions that are going to show up on the screen. If you are partner B, you're going to go first. You're going to explain the first definition in your own words. Now, why I love this is because we want engagement. So teacher timeout. We want engagement, right? We want to keep their attention. So by starting with partner B, that's novelty. So if you're taking notes today, I would write down the brain loves novelty. The brain loves novelty because our brain automatically predicts. We assume A comes before B, one comes before two. So anytime it's out of order for something that we expect, the brain's like, wait, what? That's different. You just re-engage the brain, that slight tiny tweak. And here's why it works. You could do A, right? You absolutely could. But let's say that I did today, and I'm going to go back into this. So if you're partner B, you're going to go first. And I know some of you just went, wait, I chose B because I wanted to go second. That would be me, right? That would be me. But no, partner B, you're going to go first. All right. And so partner B, what you're going to do is you're going to read the definition to yourself and you're going to paraphrase. It's called paraphrase partners. You're going to paraphrase the definition to your partner. So don't read it to them. Don't do the exact words. You're going to paraphrase it to your partner. Partner B, when you are finished with the first definition, as soon as partner B is done, partner A, you are going to kick in and you're going to explain the second definition in your own words. Okay. In your own words. So that is going to give them the premise of where they're headed, what they're about to do. The other part that I want to share you, teacher timeout here, is also that the moment that they say, partner B, what's ended up happening is, let's say you're gonna do paraphrase partners again coming up. This time they're like, hey, paraphrase partners. Okay, so she did B, or they did B last time. So I bet they're gonna do A this time. Maybe not. Maybe they're going to, they might do B. They might try to trick us and do B again. The point is you wanted their attention and you have it because they cannot guess what you're going to do. And imagine if you went, you know what, choose partner G and choose partner C. You just mix it up on them. They love it. They love it. So Patrick, I love thank you for how to ID partners, right? Yeah, it's so important because it just cracks me up when they think they're not paying attention or they're doing their own thing, right? And it throws us off. So, all right. So here's the two definitions. So if I was actually with you, I would have you do this. So partner B would be explaining the definition of synapse in their own words. So paraphrasing it. And then partner A would be doing neuroplasticity and explaining that. Okay. So we're going to fast forward through that. But I do want we're going to do a little activity and I'll circle back to these a little bit. All right, but I want you to put your arm up in front of you. So if you've ever been in any kind of brain science class, this is typically how we identify what a neuron looks like and the different parts of a neuron, okay, as close as we can get. You're actually seeing neurons around the screen there as the frame. All right, so I'm gonna put my arm up higher than I need to just so you can see it. You can be comfortable. All right, so tap this part of your hand and say cell body. And literally say it out loud. Like if somebody's near you, let them think you're crazy. It's fine. Okay. Cell body. Good. Now wiggle your fingers and say, these are my dendrites. These are my dendrites. Yeah. So they're tiny tree-like little branches that are coming off of the neuron. Right. Then you have a longer piece here. Okay. So it's longer piece. It is called the axon. So axon. Ax off. Axon. Okay. Timeout. Welcome to my humor. But I have a question. I'm gonna look in the chat. I have a question for you. If you actually laughed, did I increase the likelihood of recall? Yes, right. If you rolled your eyes and said, LaVonna, that is the most lame joke I've ever heard, did I increase the likelihood of recall? Yes. I am a fan of your students rolling their eyes at you, thinking you're crazy, because those are the things that are memorable. Right? That is what we remember. If it's just ba 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 ba, or as Charlie Brown's teacher was wah 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 wah, yeah, right. It doesn't work. Okay, so I see all the yeses, Marcus. I appreciate the laugh too. Thanks. Absolutely, yes, 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 yes. Right. So increasing the recall is what we want. So if you think about what you're teaching this year, when can you plug like silly things in? And you can always use the resource. I know it's a hot button, but I'm going to say it. You can always use it as a resource, AI, ChatGPT, to help you plug a little funny things in that you couldn't connect. All right. This is my Axon Ax off was way pre ChatGPT or any of that. All right. It's just how I think. All right. So the axon. So again, let's go back. So cell body. These are dendrites. Yep. This is the axon. Yes. And then these are going to be, they look like dendrites, but they're not. We're going to put them down here. try not to block my microphone. These are axon terminals. Yes. So what ends up happening is you have electrical stimulation goes down through a neuron, and when it comes out, it releases neurotransmitters that cross over to another neuron. And so this is how they communicate super fast, super fast. As a matter of fact, I'm curious to know, I'll come back to this, but I'm looking in the chat. Does anybody happen to know approximately, on average, don't love the word average when it comes to the brain, but let's roll with it today. On average, how fast do you think neurons fire? You cannot use a resource. It is a guess, my friends. This is not time for AI. This is not time for Google. This is for you. I'm just curious to see if you know. Because if we were in, together, I'd be doing that with you. Okay, so let's say that they have gone and shared, B and A have shared, right? You've been roaming around. You have a chance to hear what they are saying. So again, what they know, what they don't know, what's incorrect, and you can now immediately start to fix that because you realize the misconception. Whereas if they didn't say it, you wouldn't know. So it's so cool. They come up with the best, though. Well, it's kind of like a bridge. You got like the land here and the land here, and the bridge comes over. I love listening to how they come up with this. All right. So the second part then is you can have students stand up, and it could be all the students or it could be a group of students. I'm gonna pause. No clue. Heather, I appreciate the honesty. Speed of light, fast and light. Okay, I don't know the speed of light, so now I don't know. Elizabeth, safe answer, super fast. Justin says a lot. Percy says fast. Amanda, milliseconds. Okay, yes. I love this. It's about 256 miles per hour is what they fire. Yeah. So, and again, that's an average moment. So well done, friends. Well done. Way to avoid being wrong by saying 12 seconds or I don't know. It's all good. So, all right. So have them stand up, and you could do whole class like in a circle if you wanted, or it could be in small groups. You could do it. I usually have like 5 or 6 people come up to the front, and I tell them this is the moment of your life. You waited your entire life to be a neuron, and it is finally here, right? So they come on, they get to be a neuron, and they put their arms out. And so what we do is that we have one student be the starter of the messenger. And so if you rub your hands together and say whoosh, for example, or rub your hands together and say fire, whatever you want to say, this first one is going to kick off, and they get to do whatever they want. The rule is, though, axon terminals and synapse don't actually touch, right? They don't actually touch, but they can fire. So I often model the wave as an example, and it goes down, 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 down. And then I say to them, oh, I forgot to tell you, they do fire at about 256 miles per hour. So a little faster, right? And they do it again. All right. So fast forward through all of that. You can take any of that you want to do, modify it, run with it. Then I like to have 2 neurons stay with me. And the reason I do is I have one put up one arm, one put up the other arm. So this is going to be the communication. And so I'm going to ask you a question that I want to know in the chat. Okay. When one neuron fires to another, what's that called, by the way? When one neuron fires to another neuron, there's like this little gap that happens here, and it's just some kind of communication. All right. So I'm going to come back to that because I know we're delayed on my end about a minute, and for you too. So what is that called, by the way? But it creates this whole communication system. There's a connection that happens. And so I'm going to jump to neuroplasticity, and we're going to come back to that. So neuroplasticity is, the good news is that the brain can change, right? We can create a new memory, which is fantastic. That's what neuroplasticity is. The challenge is that we have to hope that this new memory is more powerful and stronger than any of the others. I'm going to say that again. You can create a new memory, neuroplasticity, but we have to hope that this is more memorable than this. Otherwise, it can take more time, the thing you don't have, take more time, can take repetition, right? It takes longer in a lot of cases, unless there's some other factors into it, such as it's a memorable thing for them. It's something emotional that they love or enjoy. And I see synapse, synapse, synapse. Yes, you win, you win. All right, so back to this. So synapse is when one neuron communicates to another neuron. So messages get passed and received through this. Here's the challenge that I wish I had known this and understood this as a teacher. I know some of you may have a no homework policy. I don't know specific to your district, whether you do or you don't, because the same thing is happening in classrooms when students do parts like, let's say, group work or work alone, but they do it for a period of time practicing a skill. So what happens is you have a neuron fire and it receives, neuron fires and receives. But there's a saying in neuroscience, neurons that fire together wire together, right? So they don't actually touch, but there's this gap here. And this becomes a very strong connection. So out loud, again, let people think you're crazy. If you're alone, you know you're crazy. It's fine. Out loud, I want you to say your cell phone number. Okay. I'm assuming you said it. Assume you're following along. All right. So your cell phone number, I bet you didn't have to think super hard about that, right? It came like this. But if you recently moved, now you're going, okay, the address, what is the address? The address is now, oh shoot, it's a zip code. We changed zip codes too. It's for a while, you have to have the repetition, look it up to get this to fire enough to wire together. This is where I made the mistake, especially with homework, but even in class work, where I would have students practice, right? Practice. And the reason I need you to practice because I need that memory to be locked in. But think about this. They go home or in class, number 1, number 2, number 3, number 5, number 18, 22, 24, 25. They do 25 problems, whatever it is, to practice that skill. And what they did is when I put up the answers, I would discover they missed a lot of them, which means what just happened? They're practicing the wrong thing over and over and over, locking in the wrong learning. Again, we know the term, we can recreate a new memory, a new neural pathway, neuroplasticity. But again, if this happened on a deeper level, this takes more time to undo. So we want to catch students sooner and understanding that we can change the memories, but let's try getting them right first. So are there ways that we could put things into the classroom to do this? And yes, Jennifer, I agree. The middle school, high school teachers, they know this stuff, don't they? They teach science especially. All right. So listen, Sci-Fair, you all are so stressed. As a matter of fact, this is a great point to stand up if you've been sitting. All right. I may stand up just a little bit here. I'm gonna bend over for a smidge. But I want to put you under stress because you're all here with us today. Like you're not stressed. You're saying good morning and hi. You're having a great opportunity. Yes, perfect practice. Marcus makes perfect. Yes. Sometimes I see practice makes permanent, and that's I know that some people use that, and I know some coaches in sports will use that. Not what you said, but the permanent part, and it's not totally correct because of neuroplasticity. So, but I understand that they're trying to get something really locked in, like muscle memory and such. So, okay, so you're not stressed. So I'm going to put you under some stress. Okay, so here's what's going to happen. I'm going to teach you in sign language. Make sure your screen is big as you can possibly have. I'm going to teach you in sign language how to count 1 to 10. All right, because we're going to do an activity with it. That's why. All right, so whatever dominant hand you have, I'm right-handed. My right hand is up. So if you're lefty, put your left one up. That's my husband. All right, so this is the number 1 in sign language. Notice my hand is facing me. Okay, notice my hand is facing me. So this is 1. You're going to go to 2. Is anyone lost? Just kidding. But number 3 is unique. Okay, so I want you to think for a moment. What is an outlier, extraneous, or something unique, a rule, a guide, and something that you teach? Because notice I said 1, 2, anyone lost? I know you're not lost, but it was just my way of like for the brain to go, wait, they asked me a question. I'm not lost. Good, because I have your attention. Let me tell you the outlier, the unique one. All right, so it's more of a European 3. All right, now we're going to go back to what you know for 4. Is it Travaya? I hope I'm saying your name right. You love ASL, me too. That my degree was teaching the deaf. So, so 4, right? And then 5. Okay, so what number is unique to you? Should be 3, right? Now turn your hand away from you. So 5 is facing you, but when you turn your hand away from you, what we know is a 3, a hearing 3 is actually 6 in sign language. Okay. Logan nailed it. That was coming. Here's 6. All right. Raise your pinky, go down your ring finger to 7 to your thumb. Raise your ring finger, go to middle finger 8. Pointer finger is 9. And then 10 is unique. So 10 is hitchhiker thumb, but with a wiggle. This is why I wear long sleeves, because when I do this, what wiggles here? Yep, jiggles there. You got it. You got it. All right, let's do it again. Let's do it again. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Okay, here comes the part. Are you ready? I hope you're ready. I expect all of you to do this, okay? I know I can't see you, but you pretend that I'm looking right at you. All right, so I'm gonna show a chart of numbers, and what I want you to do is to do them in sign language. So you're gonna start in the upper left, and you're gonna work your way all the way to the right, okay? So you're gonna do it in sign language. Start upper left, you're gonna go row by row all the way to the right. I have full faith in you. You know why? Because I've taught it to you twice. I've done my job. You got this. All right, ready? And count to 10 and go. Should be halfway done. All right, in the chat, I want to know how far did you get? You should be done. Like I'm pretty sure you're done. Let me just make sure though. You let me know. I'll put on a little timer here. Yeah, Joni, teach the kids. Travaya, I'm glad I said it right. Mrs. Williams, yes, halfway done. Wait, that's what, wait, no, we needed all of it. Hold on. No way. First 2 rows. Okay, so listen, I don't know. We may have to have you come back for lunch, right? I'm just saying, on the lunch break, have you come back. I really need you all to know this. Okay, no, just kidding. All right, Christy, I should have said you had to admit in the chat if you already knew it. Deaf Ed in the house. I love it, Christy. Yes, yes, you are. Yes, you are. Stacy, the same. Oh, this is awesome. Okay, so I know that wasn't fully fair, right? That was the first time you saw it. We didn't have a chance to practice it. You didn't have a chance to practice it. So I'll tell you what, we're going to do it again. And this time, again, I have full faith in you. Okay, full faith in you. Because here's why. I've taught you twice, done my job, right? You have practiced it. So now's the real deal. Listen, you do not start where you left off. No cheating. You can't jump around, up or left, work your way across. Ready? 30 seconds. That's how long you have. Ready? 30 seconds and go. Halfway. Oh, by the way, you know, you should be at least halfway. If you notice the number 10 doesn't show up until the end. So, you know, kind of forget about that one. And honestly, if it helps you, you don't have to turn your hand around for 1 through 5. A lot of the books for when they're teaching sign language, it actually doesn't have it turn around. Okay, I'll pause there for a second. But deaf community signs it that way. All right, in the chat, I want to know how far you got. You should have been done this time. Jessica, yes, yes. I love how positive some of you are. Like Sarah, I just need to work on it. Yes. Monica, thank you for trying. End of second row. Okay, some of you I think are delayed and some aren't. You told me to count to 10. Marcus, yes, in sign language. Oh no. Tanya, slow, done. All right. Chantel was done. Elena, you already knew it too. Deaf daughter, yes. Okay. That's okay. But see, don't we have this in our class? Right? Don't we have all of this in our class? Like, I bet some of you didn't even try. We have students who do that, right? I bet some of you tried your best and you're telling me in the chat that you did. I like the second row, but faster. That's funny. So do our students. Curious to know in the chat, if you'll be honest, please be honest, if you gave up. Because don't we also have students that do that? And I would totally understand that. This way, you were totally set up in this way. You were set up to fail, right? Unless you happen to know it already, there's no way. Like when I sign it, I don't know about those of you in Deaf Ed, it takes me 18 to 20 seconds to sign that. So you just learning it, I know it's not. That's okay, because you know what? I'm going to give you 20 seconds this time. Okay, 20 seconds. But not to do that. I'm going to give you 20 seconds in the chat. I want you to put any trash talking about me as the teacher. What did I do that was not best practice? Think of everything I just did. What was not best practice? Go ahead and put that in the chat. Yeah, some of you did give up. Yep. Teacher summer brain fog. Sharian, I love it. Oh, Siri just thought I talked to her. I'm not talking to you. Let's see what else we got. I refused to give up. Just Tahara just kept having to go through all the numbers to recall. By the way, if I say your name wrong, please correct me in the chat. That is important to me. I'm LaVonna, not LaVonna, not LaVanya. I'm LaVonna, Madonna. It rhymes. So Needed more processing time. Assumed we should know it, Mona. Yes, just because I taught. Jennifer, nailed it. Talked while we were trying to complete. Yes. Yes. As a matter of fact, I bet some of you did worse the second time because halfway through on, I started talking. So, oh, May. By the way, May, that's my middle name, spelled the same. I kept saying, I've already taught it. I've already taught it to you. Yep. That's not the goal. The goal is for you to learn it, right? I can say I taught it, but the question is, did you learn it? Yeah, excellent. Not enough repeated review. Thank you, Laura, for that. Sarah, too fast. Astra, teachers talk all the time. Yes, yes. And I love that you're saying it makes me not able to think yes. Because what I realized is I was doing this to students all the time. Like I would say, everybody know what you're doing on your project. They're like, yeah, I'm good. I'm like, great. Here's what, and I would say, oh, hey, Seuss, I need to see you for a couple of minutes. Yep, just a quick conversation. Oh, by the way, the three of you, so you and you and you were out the past 2 days. I need to make sure, oh, you put everything in the basket already? Oh, all right, that's awesome. I need to see you and you. Oh, before you leave, don't forget to jot down the homework. Like, LaVonna, you just asked them to concentrate and think, and now you're all the things. And so we're forcing them to try to multitask, which, just so you know, the brain cannot multitask. It cracks me up because we still to this day see things about multitasking. You cannot multitask. The reason is, and I've asked my neuroscience friends, my brother-in-law he just retired, head of pathology, cell biology for Columbia University. All my resources, you cannot multitask because the definition of neuroscience and multitasking is being able to do two cognitive things at the exact same time. You can't. What you're good at doing, great at doing, is task switching. But it's within milliseconds that your brain is going back and forth between two tasks, which actually slows you down. I wish students knew this because when they're trying to like look at their phone or watch, something on Snapchat or Instagram, whatever they are these days, like and they think that they actually are wasting 50% of their time. Whereas if they just do what they need to get done and then have that time for that, it'd be so much better. Natasha, yes. Timer gave you anxiety, which actually can slow some of our students down, right? It can slow them down. So knowing and especially having students know, does a timer help you? Because for some people, it keeps them super focused and go, go, go. For others, especially an ADD would be an example of having attention deficit disorder, because the distractions are already there. And when the pressure creates more anxiety and stress, they can't be here in the thinking part of their brain. They're coming to here, which is more emotional part, or back here, fight, flight, freeze, or fawn. So we need them up here, right? So having students understand, some want to know, for example, how much time is left on a standardized test, some don't, right? And I know we can only control so much, we can only do so much, but think while they're learning, what are some changes or shifts that I could know about my students and they know about themselves to create some of that, to be able to have that conversation with themselves, or awareness with themselves, I should say. So yeah, it's crazy. But if you think stress and anxiety that comes up from a timer, one of those things is like, okay, so I'm on number 3. Let me read number 3. Okay, let me read it again. Okay, I'm sorry. What are you tapping? They're tapping their pencil over there. Okay, that's right. It's just a pencil. Oh, AC just kicked on. Y'all didn't notice that, right? Oh, I did. It's kind of loud. Oh, back to number 3. Okay, well, I'm still not any further than I was. How much time do I have left? Oh, I only have 5 minutes left. It hijacks them, right? Instead of supporting them. So I know that they need to practice timed tests at times. But do we have to do it all the time? Like, could we get the learning in there, get those neurons and that synapse happening and really locking the learning in before we add that feature to it? But some will thrive on it, some will. So, all right, there it is. We're moving on. Hey, if you want to take a screenshot of that really, really quick, you're welcome to, because you could practice it and I don't know, impress yourself later. But here's the thing, here's what stress does. All right, so these are 2 neurons. Full disclosure, these are rat neurons, but supposedly they do the same in our brain. So the control neuron looks super healthy. You can see in the middle there that has the axon. It looks like the tree trunk. It's really thick. It looks awesome. And then you have the axon terminals and dendrites coming off. That's a very healthy neuron. The one on the right, not so much. It has undergone specifically chronic stress. But let me address chronic stress. Chronic stress is in the eye of the beholder. That's how I describe it. It's in the eye of the beholder. And here's why I say that. Let's say something stressful happened to all of us right now in this moment, the exact same thing. at the exact same time. Some of us are going to go, holy cow, okay, that just happened. Okay, I don't know what I'm going to do. I should probably make some phone calls. But who do I call? I don't know. Did you hear what happened? I know. I don't know what to do. Yeah. I guess phone, but who do I phone? I don't know how we're talking. You heard too. You're hijacked, right? You are having a very hard time. Your brain is fully coming back towards here into the brainstem. Like I mentioned, fight, flight, freeze, or fawn. When we get over to the other side, right, we've got the opposite end where someone is going, okay, so that just happened. Well, here's what I got. I got plan A. Yep. And if that doesn't work, I got plan B. And if that doesn't work, I got C, D, G, and Z. Guys, we're ready. We're ready. Two different extremes and everybody else in between there. It depends on where we are mentally, the energy we have, the capacity, how quickly we can solve challenges that come our way, but all of this in between. So I want to remind you, it's the same exact scenario at the exact same time, but we all handled it different. That's our students, right? They're coming in all different ways, each like different levels, different capacities of not only learning, but where their tank is for them, which is why, again, if you get a chance to go back and watch that video, because my understanding is you can go back and watch S.H.I.N E to have an insight and understanding of ways that you can support students to do that. And I even have lessons that you can use to support also, and they're totally for free. They're meant to do with students, they're videos for students, so all that. But it's to reduce the stress, to get that brain into a state of learning, to also learn. And we can do it a little bit simultaneous, right? But you can see chronic stress, which is the person who's getting hijacked in that moment, or can handle everything in that moment, but still it's chronic, but it hits them a little bit later, usually, and everything in between. You can see that neuron is in survival mode. Like it's pulling in its dendrites, axon terminals, it's doing its best to survive. All right, in the chat, tell me one thing that has resonated with you so far before we get into keys to memory retention. Jolene, ooh, ADHD and the pressure causes you to make many unnecessary mistakes. Yep, we don't want that when we're practicing, especially, right? Joni, struggle with chronic stress. Yes. I learned this the other day. I don't know if this will help you, but the Om, it's not just saying the Om, it is just saying it, but there's actually the energy resonation of it calms the nervous system. So it's the O, that vibration, it actually calms you. Yeah, I did not know that. I just thought people did it to focus. Tells you what I know, right? I'm learning. Dawn, some of you have ADHD in here. Michelle, I'm glad the physical gestures help memory. Yes, incorporate them. Even better, have your students come up with them, right? Because they're making the connection to it, and then they're more likely to remember it. But I did teach a regular education. Even though my degree was teaching the deaf, I did regular education because I wanted to well, first of all, it was the first job opportunity I have, full disclosure. And so I went into it, but I started a sign language club at my school. And then I also incorporated it into the classroom, because what I learned was my students didn't understand a lot of concepts, but I could remember a lot of things because sign language actually captures the meaning. So for example, I have my arm up like this. Okay, so I'm gonna bring it down. This is tree. But see, it's like this is the ground, the trunk is in it, and this is the tree, right? This is a flag. Right. So there's so many similarities between things. And I remember teaching 8th grade social studies specifically. And we said the Pledge of Allegiance every day. And at one point I said, you all know what you're saying, like what it means. And they were like, no. Oh, we say this every day. And I'm like, okay, we're going to break it down. We're going to do it sign language. So I taught them the Pledge of Allegiance in sign language. And so, for example, you can learn the beginning here. So again, I'm higher because of Zoom. You can do just kind of where your hand naturally comes. Okay. So and then pledge is a promise. So it's like you put your finger like it's a secret, but then your fist is here and you're putting it over like you're sealing it, right? So promise. So I pledge. And then allegiance is to support, right? So I have a fist here and my other fist is up underneath, and you start a little lower and you just bring it up like this. So it's like supporting it. So you're promising to support your country is what it is. So again, but this is like, it looks like support, like I'm helping you, I'm boosting you, right? So I just think it's so cool. So, all right, what we got here? Brain loves novelty was a takeaway. Awesome. Thank you. Where was that? D. Grace, how powerful our brains really are. Absolutely. I love how you two of you are saying hello to each other. Don't you love that? It's the summer coming back. Jennifer, movement and humor helps content stick. Blanca, movement is key. Yes. And oh, I would be having you move more if we were together. So I'm going to rely on you to make sure it happens. Julia, humor, absolutely. Tanya said, I know movement helps memory retention, but I get consumed in the content that I end up keeping their tushes, their butts in the seats. Yeah. What you can do, Tanya, if it helps, is give them permission to do what they need to do. Right. So if they need to stand up, I just have them move to the back or to the side out of the way. So if they find they need to move, but, or maybe you could have, I just thought of this, maybe you could have like a movement monitor, an M&M. Maybe give them M&Ms for doing it. I don't know. No, way out there now. Okay. So movement though, maybe you do have a movement monitor who just, gives you a symbol, that it's time to move. One of the things I love to do, so for example, with the teaching 1 to 10 in sign language, if I was with you, you all would have been standing up at that point, because we tend to think sitting to teach, but we don't have to, right? So I would have taught you the 1 through 10 standing, and then that way just gave you a chance to do the wiggles, to stand up, let the oxygen flow. So Sherry, I'm with you. Love learning from the perspective of a student and knowing how my students must feel. Yes. Yes. And that was the goal. So I appreciate, yes, goal achieved. Okay. I can't wait to go back and read all these. All right, let's dig back in. Some keys to memory retention. Okay. And notice these are some keys of memory retention. This list, by the way, is not going to blow your mind. So I don't expect to see any mind blown emojis in the chat, but a reminder. And what I want you to do is look for trends. Like, which ones of these do you tend to avoid teaching? Because maybe it's not comfortable for you, or you're not sure with your content on what you do. So for example, emotions. Now also pay attention to what I'm doing with this list, because the brain doesn't like lists. It's very hard to remember what's in the middle of a list. It's called the primacy recency principle. Remember what's in primacy, the first parts, the last parts, recency, and the middle gets muddy unless we do things in there to make it more memorable. All right. So emotions is one thing. Right. So if I can get you to a student to laugh, or for them to go, no way, that's so cool. That is disgusting. That reminds me of my grandma. Emotions are so powerful. Deep in the brain here, you have a hippocampus. In the hippocampus, this region, it helps take short-term memory into long-term memory. Emotions here. All right. So emotions can be bad. Don't forget. Boredom, not good. If not feeling or feeling threatened, not good. All right. Second one is repetition, right? So repetition. What's the problem with repetition? It's boring, right? Yeah. It's boring for them. It's boring for you. So if you can come up with novel ways, just again, they don't have to be this big show of anything. You can if you want, but it can be tiny little things. Like I said, B comes before A. It can be little things like that, just shifting one thing or changing the rule of the way a game is played or something like that. Or you want them to do it backwards instead of forwards, like just little things like that can actually help with that. So repetition and a reminder, not until they're doing it right. All right, not until they're doing it right. What's the third one? You can say it out loud. Yeah, patterns and organization. This is how the brain automatically thinks, right? We already connect dots to what we know. So that's why scaffolding is important, right? But how many of you, and again, you can put all this in the chat, how many of you use graphic organizers or thinking maps? You can just put yes if you do, or no if you don't, because that's, you don't have to type it all out. Yes, Tanya, I love that you have your 7th graders stand at the back of the need. Usually helps. Yes. Yes. I know, it's hard. She's saying, I just don't do it as often as needed. Well, and that's going to be different for every student too, right? Some want to stand a lot, some don't. Yeah, it's hard for that. Oh, I'm seeing some yeses. Okay, yes. So you're automatically, you think of Venn diagram, for example, that visual, or a chart, a T-chart even. Yes, perfect. I see so many yeses here. If not, put it in. I will tell you, patterns and organization is my weak spot when I'm teaching. I tend to not use a lot of them. And so I've had to work on that piece, because that means there's a way, like there's a group of students that could connect with that I'm missing, right? Or it might be the key piece to somebody seeing a difference maker, but I'm not doing it. Emotions, yes. Repetition, some. All right. So be thinking for you, what are you using a lot of, and which ones are the ones that you're not as much? Personal connection. So anything that has to do with us, we love us. We love ourselves from the point of things being all about us, because our brain cares about us to protect us, right? So if we can make a personal connection, which means we have to know our students, right? So how can we do a personal connection? So I realized that one time I asked my daughter, I said, so in high school, how many of your teachers do you feel like cared about you, that you had a connection with, that you liked? And she said, one. Now listen, 4 years of high school, one. It broke my heart, because it doesn't matter whether it was true. What matters is that's how she felt, right? And so the things I think would have helped is if people had, like, teachers had known my daughter better. So for example, she loved, and still does, but loves supercars. I didn't even know what that meant. So if you don't know what a supercar is, let me fill you in. It's a Bugatti, Ferrari, McLaren, Lamborghini, words I didn't even know. I've been to more car shows than I could probably count. I don't know. I could probably count them. But this whole part is that I learned to have a passion because I watched her excitement about it. So it's more of a passion for her excitement. But teachers didn't know this about her. And I think of, like, if they could have connected to the content. So maybe it's not always easy, but what if there had been a science lesson about velocity? I mean, all somebody could have easily could have done is said, hey, Maddie, how fast does a Lamborghini Aventador go from 0 to 60 and why? She would have told you. She would have told you. And so that connection, or even that conversation, Maddie, did you go car show this weekend? You were going, right? Did you make it? Yes. All right. What were the favorite cars you saw? Again, it goes back to knowing our students, but having, that connection. But that helps with the key to memory retention, but it's also the personal connection of the content to the connection that helps as well. So, all right, the next one is linking new and prior knowledge. We know, right? Connecting it, that's definitely scaffolding, connecting it to what they already know and beyond. But wait, there's more. So again, this is not an all-encompassing list, but at least gives you insight. So music, movement, visuals, and sensory. Music, anytime you can connect it to music, please do. It is unbelievable. They are teaching Alzheimer's patients songs that they know, like Mary Had a Little Lamb or Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. They are taking the song because they know it already, the like tune of it, but they're connecting things that they need Alzheimer's patients to remember to the song and teaching it to them. They're recalling it. Not all, right? But they're recalling it way better. Music is so powerful. Movement, huge, right? Again, this is a moment. If we were together, I would be having you move. So feel free to stand up again if you haven't. There's your reminder. But movement, whether it's gestures or whether it's physically getting up and moving, huge. Visuals, yes. We already talked about visuals, right? Whether it is a visual of like a pattern organization, a Venn diagram, or whether it's a visual of an image, whether it's something they drew and created, made out of clay, you name it, the visuals for that. And then sensory is anything to do with the senses, right? So anything to do with the senses. So the one thing about senses is the most powerful one, because some of these tap into senses, is the sense of smell. But the challenge with the sense of smell is that it has to actually be connected to the learning. So if I was teaching about watermelons and limes and cherries and so fruits, and I had those smells in the room, and then I went to assess you and I brought the smells in, your scores would likely skyrocket. That's how incredible it is. That's how incredible it is. So what I want you to notice out of all this list, our music teachers, movement is PE, and visuals is art. The fine arts, which is what we tend to get rid of first in schools, is exactly how the brain learns. So the next time you see a PE teacher, a music teacher, an art teacher, I hope that you recognize them and say to them, if you want, and if it's needed, I am not the best at putting music to my content. Would you be able to help me? What are some visuals that I could have students create, or maybe they can support you, because I know some do that, support you in what you're teaching. So I think there's opportunity here for a lot of things. All right, so I see memorize the kids' names. All right, said screen sharing has stopped. Okay, good. So I want to just take you back through all of the things that we were discussing as far as like movement, the visuals, the sensory, keeping, think about synapse, think about neuroplasticity, right? Think about all the things that you can incorporate. Movement from the point of, can they come up with their own gestures to create a better recall? Could they do that? Could it be a game that has a visual component to it, right? So competitiveness to it, because some thrive on that, some don't, but we all need opportunities to get better at things and to do things. So out of all that we discussed, I would love to know what resonated with you the most. As in, if you were to start, yes, yay, art teachers. If you were to start teaching tomorrow, you don't yet, my friends, not yet, right? I don't think so. All right. So if you were to start tomorrow, what's the one thing that you want to walk away with? And if you have a question right now, I'll try to answer it. But we're also getting ready to do the attendance code. So if you have questions, comments, anything, please put that in the chat. I'm looking at that, but I'm going to invite Amy back to give us the attendance code. So get ready, and I thank you all for having me.
Thank you so much, LaVonna. I am pulling that attendance code up just right now.
Awesome.
Okay, so our attendance code for the 9 a.m. session, July 22nd, this is room 1, and our number is 412412. And we'll give you all a few seconds to write that down, and be sure and hang on to all the codes today so that you can submit them at the end of the day. And LaVonna, that was fabulous. I loved all of your different strategies and tips for memory and memory retention and learning.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. It's been so fun. I'm so glad I got to see the chat on this. You are incredible. I just put that in there that you're awesome. I just appreciate the insights, the willingness to learn, the applications you're making, the thank yous to art teachers and such. So yes, high five yourself, or high five the camera if you want to high five someone else that way. Go ahead.
Yes.
Thanks,
yes.
Amy.
Thank you. Thank you, LaVonna, and thank you, Sci-Fair teachers, and also those of you joining us from outside the district for participating. And y'all do a fabulous job every day with our students. And you are very dedicated, and we appreciate every one of you. So I know you'll be taking these ideas back with you to the classroom and implementing them, and being able to really help with the learning and making those connections with your students. So LaVonna, we thank you so much, and maybe we will see you again somewhere, but we appreciate all the resources and activities.
Thank you. And I would love to connect on social media, everybody. And there's the feedback form too that was posted, and there's a link there. So I would love to see what you have to say. So thank you.
Okay, have a great day.
You too. Bye.
Okay, so thank you all for joining us for that 9 o'clock session. Our next session that will be coming up is Branding 101, aligning your classroom brand with your school and district brand. So this is all going to be, it's going to be about social media and how you can use that with your classroom and your school. And so we will be starting that, and that's going to be with Abbie Geveshausen, and she is one of our district communication specialists. So she'll be starting at 10 o'clock. So we're going to take a short commercial break, and we'll be back.
Able to choose a prize package that best meets their needs. These prize packages will include student and teacher technology such as wireless keyboards, headphones, charging towers, and many different types of robotics. Don't forget to submit your attendance at the end of each day. Also, fill out your feedback form for one of these fantastic packages.
Do you find that you're always searching for the same apps in ClassLink? You can favorite those apps for quick and easy access. Simply locate the app, right-click, and choose Add to Favorites. You'll see the app you added here at the bottom of the screen. If your app is in a folder, you can quickly search in the search bar, click on the folder, and then right-click the app and add to favorites.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference.
Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities.
In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge.
Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference.
There is truly something for everyone.
Hi everyone, let's learn a quick tech tip on how to clear our cookies and cache. The reason why you might want to clear your cookies and cache is to fix glitches, update content, privacy protection, and overall improve the performance of your laptop or your Chromebook. Let's get started. You simply click your Control key plus your Shift key plus your Delete key, and up will pop the Delete Browsing Data dialog box. Simply go down and click Delete Data. Again, you just click Control key plus your Shift key plus your Delete key to clear the cookies and cache.
Our website has all the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write down the code and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the attendance codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance forms will open at 3 p.m. and you have until 11:59 p.m. each day to submit your codes for credit.
Did you know about the pen tool in Google Slides? When you are in slideshow mode, in the bottom left corner where you normally switch between your slides, there's also 3 little dots that you can click on to open another menu. Inside of that menu, you can click to turn on the pen. The pen tool allows you to annotate on top of the current slide that you are working on. The really neat thing is when you go to the next slide, the annotations don't follow. You can work independently and annotate on all the different slides, and those annotations will only stay on that particular slide.
The EdTech team would like to thank our partners. Due to their generosity, we will be able to provide some amazing prizes. Campuses at each level will be able to choose a prize package that best meets their needs. These prize packages will include student and teacher technology such as wireless keyboards, headphones, charging towers, and many different types of robotics. Don't forget to submit your attendance at the end of each day. Also, fill out your feedback form for one of these fantastic packages.
Do you find that you're always searching for the same apps in ClassLink? You can favorite those apps for quick and easy access. Simply locate the app, right-click, and choose Add to Favorites. You'll see the app you added here at the bottom of the screen. If your app is in a folder, you can quickly search in the search bar, click on the folder, and then right-click the app and add to favorites.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference.
Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities.
In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge.
Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our digital learning conference.
There is truly something for everyone.
Hi everyone, let's learn a quick tech tip on how to clear our cookies and cache. The reason why you might want to clear your cookies and cache is to fix glitches, update content, privacy protection, and overall improve the performance of your laptop or your Chromebook. Let's get started. You simply click your Control key plus your Shift key plus your Delete key, and up will pop the Delete Browsing Data dialog box. Simply go down and click Delete Data. Again, you just click Control key plus your Shift key plus your Delete key to clear the cookies and cache.
Our website has all the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write down the code and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the attendance codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance forms will open at 3 p.m. and you have until 11:59 p.m. each day to submit your codes for credit.
Did you know about the pen tool in Google Slides? When you are in slideshow mode, in the bottom left corner where you normally switch between your slides, there's also 3 little dots that you can click on to open another menu. Inside of that menu, you can click to turn on the pen. The pen tool allows you to annotate on top of the current slide that you are working on. The really neat thing is when you go to the next slide, the annotations don't follow. You can work independently.
There it goes. All right, here we are. All right, welcome back, everyone. We're here for our 10 o'clock session with Abbie Geveshausen. Did I get it close? And she is our fabulous communications specialist here in CFISD ISD, who handles our district social media accounts and photography and all the things. I don't even know everything, Abbie. So thank you. I know you do a lot and travel the district on all of the events that are happening throughout our huge district. So thank you for joining us. And Abbie is going to be sharing Branding 101, aligning your classroom brand with your school and district brand. So we're going to learn all about social media.
Yes, wonderful. Well, thank you, Amy. Like she said, my name is Abbie Geveshausen. I'm a communication specialist for CFISD ISD. And without further ado, I'll start sharing my screen and we'll jump into it. So just give me 1 second as we start doing that. Okay. Alrighty. Okay, perfect. And then actually, if it's okay with y'all, I'm going to go ahead and turn off my camera while I present, just to help conserve some bandwidth. So let me just start here. Okay, and then I'm actually going to turn this off. Okay, here we go. All right, so welcome to Branding 101, aligning your classroom brand with your school and district brand. I hope you all are having a great morning so far, and we're just gonna jump right into it. So a little bit more about me, like Amy had said before, I am a communication specialist for CFISD ISD. I just completed 6 years of service. in May. So I'm going on year 7. I'm a graduate of Woods High School and CFISD. I'm a K through 12 graduate of Sci-Fair. I attended the University of Mississippi, better known as Ole Miss. So hotty toddy to all my Ole Miss friends out there. And my duties include in this job press releases, photos, social media, media facilitation, really anything else you can think of when it comes to communication for the district. I have some hand in it. So if you ever see a story on social media or the website, photos in a presentation or just on social media, probably had something to do with that. So it's a very rewarding job. I feel very, very lucky to be in Sci-Fair, my home district, and I love what I do. So just a little overview of today's presentation. Just going to give you a little bit of facts about Sci-Fair as a whole and some social media stats. I know social media is part of our everyday lives at this point, but some of those numbers can be pretty staggering in a really cool way. Then we're going to talk about what exactly is personal branding. I think all of us living in the 21st century in the year 2025, branding's all around us, but sometimes I think we don't notice it or we don't give it a second thought. So just kind of really understanding what personal branding is. Talking about know your campus and district brand. Every campus has a brand, every district has a brand. Again, you may know it, but you may not really know it, which is completely understandable. So we'll talk a little bit about that. And if you don't have a classroom account or something of your own, like an education account or brand, we can talk about setting that up if that's something that you're interested in. Then we'll talk about, so you've created your own brand, your own account. So how do we merge that with your campus and district brand? We're going to talk about a few innovation ideas that you can utilize, some tools, especially on Instagram and X or Twitter. I'll kind of use those interchangeably throughout the presentation. And then just some final branding reminders. So I hope you guys will enjoy. So without further ado, let's get started. So just a quick little snapshot of CFISD. We have 96 campuses. We opened Bird Elementary School last fall, which bumped us up to 96. We have more than 118,000 students enrolled throughout the district, which makes CFISD the 3rd largest district in the state of Texas and the 21st largest in the country. So not quite top 20, but we're right there on the edge. We have 59 elementary schools, again, with the addition of Bird last fall, 20 middle schools and 12 high schools on top of 5 specialty program facilities. As you can imagine, it takes a lot to keep the district moving. And like I mentioned before, I play a small role in making sure that everyone knows what's going around the district by not only showcasing my personal CFISD brand, and mainly I use Twitter. That's my main kind of focus, but also adhering, when I'm posting on my work account, I also adhere to the district brand guidelines. But also, if I'm at a campus and know that they've got, a certain hashtag or a certain theme for the year, I can also play into that. Like one example I can think of off the top of my head is Woodard Elementary School. When Houston hosted the Final Four, they participated. They were one of many elementary schools of ours that participated in a program called Read to the Final Four, and they actually made it to the Final Four. So I used kind of their campus culture, their campus hashtag, which I actually share in one of my slides coming up, the All in Wolf Pack. I used that in my tweets. So, just being aware of campus branding will really help. So we'll talk a little bit more about how to align everything like that a little bit later. All right, so a few cool social media facts. As I'm sure you know, social media plays a huge role in our everyday lives, like I said before, and it's no different for marketing and branding. According to the Pew Research Center, YouTube and Facebook are the most widely used online platforms among adults in the US, with 85% reporting using YouTube daily and 70% reporting Facebook daily. That's a huge, huge number if you really put it into perspective. YouTube is also the most widely used platform among teenagers, with roughly 90% of 13 to 17-year-olds using the video platform. I think YouTube's come a very long way, especially when it comes to educational content. But just wanted to share that. We won't really talk about Facebook and YouTube in this. We mainly focus on Instagram and Twitter, but I just thought as a whole, these are some kind of cool facts. And we know TikTok has taken over the world in recent years, and last year was no different. In 2024, TikTok was the most downloaded app globally with 825.5 million downloads. TikTok took over Instagram for that top spot. A few years ago, it was Instagram. But Instagram is still relative with 817 million downloads last year. So again, just if you really put that into perspective, that's a lot of users. And then X, or formerly known as Twitter, is still relevant in today's social media world. X has 330 million monthly active users and 500 million tweets are sent daily. That's a lot of tweets. Another fun fact about Twitter is 69% of US users say they get their news from Twitter. I don't know about y'all, but I get a lot of my news from Twitter. My degree is in broadcast journalism, so it's kind of not programmed, but it just became part of my daily habit and it hasn't changed. And each platform is known for its different kind of content. Like I feel like X is kind of news. Facebook is more for personal sharing. Instagram, I think, has become more businessy, like when it comes to branding. And then TikTok, I think, is more just kind of like a fun type situation. But that's just what I think in my personal experience with all the apps. But like I said, with this presentation, we'll talk mainly about Instagram and Twitter. Okay, so let's get into the meat of it all. What exactly is personal branding? Personal branding is the conscious and intentional effort to create and influence public perception of an individual by positioning themselves as an authority in their industry, elevating their credibility, and differentiating themselves from the competition. And educators are not at competition with each other. This is just a definition in terms of actual marketing as in a marketing firm, like what is personal branding. And I think the thing to really focus on here is you're the authority in your industry. If you have an account, and again, I'll use my Twitter account as an example. I'm using my Twitter account as a quote unquote authority on sharing information about what's going on in the district. So for example, I'll go back to the read to the Final Four example. I traveled with Woodard to the Final Four event and I was posting about it. I was posting, sharing, everything that was going on. I was acting as the authority on that event for the day, on what was going on. So I think that's just kind of what to remember. There's no right or wrong way to post things if that's something that you're interested in. Like if you're interested in starting a classroom account, there's no right or wrong because you're the authority on what's going on. A brand is a story. So what story do you want to tell? We'll kind of dig into that a little bit later. The picture right here on the left is a screenshot of a high school friend of mine, Kayla. She teaches 5th grade in the Dallas area. This is her teacher Instagram account. So like I said, I do Twitter. Kayla mainly focuses on Instagram. She posts pictures, videos, about all the things that she's doing in her classroom. This actually is an example from last March. She created a read to the Final Four, or not read to the Final Four, but it ties in. She did a March Madness style reading activity that took a few weeks because she teaches reading language arts and she posted about it. I think it's just really cool. And I think from what she posted, her students really, really enjoyed it. I've included her handle, which is at Miss Hennigan, if you're interested in checking her profile out. She is very, very good about posting what's going on in her classroom. So What is your campus and district brand? When building a personal brand, especially in education, we also need to think about the brand of your campus and district to make sure everything is cohesive. Because yes, it starts with you and then it kind of goes up to your campus and then it goes up to your district. It's kind of like a stepping ladder. A great way to know what your campus and district brand is by looking at hashtags. Hashtags are still very, very relevant. I feel like some people forget about hashtags sometimes, but I promise they're still very relevant. Hashtags are a lifeline, not only in the world of social media, but in branding. Some of the biggest brands in the world have recognizable hashtags, including Coca-Cola, which is hashtag share Coke, Calvin Klein, which is hashtag my Calvins, and always, hashtag like a girl. These are a few on the screen of our campus hashtags, including hashtag SciWoods 212, which I know I'm biased. I graduated from SciWoods, but they're very good about using their hashtag. Like I mentioned earlier, the hashtag All In Wolfpack from Woodard Elementary School, and hashtag Path to Amazing, which is our district hashtag, and actually something that we're working on as a district for the upcoming year is hashtag Choose Path to Amazing. We're wanting to, really have people choose to come to Sci-Fair. A quick note, hashtags are keywords connecting your messages. If you vary your hashtag even slightly, like if our hashtag is choose path to amazing, but you say choose the path to amazing, yes, it's just one word, but it completely changes the hashtag. It's a completely different hashtag. So if you change it, some messages get connected with one keyword and some with another. Instagram allows up to 30 hashtags on a single post. So if you're posting and you want to kind of have your post part of a certain conversation, use those hashtags. Because if you were to go on Instagram or go on Twitter and click on a hashtag, it would pull up posts that have all of those hashtags. That's how they're all connected. So just make sure you include your hashtags. If you want to make sure your hashtags match the content of your post, like I said, if your school has a specific hashtags, like the one here on the left, or even a hashtag for that specific school year, because some campuses do that, make sure you use it. Hashtags connect your messages. On any given app, like X and Instagram, if you click on the hashtag, like I said, everything will pull up. So it's really cool. One big one that we use on the district level is hashtag CFISD Spirit, that first one. So if you were to go on Twitter and click on a post or even search hashtag CFIC Spirit, it would pull up numerous, like thousands of posts. I've been in the district for more than 6 years now, and we have used that hashtag since I've been in the district. So thousands and thousands and thousands of posts would come up, but it's cool to go back and look because of that hashtag, they're all connected. So part of knowing or posting is knowing your campus and your district hashtags. And then one last note about hashtags. You're more likely to have your content be shared, whether that be retweets, reposts, shared on stories, whatever it is, if you're using your campus and district hashtags. For example, in this upcoming school year, like I touched on briefly, CFISD will not only use hashtag path to amazing, but choose the path to amazing, since we're in a more choice era when it comes to parents picking what schooling option is best for their children. So with that in mind, use those hashtags, but also maybe think about, okay, hey, I have this activity going on in my classroom. I really want to share it. How is this showcasing Path to Amazing? What does Path to Amazing look like for you? Kind of tie that all in. Keep that for food for thought. Okay, so now we're going to talk about just a little bit about if you want to start building an account if you don't have one already, or maybe just some tips and tricks if you already have an account. So now that we've established what personal branding is and the importance of hashtags, let's start building your account. I know some of you may already have social media accounts, like I said, which is great, but these are a few tips and tricks in case anyone would like to set up an account that specifically focuses on your job. And like I said, I personally have a CFISD Twitter account. That's kind of my main focus. I help run the district Instagram account, so that's my focus with Instagram. So when I'm talking about my example, I'm mainly talking about Twitter. But first things first, You got to choose your name. You got to choose your handle, which I think is one of the hardest parts. Seems pretty simple, but again, could be pretty hard. Think of choosing a name that has to do with you, your niche, however you say it, and what you teach or what your role is in your school, department, or district. Some food for thought. Do you want to use your name, like my friend Kayla did? She just did Miss Hennigan. Do you want to include your grade level? Just remember that all of those things can change. Like when I was creating my account, we actually went back and forth. Do I want CFISD Abbie or would I want Sci-Fair Abbie? And part of why we didn't go with Sci-Fair Abbie was Fair is a high school. We have Sci-Fair High School. So yes, it's also a nickname for the district. But it was just brought up that, hey, maybe we should do CFISD. Just thinking that if somebody were to come across and say Sci-Fair Abbie, would I be with the district or would they think the high school? So just, again, some food for thought. I also chose CFISD Abbie because no matter what my role is in the district, I'm still within the district. So CFISD would work. Have a good bio. Bios are where you can kind of show your personality a little bit. Also, your bio is the first thing that people see on your profile most of the time, besides your picture. Your bio should tell people what you do, where you are, maybe consider putting your campus, department, or district if you're comfortable with that. Or if you don't want to be too specific, you could just simply put the state that you're in. Don't be afraid to include some personal info. Like I said, have some fun with it. Whatever you feel comfortable sharing. On my CFISD Abbie Twitter page, I include that I love Tex-Mex because that will always be true. I'm a big, big Astros fan, and that I graduated from Cy Woods and Ole Miss because that's important to me. I love to share that information. It's your bio, make it fun and personal, whatever you're comfortable sharing. Also remember to think about the goal when it comes to your profile. This will help you decide on things that you want to post. For example, do you want to focus on classroom management post videos? Like, do you want to help other educators in that space? Do you want to share teaching, learning resources? Like, hey, I got this really good idea. I want to share it to maybe make, your life easier. Do you want to just share fun things that you're doing with your students in your classroom? Completely up to you. It could be a mix of all of that, but just kind of think about the goal. I think it'll help drive what you want to post. You don't have to do just one thing. I would encourage everyone to look at other teacher educator accounts for ideas if you are not really know where to start. But Kayla, I'm going to keep going back to her, uses the hashtag teachers of Instagram hashtag a lot because I think that's something that she's discovered that kind of connects the teacher community on Instagram. If you type that hashtag into your search bar or simply click on that hashtag, if you see it in a post, like I said before, it'll pull up all the posts that have that hashtag. So that would be a cool way to maybe connect with other educator accounts, or connect with other resources. Hashtags are fantastic. So with all that said, just really think about the goal and what exactly do you want to get out of your account. A few more things about building your account. With your account, cater to your audience and be the expert. Like I mentioned before, you're the one in your classroom. You're the one on your campus. You're the one in your district. You know what's going on. People want to know what's going on. Be the authority. If you're a teacher, your audience is most likely your parents, your fellow teachers, and your school or district community, but it could be different just depending on what your reach is. Think about your target audience and what they would want to see from your account. So, like I said, if it's your parents, what do you think your parents would want to see if they're following your account? Show off your classroom, show off your team, your department, your campus, whatever it is. Own it. Own your content. Own what you're posting. People are looking at you as the expert in your area. Always check to see if your students, this is a big one, always check to see if your students are cleared to be published. Good rule of thumb is to follow, like if you don't know, is if mom and dad can be at that event, it's usually fair game. Like if you're at a sporting event and mom and dad can be there, you don't necessarily have to check, but I would always check. You just want to be safe on that side. Be consistent when you're posting to your account. You don't want to post, the first week of school and then not post again until the holiday break. You want to be a little bit more consistent than that. If you can, I think a good rule of thumb to follow is to try to post 2 or 3 times a week, to show what's going on in your world, or even once a week. Whatever. I know how busy teachers are. My mom's a teacher. Both of my sister-in-laws are teachers. I have cousins that are teachers, friends that are teachers. I totally, totally get it. So if that's not possible, it's not set in stone. You've got to do what works for you. Um, but also be meaningful with your posts. I wouldn't just post for the sake of posting. Have a little bit more intention behind it. Um, for example, with that, I work with the Sci-Fair Instagram account, like I said, and I always think about, does my audience need and or want to see this content? Because sometimes what we may post on Twitter and Facebook may not work for our Instagram account. We know that our Instagram account is more towards students. More of our students are on Instagram, so some things that we post on Facebook, which is more geared towards our parents, may not need to be on Instagram. So if you have multiple platforms, it could work, but it could not work. Completely up to you. And then be authentic with your posts. Like I said on the previous slide, don't be afraid to make your account you. Make it personable. Put your own spin on it. That's where that personal branding comes in. Show emotion, be human. That's what connects with people. But also remember not to overshare. It is the internet, and the internet is undefeated, as we all know with the recent Coldplay concert incident. The internet is undefeated. Even if you delete something, screenshots are everywhere, and the internet keeps receipts. So just be mindful of that. With that being said, if you make a mistake, own it and just move on. But remember to be yourself. Don't be somebody that you're not. All right, be engaging. This is the fun part of social media. I feel like this is what social media was meant to be. You have to be engaging because it's why social media was invented, to connect people, share your ideas, celebrations, what you're working on. When people commented on your post, don't be afraid to engage in a respectful manner. I would absolutely love to troll some comments that I see on social media sometimes, especially on my work account, but I don't, because it's not good for anybody. But it's also not respectful. So just be engaging in a respectful manner. Engagement isn't always replying to someone in the comments or through direct messages or DMs. Engagement is also sharing posts, liking posts, tagging other accounts in your posts. That also works the other way around. Engagement also includes your account being tagged, one of your posts being liked or shared, whatever that is. Instagram has a great resource built into the app that helps you track engagement, like likes, how many times you post, your post was shared. So if you are on Instagram and you go to your post, you can click on View Insights and it'll give you all of that information. Again, this is another example from my friend Kayla about a fun post she made about wearing blue for child abuse awareness. It was a dress-up day at her campus. As you can see, her caption matched her content. She used emojis, which is always a good idea if they fit, and she used, you guessed it, hashtags. She also had people comment on her post, which you can see. I know it's kind of hard to see, but she replied to some of them, and this is all great engagement, but she even liked comments, so that's also engagement. So don't be afraid to engage back as long as it's respectful. So some real world engagement. I love this quote from Dr. Jose Martinez, who's the principal at Langham Creek High School, one of our high schools. He says, his Instagram account, he has an Instagram account that's very, very popular among his students in his community. He said, it focuses on the students celebrating their achievements. I'll hear from kids, is this going on Instagram? It speaks to the culture of a principal being part of their lives. I want Instagram to be an authentic piece with students. So that's kind of the mode that Dr. Martinez has chosen to go down. And he's built his personal brand on showcasing student achievement, like this one from graduations. Graduating seniors went back to Kayla Middle School. And they did a senior walk. So he got to go and take some pictures right before they graduated. So it's just, again, showcasing student engagement. All right, so let's talk a little bit about brand alignment. So now you have your personal brand. You've created your account, if you have, created a new account, or you have your account, we just want to align it a little bit better. So what are your campus and your district core values? We all have personal core values, and your campus and district have them too. Core values are fundamental beliefs that guide a brand's actions, decisions, and overall behavior. So think for a minute. What would you say are your campus's top 3 core values? Would it be leadership? Would it be student achievement? Would it be a safe environment? What do you think it is? And then what do you think your district core values are? Again, is it student achievement? Is it path to amazing, whatever that looks like? So you just kind of got to know what are those core values? Is one of them helping each student reach their maximum potential? Whatever those values are, work those values into what you post. Again, because it starts with you, and then you've got your campus, and then you've got your district. But the campus and the district can't happen without you. Our board recently adopted a new vision statement, which is create a thriving educational community where each student's full potential is cultivated, realized, and celebrated to ensure lifelong success. When I'm posting or whenever I'm covering an event, I always had that in the back of my mind. I also think about our marketing tagline, like I said, path to amazing, and how can I work that into my post? If I'm at the National Merit scholarship reception that we always have in February, how can I work in Path to Amazing or that vision statement, creating a thriving educational community? How can I work that into my post so that it all is connected? Each campus and district also has a personality and tone. So that's your brand identity. So if you think about your campus and your district, what would you say the tone of your campus is? The personality of your campus. Same for your district. What would you say that is? What are some personality traits you think of when you think of your campus? Is it fun, collaborative, a family atmosphere? Those can all come into play and should help influence your brand. Also think about what is the overall tone of your campus and district. What is the general character or attitude of your campus and district? Play into that as well. If your campus is really, really focused on student achievement this year and you're working on an activity that showcases that, feed into that. That's perfect. That's a great way to align your brand with your campus and district brand. Knowing your campus and district brand's identity is what I think of as the fun part of branding. Each campus has a logo and mascot, for example. Know those and how those fit into your campus. Each district has their logo, which sometimes it's your mascot, but also, sorry, I lost my train of thought. I'm so sorry. So district logos. So we have a district logo. It's some people say it looks like a graduation cap, like a student with a graduation cap. Some people think that it actually looks like a key lock, like like we're unlocking student potential. But if you're in a smaller district, sometimes every campus in that district has the same mascot. For example, Hutto, every campus is the hippos, or the Carroll ISD, each campus is the dragons. So if that's the case, keep that in mind when it comes to your brand. If you're posting about a school or district event, that's where those identities can come in. So again, know your core values and know the personality and the tone of your campus and district and how that can play into everything. A few more things about brand alignment. Okay, so know your campus and district's target audience. We talked about what your personal target audience is, but what audience is your campus trying to capture? What audience is your district trying to capture? Touched on this earlier, but wanted to revisit it because I really think it's so important. That's the whole reason you're posting. I think knowing your target audience is really the key right now, since especially in Texas, we're in a more choice environment, passage vouchers this past legislative session. If you're in CFISD, we want to showcase why parents should choose the path to amazing, which is our marketing tagline for the upcoming year. So knowing that, like I said, when I'm out and about, I want to post on my channels that message. Whatever it is, I want to tie into that message. Your target audience can change from year to year depending on what your goals are for your campus, for your classroom, for your district. One thing that has changed, at least in my position, for example, is getting more pre-K students into the district. That was something that we really pushed for before COVID. COVID happened. That obviously took a little bit of a backseat, but now we're revisiting that. So our target audience has changed a little bit. And then know your campus and district's brand positioning. Brand positioning is establishing a distinct and desirable perception of your brand in the minds of your target audience. So what is the perception? Or if my target audience is parents, what's the perception of our campus and our district with those parents? You just have to keep that in mind. But also if you're a district, you have stakeholders beyond just parents. What's their perception? That can help kind of drive what you post as well. So to wrap up, if you can determine your campus and district's core values, brand identity, who you're trying to reach, and what your campus and district's perception is, you're golden. Just keep all of those in mind. Okay, Amy, this is where we have the attendance break. Do I need to stop sharing my screen?
Hi. Yeah, you're good. I'm just going to
Okay.
share right over.
Okay.
Thanks for giving me that little break. And
Yes.
you have so many positive comments going on in the
Oh,
chat.
thank you.
People are just really excited. And then while I'm doing this too, Katie, do you want to put the questions we've had? She can put them in your
Yeah.
Zoom chat and then you
Okay.
can address those. Some of them I think
Sure.
you talked a little bit about already, but you may want to just touch base on a couple other things.
Absolutely. So one question is when trying to reach students, which platform would be best to engage students? I think from an educational standpoint, I think it would be Instagram. At least that's what we know from the district, is that Instagram is where our students are. I know I touched a little bit about it in the social media stats that YouTube and Facebook are really, really big. YouTube, especially among teens, but I know that can be a little bit of a tricky area. But also, if you're trying to engage students, that might be something that you want to ask your students is what platform are they on? Threads fall. So Threads is interesting. Threads was created as a competition to Twitter, partly because Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk don't like each other. So Mark Zuckerberg kind of got into that space. I think Threads is still finding itself. I don't think it's a bad platform. It's it's exactly like Twitter, just different, just a different name. I think that's something that's going to grow over the next few years, but it's still very new. But if that's the space that you want to create your brand in, I don't think that's a bad idea. I just think it's still very new. It's still very upcoming. So do with that what you will. Okay. Any more questions?
I think that was all of them. So
Okay.
thank you for addressing those. And
Yeah.
I will just let you go back and share and it'll
Okay.
you will be able to take over.
Okay. Wonderful. All right. We're just going to talk a little bit more. Yes. Okay. 1 second. Here we go. Here we go. Okay. We good? Yes? All right.
Yes.
Wonderful. Wonderful. All right. So I know we only have a little bit more time together, and I really, really appreciate y'all tuning in. It means a lot. So we just want to talk a little bit more about, so we have our brand. We know what, or we have our account. We're starting to build our brand. We know what our campus brand is. We know what our district brand is. So how do I post about it? So we're just going to talk a little bit about Instagram stories. Let's see. Okay, so question for you. Does anyone else go through Instagram stories more than they scroll their actual feed? I know I do. Like the first thing I go to when I go to Instagram is I go to stories or I go to reels. I don't necessarily go through my posts or your timeline. stories have just kind of become the thing on Instagram. And if you don't know what stories are visible for 24 hours. So if you were to, post something on stories, it's only up for 24 hours. You can add individual stories to different highlights. So if you were to add a story and you want it to be visible for longer, you can add it to a highlight and you create those highlights. This is just a screenshot of the district's Instagram page. We are actually currently working on revamping our highlights for the upcoming 25-26 school year. And you can actually create covers for your Instagram stories. So if that's something that you want to, if you want your profile to look aesthetically pleasing, you can create those. Canva's a great resource for that. But these are our current highlights on the CFISD Instagram page. So if you were to go to the page and click on the class of 2025 highlight, that's every story we posted throughout the 2025 graduation season. Includes graduation walks, includes pictures and videos from each graduation ceremony, maybe a few other things that happened relating to graduation. So we posted them to our stories and we saved them to the highlights. Those will be up until we start the class of 2026 graduation season. So if you want to go back and relive graduation, it's all right there. We also have a superintendent fun run highlight. That's a huge event for our district and our community. It's a big community event that raises money for scholarships through the Sci-Fair Educational Foundation. So everything we posted on Instagram, on our stories that related to the superintendent's fun run, it's saved in that highlight. When you also make a post on Instagram, you can share that post on your story for more views and engagement. I've noticed that when I share a post to our story, it gets way more views than it does if we don't. And why is that? Because people look at their stories more than they look at their actual posts. And plus, Instagram changed their algorithm a few years ago. Everything used to be in chronological order. Whoever you were following, it was in chronological timeline order. It's not like that anymore. I'll be on my personal Instagram page. I'll be going through my feed. I won't see a post for a week. I had a friend who recently just had a baby. I saw her post on Facebook, but I didn't see her Instagram post until a week later because of the algorithm and the engagement it got. So if you want to be a little bit more up to date or you want people to kind of know a little bit more in real time, I would suggest sharing your posts to your stories. It's just going to get way more views and engagement. And stories are also a quick way or a great way to share quick updates if you don't want to make an actual post. Because if you're on Instagram, if that's your mode, if that's your chosen platform, you don't have to make everything an actual post. You can just share it on stories. Completely up to you. So a little bit more about stories. When posting stories, you can use story stickers, which can be found by clicking the icon that looks like a post with a note, like that, the one that's highlighted right there with a smiley face on it. Stickers consist of cartoons, GIFs, different things like question boxes, location, stickers, adding music, quizzes, whatever you want to do. You can even add text to your story to give context if needed. Stickers and text make your stories more engaging and interactive. I created an example of an interactive story, as you can see on the far right screenshot. I used the question sticker and wanted to know what everyone's favorite Sonic drink was. If you saw this story, you'd be able to type in that answer, and I'd be able to see your response, and I could even share your response if I wanted to. With stories, like I said, Canva is a great platform if you're wanting your content to align with your brands. Like if your school's colors are red and blue and you want to make your post red and blue or your story background red and blue, Canva is a great resource, but Pinterest is also a great resource to find backgrounds, things like that. And I feel like Instagram, a lot of people are on this, so this shouldn't be like a ton of new information. But there is, I feel like, a lot to kind of go through when it comes to, there's so many things you can do with stories. So I would just play around with it and find what best works for you and your personal brand and how that ties into your campus and district. So let's talk about Reels for a little bit. Reels can easily be found under the Reels tab on any Instagram profile, in addition to being posted in your actual normal grid. But if you were to go to a profile and you only wanted to see their videos, you can easily just go to their Reels, which is highlighted right here. By that, kind of looks like what do you call it? Like the little action board with the play. the play button. So that's where you can find all your reels. Reels are short form videos that can be up to 90-second long if you create them in the app. Our video production team does a wonderful, wonderful job of creating videos for the district, and they have videos that are well beyond a minute and a half sometimes. So they create those out of Instagram. We post them to Instagram. That's not a problem. The 90-second part is when it comes to if you're actually creating it in Instagram. Reels and TikTok videos are very similar. TikTok videos can be posted on Instagram as reels. Actually, a lot of people do that on their personal accounts. Reels get tons of engagement, especially if they go viral. Remember, reels account for 30% of all time spent on Instagram. Videos, it's 2025. I feel like videos are just kind of what drives social media, what drives our world. So if you can, videos are a great way to share what's going on. Editing apps, CapCut, InShot, and Splice are good ones that you can download on your phone if you'd like to do that. But also, if you're more of an Adobe person, video is Adobe Premiere Pro, which is a fantastic platform, but it can be a little bit complicated if you're not familiar with it. But Reels are a fantastic way to show what's going on in your classroom, on your campus, and in your district. So just a little bit more about Reels, and then we'll move on. This is about engagement. This is one of our graduation recap videos we did for the Langham Creek High School class of 2025. We posted it as a reel, so our video team captured video of the graduation ceremony and then compiled it into a recap video. So we not only made that video a post on our grid, on our main platform, but then I went back and shared it on our Instagram story, as you can see on the left. And I used relevant hashtags. Our hashtags are class of 2025 and Langham grad for that specific, each campus had a specific graduation hashtag, and Langham's was Langham grad. I even used the Langham Creek mascot GIF. If you're on Instagram, all of our high schools have their individual GIFs. It's either their logo or some kind of other thing associated with their school. And then out on the right, you can see this is the engagement on the video as of July 17th. It's been viewed more than 36,000 times. It has a little bit more than 900 likes, 107 shares, and 25 saves. This was one of our more popular videos from the class of 2025 series that our video team produced. Everyone loves seeing themselves, especially in video. Loves it, loves it, loves it. So that's a great way to post about what's going on. Okay. But this is, so if you were to go to the post, all you'd have to do is click View Insights, and it would pull up the screenshot that's right in the middle. All right, so a little bit about Twitter. Like I've mentioned throughout this entire presentation, Twitter is my chosen media platform. It's just where I've kind of built the most following. And I feel like it's just where I reach the largest number of people for my specific job and my specific audience. And I'm just going to call it Twitter because that's just what I know it as. So Twitter it is. Twitter is pretty simple to use once you get the hang of it if you're not familiar with it. But here are just some tips and tricks. Be sure that when you're crafting tweets, posts, they're called posts now, but tweets, interchangeable. Make sure they're informative. Make sure what you're posting is useful while also entertaining. Twitter does have a character limit of 240 characters, so you do have to be concise with what you're posting. If you can, make sure to use photos, GIFs, videos to make your tweets more interactive. Use relevant hashtags to increase discoverability and join conversations like we've talked about. Make sure you tag any and all relevant accounts to whatever you're posting. And don't be afraid to thread your tweets. And I know Threads is a different app, and I feel like that's where kind of Mark Zuckerberg took from Twitter a little bit. But threading all your posts, all your tweets about a certain topic, it just links it all together, and you can tell that posts are threaded together. On the screenshot that I have from my Twitter account, the line in between my two profile pictures, that means that those posts are threaded together. So for example, this was our first annual CFISD football media day that we had on July 15th at the VPAC. I took pictures of all 12 teams throughout the day. I did 3 posts with highlighting 4 teams because I didn't want to do 12 individual posts. I thought that was too much when it was all pretty much the same thing happening. So I did my first post. As you can see, I used relevant hashtags. I tagged all the relevant football accounts. I tagged the VPAC because that's where they were hosting the event. But then under the pictures right here, if you see where it says CFISD Athletics and 6 others, that's where you can tag other accounts if you run out of character limits. So I tagged the main accounts in my actual post, but then I wanted to tag the athletics account. I wanted to tag our associate athletic directors because I know that they were sharing information about the media day as well. I already tagged the district, so I can't. I'm trying to. Oh, and I tagged the high school, so I tagged Cy Ranch, Cy Park, Cy Creek, and Bridgeland in this initial post. I obviously didn't have room in my actual post to tag those accounts, but that's the cool thing about Twitter. They added a few years ago was you can tag accounts in those pictures, and you can tag up to 10 additional accounts, which is nice because if I want things to be reshared, like you can see right here, this post was reshared 15 times. I want to tag those relevant accounts. It has to do with those specific campuses, has to do with athletics, has to do with those football accounts. So I want to tag everybody as much as I can. And then I did the same thing, on the second post with our next 4 teams, switched up the content a little bit, like with what I was saying in the caption, but I did all the same things. Tagged the district, tagged the relevant football accounts, tagged CFIC athletics, things like that. So don't be afraid of threading your tweets if you have more than one tweet about the same topic, because then it'll just be all right there together. Okay, and then just some final branding reminders for you all. Use hashtags that are relevant to what you're posting, but also fits in with your school and district. Know core values, brand identity, target audience, and brand positioning. I feel like the biggest takeaway, if you take away one thing from this presentation, is if you have a social media account that you're using to show off what's going on, know your audience. Because I think that'll really drive what you post. Showcase your student work. I think that's always a great thing to post. That's what people want to see. Post updates, capture memories, utilize of specific apps, features to post engaging content, and interact with fellow teachers, parents, friends, stakeholders, community members, whoever it is. Don't be afraid of doing all of that. Thank you guys so much for tuning in this morning. I greatly appreciate it. I hope you guys got at least something out of this. I apologize for saying so many times. I did recognize that. I will work on that. If you'd like to see, I just did it again. If you'd like to reach out to me, my email's right here. At CFIC Abbie is my Twitter account. At SciFair ISD is Twitter and Instagram. And then this is actually the link to my presentation if you'd like to go back and look at anything. So thank you guys so much. I greatly appreciate you being here this morning.
Hey, Abbie, thank you
Yes.
so much. That was
Yes.
fabulous. There's so many people in the chat saying, I really want to start my brand now. I want to start my Instagram account. And just all the conversation is related to everything that you were sharing and how they could apply it. So
Good. I'm glad.
Kudos. And we love all the information. I was taking my own notes. We did have a few other questions. I don't know if you want to take just a minute, if you look
Absolutely.
in the Zoom chat, if you have
Yes.
that open. One of them is, are you using Blue Sky?
I honestly do not know what Blue Sky is, but now I'm intrigued, so I will look into it, but I don't know what Blue Sky is. That's actually the first that I'm hearing about that. Can you make another's account story a highlight? Depends on so another account story, you have to share it to your story and then you can highlight it. You can only highlight what's shared on your story. And sometimes you can't necessarily share a story unless you're tagged in that story. So it just depends. Does that make sense? So if I were to share a story on the SciFair Instagram account and and you're running the Goodson Middle School account, I'd have to tag Goodson in order for you to share that story on your story, and then you could highlight it. Does that make sense? So it's a little tricky with that. Um, No, middle school and elementary schools do not have the GIFs on Instagram, but that is actually an idea that I can bring back to our graphic designers and see if that's something that we can work on. I do know a lot of elementary schools have uh, redone their logos in the past few years. Like they've updated them. But that's definitely an idea I can bring back to our team. And yes, the link is asking for access to Google Slides. I apologize. I thought I took care of that yesterday, so I will update that and that shouldn't be an issue. But yes, I will update that. Are there any
Okay.
more questions?
No, that's
No?
it. Thank you
Okay.
so much for all the information and all the great work that you do out there. I know you travel the district and all your beautiful pictures that you have out there of all of the events are amazing, and handling all the social media posts. You're amazing, Abbie. We really appreciate you and all that you
Yeah.
do and all the
Yes.
information you provided. So
Yes.
thank
Thank
you
you.
so much.
Thank you. And these are actually a few pictures from the year on this slide. So as you can see, wide variety of things, soccer games, spelling bees, um, graduations, all the fun things. So it's an honor and a privilege to capture those memories for everybody.
Absolutely. You get to do the fun stuff.
Yes, yes, I do. Well, thank you guys so much. I appreciate
Okay.
it.
Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you. Y'all too.
Mhm. Okay, so those of you here in room one with us, I introduced myself at the beginning and kind of forgot to introduce myself again because we have new people each time. But I'm Amy Kiner. I'm one of the instructional technology specialists here in Cy-Fair ISD. And I have Katie Ayers with me from Hoover, who is doing such a fabulous job behind the scenes, keeping track, helping with the chat, and there's a lot of other logistical things happening. And we couldn't do it without our CFISD village to keep this running smoothly. And so we're so glad you all are joining us. And our next session is going to start at 11, which is just in a few minutes, but we are going to take a short break and I'll put on the commercial. And remember to keep track of your codes, and you're going to submit those at the end of the day. And our next session at 11 is going to be with Dr. Monica Burns, and her session is 22 silly yet strategic ways to use emojis. So I can't wait to see what she's going to share. It's going to be fabulous. So hang tight and we'll be back at 11.
Site has all the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write down the code and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the attendance codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance forms will open at 3 p.m. and you have until 11:59 p.m. each day to submit your codes for credit.
Did you know about the pen tool in Google Slides? When you are in slideshow mode, in the bottom left corner where you normally switch between your slides, there's also 3 little dots that you can click on to open another menu. Inside of that menu, you can click to turn on the pen. The pen tool allows you to annotate on top of the current slide that you are working on. The really neat thing is when you go to the next slide, the annotations don't follow. You can work independently in all the different slides, and those annotations will only stay on that particular slide.
The EdTech team would like to thank our partners. Due to their generosity, we will be able to provide some amazing prizes. Campuses at each level will be able to choose a prize package that best meets their needs. These prize packages will include student and teacher technology such as wireless keyboards, headphones, charging towers, and many different types of robotics. Don't forget to submit your attendance at the end of each day. Also, fill out your feedback form for one of these fantastic packages.
Do you find that you're always searching for the same apps in ClassLink? You can favorite those apps for quick and easy access. Simply locate the app, right-click, and choose Add to Favorites. You'll see the app you added here at the bottom of the screen. If your app is in a folder, you can quickly search in the search bar, click on the folder, and then right-click the app and Add to Favorites.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference.
Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities.
In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge.
Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference.
There is truly something for everyone.
Hi everyone, let's learn a quick tech tip on how to clear our cookies and cache. The reason why you might want to clear your cookies and cache is to fix glitches, update content, privacy protection, and overall improve the performance of your laptop or your Chromebook. Let's get started. You simply click your Control key plus your Shift key plus your Delete key, and up will pop the Delete Browsing Data dialog box. Simply go down and click Delete Data. Again, you just click Control key plus your Shift key plus your Delete key to clear the cookies and cache.
Our website has all the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write down the code and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the attendance codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance forms will open at 3 p.m. and you have until 11:59 p.m. each day to submit your codes for credit.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. We're here for our 11 o'clock session with Dr. Monica Burns, and she is with Class Tech Tips, and she is a published author for ASCD and ISD. And her session today is 22 silly yet strategic ways to use emojis. So welcome, Dr. Burns.
Thank you so much for having me. Excited to be back with you all this year.
Yes, absolutely. Well, I'm going to let you take it away.
All right. Well, today we are going to jump into 22. I've got a couple extra silly yet strategic ways to use emojis. Now, I'm going to share a couple dozen favorite tips and strategies with you. But if we haven't met just yet, it's great to connect with you today. My name is Monica Burns. I'm an ed tech and curriculum consultant, a former New York City public school teacher, and I share oodles of resources on my blog, on my podcast, and some print publications too. So even if you're poking around the blog, classtechtips.com, there's a search bar. You could type in emojis or formative assessment or creativity in the classroom or another favorite tool or strategy, and you'll find lots of extras in there that build upon what we are going to look at together today. So, as I mentioned, I started my teaching career in New York City as an elementary school teacher, and I have to say that I was a little late to the party when it comes to using emoji. Would cringe a little bit if I got too many in a text message. I was not someone who was sending out emojis or using them in any of my correspondence too frequently. But that has changed significantly in the past few years. I don't know what exactly happened, but as I made that shift to using more emojis and really appreciating the visual cues and what emojis have to offer, I there's been no turning back for me. Let's just say it like that. So I'd love to hear from you this morning, whether you're in the chat right now, right? If you want to jump in and just share, were you late to the emoji party? Have you been using emojis since the beginning? You can let us know in the chat, kind of where you stand, or maybe you're just looking for some new ideas today, right? Because you're not sure if emojis are for you. Well, we'll start off with a quick 101 of what exactly is an emoji. And this is one of my most used emojis, that shrug emoji, if you will. Well, an emoji, if we go straight to the dictionary definition, straight from Merriam-Webster, right, are small images, symbols, or icons used in text fields in electronic communication. So if you are using emojis, you're essentially picking and choosing small images or symbols or icons, and you're popping them into a space that usually is just for text. So maybe you're adding it onto a sentence, or you're adding it into a phrase, or maybe you're using it in electronic communication, like our text messages, our emails, our slide decks, our comments, like I see some of you here, right, as a way to communicate some ideas. And I see already in the chat, some of you said, my kids think I use them too much, right? I was late to emojis too, right? So we're in all different places, and I'm right there with you. So, an emoji can express the emotional attitude of the writer. So, the same way a few of you, even in the chat right now, put an LOL, right? Because you're kind of saying something lighthearted. You might pop an emoji into a message to convey some type of emotion. Maybe it's that shrug if you're unsure. Maybe it's a laughing emoji because you are thinking something's a little funny, or you want to make it a little more lighthearted. An emoji can also convey information succinctly. If someone says, "What do you want to do for dinner tonight?" you might respond with a taco or a pizza or a hamburger, right? So it's just a quick way to express or convey information. And you might find that this happens in your daily personal communication or in some of the ways that you share with students. And an emoji, as we expand onto this definition, right, can communicate a message playfully, maybe without even using words, right? So it's a way for you to bring your ideas to another person, someone who's going to consume that content for you, right? And is going to then see what it is that you've said based on that emoji. So I travel around to do a lot of professional development and work with school, even though I'm here at home this week. Now, if someone, right, I'm talking to, right, I want to let them know that my plane landed safely, I might just pop that emoji right in that message to let my family know that I arrived safely someplace. So there's plenty of different ways that we communicate with emojis. And in the chat right now, would love for you to share. Maybe it's easy for you to pop in or you just write the word of the emoji. What are your go-to emojis? Are you always popping in that shrug emoji like I am? Are you putting in a couple hearts? Do you always use one color heart or one type of smiley face? Let us know what in the chat what your top three emojis are. Maybe you even look at the keyboard on your phone, like I did here, just to double check and see what kind of emojis am I sending? A burrito emoji, an upside down smile emoji, a talking emoji, a celebration emoji, right? Plenty of emojis that you might share. I see you all jumping into the chat right there, sharing a couple of your go-to emojis that are in your regular communication. Now, a few years ago, I had a guest post for Edutopia. I share on their site every once in a while, where I talked about some ways to use emojis in teaching. I've even done a couple episodes of my Easy Ed Tech podcast about this too, because it's a topic that I think is a little underrated, right? We can use emojis to do lots of different things, and I see all sorts of emojis coming through in the chat, so that's fantastic. If you are wondering where to find emojis, well, many of you found some already, maybe on the keyboard of your device. But today, as we get into our list of over 20 ways to use them in a classroom environment, there are a few spots you might go to. Now, this is not a comprehensive list. I've got a blog post on my site where I go through about a half dozen, almost a dozen different ones, but I wanted to shout out some ones that I know are friendly in the district and that you might want to take a look at. One is Emojipedia. Now, this is a site that has ads on it, which I don't love, but if you're using it just for you as opposed for student uses, it should be quite all right. You type in at the very top what you're looking for, your keyword search, and then it will pop out for you some examples where you can do an easy copy and paste. I'll show you a few examples of this as we move through. Emoji Kitchen is another one that's lots of fun. With this one, you can put two emojis together to create your own. And you can even use chatbots. Now, chatbots like ChatGPT, the chatbot built into Magic School, as well as Gemini are three great examples in the district. These are ones that are open for teachers to use in case you want to play around as well. And here you can see on my screen, I did just a little screencast for you so I could talk over it at the same time. Here, as we look at ChatGPT, I can say, make a list of something, or take my list of vocab words and add an emoji next to each one. Now, this might seem a little silly, like, couldn't I just go to Emojipedia, right, and pick out all the ones? Well, you could, but it might just not be the best use of your time. And this is a nice, quick way to go about it. Now, you could do this again with those other chatbots I mentioned, and you'll find emojis built into other popular tools too, whether it's Google Drive, Google Keep, Google Slides, your Outlook calendar, plenty of places. And I'll mention a few as we go through with some examples connected back to the classroom. This is just a quick support page from Google Docs that tells you a little bit about how you can access emojis right within inside Docs if that's a popular space for you. So you can see here, right, I can either go into the document and press on the colon or that dot dot button, and then it will allow me to search for emojis based on keywords. Super smooth workflow if you are already in Google Docs. You could also go to that insert button right at the top, and that will allow you to pick or choose an emoji. Now, let's get into our list of 22 plus. At the end of today, I'm going to give you a link to a document that has all of these laid out for you, but you're welcome to take a screenshot as you're watching, to type in, right, your notes, something that jumped out at you. No wrong way to consume and interact with this content. And of course, if you've tried one of these strategies or you have a great story to share, pop it into the chat. I still see so many emojis coming through. And I even just saw Molly share an example from their classroom, right, of what they've done before. So that's a great spot to do that also. So let's jump into our list here. The first one are social media inspired activities. Now, I would imagine you do not have your students, right, posting on an Instagram or different platform, social media platform, but you might use that type of posting, that short form posting, as a way to inspire students to share their learning. And they can do that with emojis. Here's some example from an ebook I put together for the folks at Book Creator, where I gave a few different tweets that might have come right from a historical figure. So students might do research on someone in history, think about what was going on in their lives during a special moment, and then write some short posts. It doesn't have to be from one platform or another. These are just some short ones. You can ask them to add in emojis that connect back to that topic. Maybe you give them some limitations, like just 2 emojis. And what's great about that is it makes them really do a laser focus on what's going to be the best choice. You might also ask them to use emojis to share your feelings. Now, I mentioned Emojipedia before as a great resource for finding emojis. Of course, you might be in a Google Doc, right, to find emojis too. But you could also make your own cheat sheet by going to a resource like one of these online spaces, type in some keywords, and maybe find 4 or 5 emojis that students can easily access to help them share their feelings. If you're working in maybe a K1 classroom, you might print these out, laminate them, right, and have kids with the dry erase marker mark off, right, how they're feeling or circle how they're feeling. Or you might have students in a digital space copy and paste from your list in order to share their feelings. You could also have students rate an experience. So if they have participated in a field trip or listened to a read aloud, or they have spent time in a literature circle or novel study, you might have them choose one type of emoji, like a star or a fire or a rocket, and decide out of 5 or out of 10 how they might rate that experience. Wonderful for you for some fact finding, of course, but then also for kids to be reflective of what they've done before too. Now, if you are using a space to organize your own resources, whether it is just for you or it's a resource that's collaborative, you might decide to label folders with emojis. I love this because it's a quick visual cue in my own organizational system to say this goes to this, right? And then I can make sure that without even reading, like it's just muscle memory, right? That I see that visual cue and I know that that thing connects back to what I'm looking for. So for example, I might decide to put an emoji at the title of folders. So just like you might color code folders, which is another great strategy, here I might put in an emoji. I might choose one emoji that represents my whole unit of study. The one on oceans, the one on plants, the one on solar systems. And sure, there's probably 4 or 5 emojis I can think of just off the top of my head that would work for oceans, for example. But in this case, right, I might choose one and stick with it for all my resources for Unit 1. So this might be useful just for you. It may be useful if you're sharing with students or with colleagues too. So another activity you might do with students in mind is to retell a story with emojis. Now, this is great if you're practicing sequencing, if you want kids to focus in on just setting or just events or characters. And what I like about this is that, sure, there's emojis. It's a little silly, right? And plenty of fun. But it also requires students to be very mindful of working within constraints, right? There's not an emoji for everything. They might not be able to find the perfect one that they're looking for, but you can guide them through the process. So if you don't want students to touch emojis or search for them or add to them for some reason, right, you might simply show an outline like this one and say, we're going to retell a story together, and point to the house here or another placeholder that would describe setting, the one that describes characters, and then 4 events like a first, then, next, finally. And I always love that bow, right? We're going to just tie a bow and conclude that story. So you might have students and partners use this as a visual to retell a story that they've just read, or you might have them choose one emoji to substitute in each of these places, right? Depending on what you're doing and how you're interacting with kids for a story. This is another quick screenshot from that book creator book I mentioned with emojis I picked out to describe the tortoise and the hare, right? So here's my tortoise and hare or bunny rabbit emoji, that emoji that shows the race, then one with a little fudging there, right, for my sleeping rabbit, and then 2 emojis combined with the trophy and the tortoise or turtle, and then 2 emojis combined with the medal and the flag to show the winner of the race. If you've done something like this before, or if a short story comes to mind that you think would work well with this idea of retelling a story, drop it into the chat for us. Let us see it there. Would love to hear your ideas or what you're thinking might be a good fit for that. So I've got a couple more ideas to share with you quick, and then we're going to do an activity together. So next up is to break down a process. You could do this simply by leaning into the number emojis, like a 1, 2, 3, 4, and have students break down a process into steps this way. They might find a corresponding emoji or just choose 4 emojis to break down a step-by-step process. This will give you some info so you can figure out exactly where they're at in terms of their thought process. And it can also act as a great study or review material and a good spin for secondary students too, right? If they are looking for a new way to remember something. You could also use emojis as instant clip art. I was at a conference maybe 2 or 3 years ago, and I was on the expo hall floor and I was looking at these wild, like 4K interactive panels that were just so high quality. And we pulled up a deck, just like this one, a slide deck, where I had a couple emojis, and I couldn't believe how great the quality was of these emojis, even at such a high resolution. So you might use an emoji like an instant clip art, even if you're expanding it to be pretty big. So you might, for example, go to a spot like Emojipedia and type in school and find some great pieces of clip art to add to a slide deck there. Now you might also go to this spot to find some visual cues to support vocabulary instruction. This is a great one if you're looking to represent a new vocabulary word. Maybe it's not perfect or exactly what you're looking for, but it could be a great way for you to represent a big category like animals, or even a word that has multiple meanings, or a word that could be interpreted in a few different ways. This might be a way to spark conversation with students, like saying, why do you think both ladder and footprints and even a motor scooter came up when I searched for step? How do these relate to this keyword? Or did this tool make a big mistake, right? That would be a great way to spark a conversation that makes them think deeply about vocabulary words. Now, if you are having students submit work for you and you have a great feedback routine, you might also decide to add in some emojis to represent the common categories of feedback. You don't want to go too crazy here and use 15 different emojis, but if you are going to use emojis to represent, like, this is something you might want to rewrite. This is something that you might want to do a bit more research on. This part was a little confusing. You might want to take a second look, right? You might have your 4 or 5 emojis that you start the school year with when you are giving feedback to writers or to students who are submitting work in different ways. Now I've got 2 more activities for you, or I should say 3 more quick activities for you to share, and then one I'm hoping you'll participate in with me. So the first one is to use emojis within infographics. This is a great opportunity to have kids represent data or info, like you see here with my shark infographic here, with my did you knows. I've got 3 examples and 1 emoji that goes along with each of them. You can also use emojis to help students create patterns, great quick visuals for them. So for example, an AAB pattern or AB pattern, you might change it up with students and have them use emojis. If they're in a digital space, they can pop these emojis in themselves, or you might find some emojis, print them out, and have kids move them around into different patterns. Now, before we jump into an activity I'm hoping you'll participate in with me, you can also have students organize word problems with emojis. So another math-ish example, just like our creating patterns, you might have students use an emoji with that 1, 2, 3 to show the steps of something, show the options for how to solve something if they have multiple algorithms they can choose from, or even use emojis to represent story problems. So plenty of ways to go about this. Now, what I'm hoping we'll do together is one of my favorite activities, and it's a personal top 3. Now, many of you already jumped into the chat and you shared with me a few emojis that were like your most frequent or your top emojis. Now, this one will take a little bit of a spin on for this activity, and I'd love for you to share emojis that tell a little bit about you or describe you. This is perfect for the beginning of the school year for an all about me style activity. So in a moment, I'm going to give you a few links to try this out yourself, but I want to show you behind the scenes first. I'm going to just move a couple of my screens here before I go for a nice big share. And here we are. So I've here in one of 4 slide decks I've made for you. We've got a big group today, so bear with us if these are being a little slow. I think it'll be fine for us, but you'll notice when I give you these links or you see them in the chat that this is going to be 4 of them. One if your birthday falls in January to March. The other if your birthday falls in April to June. I've got a few of them here for you, July to September. And then I've got that share link for you if you're an October to December birthday. So here's the links here if you want to type them in or try them out. And so once you jump into these places, you'll want to scroll down, choose any slide. Since we're a nice big group, I would recommend scrolling and choosing like a number towards the bottom here, or going down into grid view and choosing one that nobody's popped into just yet. And you can see my example where I put in 3 emojis that represent me. I love to write and to blog. I love a good slice of pizza. And although I don't live in New York City anymore, I taught there and lived there for almost a decade, and loved my time there. And then I left a space where you can share your reasons for choosing these emojis. So you should see in the chat the links for these. So if you're a January, March person, you'll jump into this first link. If you are a March, or let's say, yeah, April to June, you'll see it here in the second one. And you can just pop in maybe one, maybe two, maybe three emojis. And I know we're a nice big group, so it might get a little busy in here. If you'd rather stick to the chat, you're welcome to do that instead. You can always just put the three emojis that would fit into an all about me category in there. I'm going to put just a few minutes here on the clock so you can try it out as I poke around and see what you've shared. Awesome. Great ideas here in the chat. Love these emojis that you've shared. I'm going to pop into grid view for a few of these. Remember, you might want to scroll down and choose one towards the bottom. I love grid view as a quick way to just see where everyone's at. Don't overthink it too much, right? You can share three, maybe two, maybe a few more emojis, whatever feels good for you today. And of course, if you'd rather just share in the chat, you are welcome to do that too. These look fantastic. Take another 90 seconds or so to share. If you like this sort of activity, you could always go to the file button and you could make a copy of this, right? If you wanted to, or of course, take a screenshot and create your own. These look great. Love seeing all these responses. So fun. And of course, yep, I see plenty in that live chat there I've got on the side of my screen. This looks perfect. All right, we are just down to our last moment or two. I'll go ahead and close out our timer, and I'll keep these open for us, but I'm just going to go ahead and share the slide deck so it's a little more crisp and clean as we get to our last few activity ideas and share these extra resources with you. So I mentioned feedback before. You might also decide to use emojis alongside peer feedback. You can see here that I have a Google Doc. It's a quick little piece of writing about vermicomposting. And when students highlight a word or tap on a word, they'll have the option to leave a comment or even an emoji reaction. When they do tap on emoji reaction, like you see there, they'll see all emojis pop up. And I love that there's a search bar at the top so a student can type in the emoji that they're looking for and find it right there. So perfect way to make that happen. You might also use emojis and add them to flashcards as a nice, quick visual cue. This is a great way to help reinforce a big idea. You might talk to students about phases of the moon, which there's an emoji for different phases of the moon, and have this quick clip art, like we might have called it in the past, to add to a vocab word. You can also add emojis to class announcements. Now, what I've shared here on the next slide is with a chatbot connection. Say you've already written out your class announcement, you're about to hit send or submit or upload or whatever the button might say, and you want to have some visual cues to help make sure students don't miss anything. You can pop your message as long as there's nothing private or personal in there, right? No sensitive info, but you can pop it into a space like ChatGPT and ask it to add emojis. So here I said, add emojis to my class announcement. And then I popped in this reminder that I was going to send to a group. And it added in emojis, everything from a sandwich emoji to a lion and elephant emoji. Now, I kept it pretty simple when I asked for it to do this, right? I just said add emojis. I didn't say how many or how I wanted it structured or anything like that, right? So I was pretty low key with what I was asking for, but you could get very specific if you wanted to also. So this is with ChatGPT. You can do this with the free version. You can do this without even logging in to ChatGPT. If you wanted to do this with Gemini, I'll show you what this looks like on my screen right here. I've got it queued up and ready for us. So same prompt as before. This is the same one that I did in ChatGPT. And I pop into Gemini down at the bottom. I'm going to paste it in. And remember, I said I kept it pretty simple, like add emojis to my class announcement. I again could say add 2 emojis to each line of my class announcement and then hit submit. So you're in the driver's seat when you're using these types of tools. And here it even gave me a few options, which I didn't ask for, but looks pretty good. Now, in my mind, I was thinking that I really want these emojis to be like bullets, like at the front. So I could even say something like, put the emojis at the front of each line, and it will revise it for me based on my instructions. So this might be a better use of my time than jumping over to emojipedia.com. Here, when I say put 2 emojis at the front of each line, I might even just choose one or another, right? Totally up to you. If you've used Gemini before, you might already know that I can hit the share button, export this to docs, and it will open up into a document for me in a brand new window, emojis and all, making it easy to copy and paste or maybe send out directly to a group, depending on how I'm using this particular tool. So we'll pop back over here to the slide deck, but that's just an example inside of Gemini. Would love to hear from you in the chat. Have you used a chatbot like ChatGPT or Gemini to find emojis before? Let me know in the chat there if that's something that you've done. Would love to hear from you about it. Now, you could also give kids emojis, just like the feelings tip from earlier, and ask them to add it to an exit ticket. You can keep it simple with just a green or a yellow or a red emoji. This would be a way for them to share, I feel great about this, I'm not feeling so good about this topic, or I need a little bit of help, without having to write out, yes, I need some help, or something that they might be hesitant to do. Now, if you are looking to use emojis to stay a bit organized, right, you might decide that you are going to use emojis on your calendar. You can pop it right into Outlook. Say you have a meeting with your team about sustainability, right, or a new initiative you're a part of. You can add, like I did here, that little globe emoji. Not only is this great for you, but this might be something that is useful for whoever your inviting to your meeting to be like, oh yeah, this is that thing. Monica was talking about it, right? I see the globe. This must be, right, what that is that she was talking about. So yeah, I see some of you in the chat here saying how you have used chatbots with emojis, you haven't used them with emojis. I saw a question come in about ChatGPT also sharing to a document. Typically, right, Gemini is going to be your smoothest workflow to opening into Google Docs. You might use ChatGPT in like a plus version or with some add-ons, right, or something that's a workaround, but always you could do a copy and then a paste into a document and your emojis will stay intact. So in addition to a calendar, right, you could also use emojis alongside your to-do list. Google Keep might be your place to go. Maybe you're going to a conference and you want to add in some emojis, right, on your packing list. Maybe you have a to-do list you're sharing with a group of students who are helping out, right, with a project. Another great option there too. Now, before I give us our attendance code and some bonus tips for today, I've got, I think, 3 more to share with you here, or 4 more to share with you here if I'm doing my quick counting correctly. Next up is using emojis for polls. Of course, you could add a poll to a presentation and just get like a yes or a no or 1, 2, 3, 4, but you might also want students to respond to a poll and have a visual that goes alongside of it. So imagine you're asking students to share what's your favorite season, and maybe you let them choose an emoji. They do a search for an emoji like sunny for summertime, or you give them 4 emojis, one for each season, and they choose the one that represents how they feel. You could also use visuals for transitions. Maybe you have an emoji that you pop up on a big board that just shows people, shows your students we're going to lunch, we're going to art class, or we only have 5 minutes left before the bell rings. You could stick with those green, yellow, and red emojis I shared before. Or you might have one that represents a specific activity, like an art class, like a science elective, or whatever you're, feel like you're going with another group. If you're doing any type of logs or having kids input info, you might also decide that you want them to add emojis in a column, especially if they're in a digital space where they can either circle one, right? Or they can add one, or you might put in 3 or 4 emojis into a column in a digital space, have them delete the others and leave the one that represents where they're at. Or if you're printing it out, you might have them circle the one. So here you can see me inside of Gemini. I was just there live for you, but I asked for it to create a table for a reading log for 4th grade students and include a column for them to add an emoji to share how they felt about what they were reading. And so here you see Gemini it did that just for me, right? I might make a couple changes to this, but I could open this up in Docs and be ready to go with this activity. So plenty of options here. We've looked at a handful already. I think we made it to 22, but I've got 2 more for you. And I have a resource link that's going to take you out to everything we talked about today and plenty of freebies from my website right at the top. So before we do that though, I want to let you know that the attendance code is coming soon. So I want to make sure I give that shout out that it's coming soon here. As we hit this 22 a mark, I'm going to take a peek at some questions at the same time, and then we'll jump back over and give you those 2 bonus tips and the resource link for today. Let's see here.
Okay, Monica.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you're ready for me to show the code, right?
Yeah, you can show the code and then I'll grab the screen right back from you for those 2 bonus tips to finish us out.
Okay, perfect. So you should be seeing our code for the 11 a.m. session. and that is 404-404. They're all numbers, 404. And you'll need to enter that into the form at the end of the day. So jot down the code and keep it someplace where you'll remember where they are, so you can put them in the form at the end of the day. And so, Monica, there's lots of great ideas. So many people are jumping into the chat and sharing that they're ready to use ideas you've already, that right away they have ideas, and some of people shared their own ideas as well in ways that they've used emoji. So you've really sparked conversation.
It's so exciting to see all of these responses that have come through already. I've been scrolling up and down here. I've got those 2 bonus tips for everyone to get us actually to 24 today, and the resource link whenever you're ready. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna, you can go ahead and start sharing, and
Okay.
you'll share right over the code, and then you can take it away to close out.
All right, perfect. So I think I got the screen back there now. And yeah, feel free in the chat if you've got an idea that came through, if there's something that you know you're going to try out after today, jump into the chat. And I'm going to keep my eyes there for questions also. So, our last 2 bonus tips, one has to do with attendance, and that's an attendance check in. You might use emojis to have students check in for the day in a fun and engaging way that also helps connect to something you're teaching that day. So, for example, maybe you're about to kick off a unit on fruits and vegetables. You head to emojipedia.com and you search for fruit, and you get a whole list of fruits, and you give kids the option to choose one of maybe 5 fruits, and they can pop that emoji right into your attendance check-in. That means maybe you printed them out and they're moving them over into that section. Maybe there's an interactive board and they're just doing a duplicate, right, and dragging their fruit of their choice next to their name. Or maybe they're in an interactive space and they're popping in that one emoji that answers their question of what's their favorite fruit, or what fruit haven't they tried that they want to try one day. Now, our next bonus tip, getting us to 24 here, is to have students mark progress towards a goal. So you might have students who are working on a science lab, maybe they're in the middle of a research project or a writing activity, and you might have 4 or 5 emojis where they can say, "This is where I am on my journey." Maybe for that science experiment, they are still doing their research or working on their hypothesis. Maybe other students are reviewing all the safety materials for that science experiment. Maybe another group, right, is working on gathering all the materials that they need. And perhaps some students are already in that 4th category of taking action, right, and using, right, all the things that they've researched, their safety protocols, gathering materials, and are now trying it out. So you might have them in one of 4 different stages. So today, we've looked at 24 activities, plenty of ideas. I've tried to give some examples that are both elementary and secondary and a few different curriculum areas, but I really don't want you to use all of these resources, right? I don't want you to try all 24 of these things all at once. Instead, I'm hoping that you'll choose maybe 1 or 2 things to try this week. Maybe you add some emojis to a calendar invite before you send it to a colleague. Maybe this month of July, or even thinking forward to August, you set up maybe 1 or 2 activities that you can share with students. And then perhaps this year you bring a half dozen of these emoji activities into your routines. So as we get ready to finish up today, and I put my eyes on the question box for any questions that you have, this is a resource link for today. At the top of this page, if you scan the QR code or you just type in this short link, you'll find a link that takes you straight to my blog. That's where you can use the search bar to type in emojis or other topics. Straight to my newsletter. I send out a free newsletter every Monday with plenty of new favorites, the podcast, a link to freebies on my site, and my email. So if you have a great idea after today, or you're like, where was that thing you talked about, Monica? You can find me on Instagram or send me an email. And then below, you'll see all of the examples from today, all 24 of them. So that way, if you missed something or you were trying something out and I was talking too fast, or you stepped out to fill up your coffee, that you'll have everything after today. So please don't be a stranger, right? All my info is right there at the top. So if you have a question after today, know that's exactly where you can go. You can save that document so that it stays inside of your Google Drive, so that you can find it later too. So I'm going to go ahead and put my eyes back here on the chat. If you have questions, pop them into the chat there so I can take a look. Oh, and thank you for someone who jumped in to answer the Google Slides question. Yep, you can insert emojis into a slide just like I did. It showed you in that Google Doc screenshot. Absolutely. I see a question about attendance check-in for middle school SPED students. You might stick with the same routine, like instead of changing it up every day with like fruits or vegetables or something else, I would probably stick with the same routine for a bit, build that for your group, and then maybe every week you have a different theme that you repeat for checking in. Oh, thanks for the shout out on the podcast, Scott. I had an emoji episode a while back that I mentioned, and new episodes go live every Tuesday. So there's a new one this morning too, if you haven't heard enough from me in this quick hour together. Thank you for all these great messages with emojis on them, of course. And as I mentioned, this resource link, my info is at the top. So if you're following along with me already on Instagram, or if you get my newsletter, just reply and you can ask a question. I'll get right back to you, whether it's emoji related or another ed tech or chatbot thing that you're curious about. And yeah, I put all 24 ideas here in that sheet. So make sure to go to File and make a copy. And that way that you've got it. And you can come back to it later. Yeah, absolutely. If you've got a favorite emoji tip, feel free to drop it there in the chat too.
Hi, Monica.
Hi there.
That was great.
Oh, good. I see lots of fun emojis in the chat here. So it's been lots of fun to follow along.
Absolutely. They've definitely followed along and jumped into your slides and taken a lot of these great ideas. And thank you for providing that great resource too, so they can refer back to it. And like you said, you have so many ideas. You just have to pick, choose one or two or three that you want to try with your students, and then you want to stick with that one for a little while so the students get used to it and then move along.
Exactly, right? There's so many directions to go in, but we don't need to go in all of them, right? We want quality, I think, over quantity. And actually, I put that freebies link on that resource page. I've got a weekly planner download in there too that's totally free. But that's the kind of thing where you can say, like, this week, this is the one that we're trying out. Maybe this week we'll try out this one, right? And just a nice way to pace yourself as you're moving through what is sure to be a busy start of the school year.
Yes, and I love the way you also shared how you prompted Gemini
Mhm.
to um, to use emojis so that it could save you time. So I love that as well. Just like you said, you would have to do all the searching. Well, Gemini just did the searching for you,
Yeah.
and it gives
And
you options. So that is fabulous.
I'm so glad that resonated with you because I found, and sometimes we're all picky, right? We like our things to look a certain way. But if we say, give me two emojis or three emojis for this, then you just pick the one that you like. And it probably would be, right, the same thing you would go picking and searching for yourself.
Mhm, mhm. Yeah, I love that. We all have to start embracing AI to really support our teaching and support how we teach and use those resources with our students.
Oh, absolutely.
So thank you so much. We are so glad you were able to present for us again this year. Thank you for all the fabulous resources. I know our teachers are really already embracing them, and I'm sure they're going to choose one or two to start out with, maybe an all about me at the beginning of the
Mhm.
year.
Love that.
Okay, well, thank you again, and have a great rest of your day.
Thank you, everyone.
As I said, really excited to talk with you about Lightspeed. Instructional audio is all we do. We've been in business now for 30 years and really wanted to step back and talk about the reason why we exist and why it's important in the classroom. Um, and let me see if I can get this thing to, there we go. All right. All right. Got a little sticky there on the buttons. Must have been my lunch. No, I'm just kidding. But really want to step back, talk about the importance of instructional audio, why you have it, why the district continues to invest in it, and why it's important. And really, when you step back, listening is the primary channel for which learning happens, right, for students. So mild hearing loss, it's so common out there, it impacts learning. Distance and directionality affect sound clarity and comprehension. Teachers are really mobile nowadays in their teaching styles and instruction, and it's really important to have that continuity of sound throughout the entire classroom to ensure that those kids, wherever they're sitting, are being able to hear and understand. Those foundational learning blocks are mission critical for kids in their learning journey. So, young listeners, they really struggle to fill in the blanks. If they miss just little pieces, it can really impact them cumulatively over time. And of course, it supports language development as well. So it's mutual beneficial. It's mutually beneficial for both students and teachers, enhancing the audibility and intelligibility, promoting equity in learning, boosting engagement, collaboration, and participation. And if you're new to the district and you haven't experienced using this technology before, make sure you try it, because when you see the kids' faces, their eyes light up and they really become engaged. The classroom management piece is so important in engaging those students as they learn. And you know what? At the end of the day, you're going to have more energy because you'll be able to use a relaxed speaking voice, which really impacts your energy level at the end of the day. So strengthening those connections with your students, making sure that they're engaged with you, and like I said, reducing teacher fatigue. It's a hard job. And this is a piece of equipment that will make your job easier. And that's why you've had continued investment in this technology. It really does make an impact. So children spend 75% of their school day in listening activities. So, making sure that that audio is there and it's clear and crisp and intelligible is super important for those students. And This makes me think of those. Every once in a while, someone will post up one of those Facebook things that has every fifth word, and boy, I feel smart. I can fill in all those blanks. Well, children, they really don't have the wisdom and knowledge and understanding of our language to be able to fill in those blanks, and that's why making sure that they hear each and every word is so very important. So the impact of instructional audio, classroom audio creates better access to learning, 92% future teacher redirections, 43% reduction in off-task behavior, 30% higher ELL word recognition. 95% of students said it was easier to hear the teacher and help them hear better. And then, of course, 40% reduction in SPED referrals K through 6. And I want to mention, I do have some small videos embedded in here and some pieces. All of these resources will be shared with you later on. So you'll be able to access them and rewatch pieces, portions of this, and maybe those videos that were a little bit smaller, depending upon the screen that you're on. And of course, I'm always available. So happy to answer any questions and help in any way. With a simple wireless microphone, their voice will still be heard. So again, focusing on audibility, intelligibility, and equity. And mild hearing loss is very common. It impacts learning. 30% of children in grades K through 3, they don't pass a 15 decibel hearing test. And 70% with mild hearing loss will suffer academic deficiency by the 6th grade. So it's super important, especially in those younger years, as those foundational educational blocks are being built, that they're able to hear and not miss anything. So distance sound intensity decreases by the inverse square law. You can see whether it's the further back in the classroom, obviously you're having a decibel drop. And if you're dealing with students that have mild hearing loss, this comes more into play. And directionality, if you're facing a panel or anything like that, it may just be for a few seconds, but the missing pieces during that time can really throw off students in their learning. So directionality, teacher speaking position, that can cut the sound level in half. You don't realize it, and you think, oh, it'll just bounce off and the kids will be able to hear me, but students will be able to hear behind me, but that's really not the case. So it drops considerably from 70 decibels typically down to 55 or less. Soft consonants. So you think about those dominant sounds, A, E, I, O, U, and your soft consonants, your s, th. Those are really tough for students to be able to grasp and understand. So if they miss those pieces, that's really where trouble can happen. And it's another reason why we exist and why instructional audio is so important. So let's talk about, application in the classroom. Easily integrate Lightspeed into your daily instruction. Really focus on your warm-up introductions, whole group instruction, collaborative learning, closing out, and focused really on making sure that you make it part of your everyday in the learning experience, rather than just a portion thereof. So Lightspeed in the 4 C's: communication, collaboration, critical thinking, and creativity. And we'll show you different ways to utilize the technology later in this presentation, but really think about being creative and how to use it, and also involve your students so they can utilize the technology and empower them to be part of the learning process for themselves and for others. It builds confidence. So hearing every voice. Here's a quick little demonstration on the Flex mic, how to turn it on. And I don't expect that you can read that on how to mute it and so forth. Again, you'll be able to have access to these resources. I tried to make these thumbnails larger and it just didn't work out. So feel free to take a look at these. Class sharing from the pods, specifically how to utilize the microphone, basically pressing down and toggling through the different channels as you have your 4 pods distributed throughout the classroom. And then, of course, classroom media, having this integrated into your panel, and that's part of what Cypress Fairbanks does and with their Promethean panels, which makes it great for audio and other things that you might be playing other media through. Foster communications and enrich classroom culture. Two-way communication. You're able to communicate with those small groups, listen in discreetly. If they reach out to you, answer that call. Be able to ask that question without having to walk up and interrupt the learning environment of all of the other separate groups that are going on. Hopefully you can see those okay. These are a little bit larger. Facilitating collaborative learning, guided practice, small group instruction. Kids love to learn in small environments and work amongst themselves and accomplish those tasks. It really helps foster that learning and be able to monitor and maintain it, establishing stations, doing special projects, labs, and just discussion items. Monitor, support, and gain insights. Listen in. Are your students on task? Are there any misconceptions to address? What authentic learning is happening? Take notes. Listen in, take notes. What can be celebrated? Having them share out. It empowers those kids to be part of the process and share those wins. Provide timely and specific feedback. Redirect students where necessary. Remind students of previous learning. Encourage problem solving and discovery. And let students know what they're doing well. Strategic questioning. Guide, clarify, challenge, and extend. Answering calls. Do students need help or a review? Are students confused with the content or instructions? Do students want to share their thinking process? And are students finished and ready for the next task? The Activate app. So you do have Bluetooth capabilities in the back of the Activate base. You've got a couple of channels there to utilize. There's instructions there for the application. You can see the QR code that will take you to the Play Store so you can download it. This is a way to utilize the technology rather than the microphone to toggle through the various pods. You can utilize and take advantage of whisper mode, mic to mic, teacher call, locking up the pods if you need be. You can go ahead and do remote recording if you want to record the lesson and upload that to Google Drive utilizing Wi-Fi. So there's a lot of great features in the app, and we encourage you to utilize those. And like you can see here on the right is the various recordings. So if you want to go back and listen or utilize those for various things, you certainly can. So wireless audio link, grab a USB cable and go ahead and plug it in. Not right now, but when you're in the classroom. If you've got some specific media that you want to share from your laptop, rather than having to plug that into the media connector, you can do this right through your device. And this will work with a mini USB, and very common today with with phone charging. So you just basically change your output settings, your input settings, and then this way you can utilize it if you're recording outside of the app, just in general, in utilization of the system. So getting started, start by listening. Evaluate where to spend time. Lead a whole classroom discussion. Capture learning moments, and then put it all together. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate you. Appreciate this time. And we'll give you back a few extra minutes there between your next session. But Thank you for everything that we do. We know how hard it is to do what you do, and it makes a huge difference with kids' lives and their educational experience. So we're honored and privileged to be part of that and recognize that every day. So thank you again. Take care, everybody.
At each level will be able to choose a prize package that best meets their needs. These prize packages will include student and teacher technology such as wireless keyboards, headphones, charging towers, and many different types of robotics. Don't forget to submit your attendance at the end of each day. Also, fill out your feedback form for one of these fantastic packages.
Do you find that you're always searching for the same apps in ClassLink? You can favorite those apps for quick and easy access. Simply locate the app, right-click, and choose Add to Favorites. You'll see the app you added here at the bottom of the screen. If your app is in a folder, you can quickly search in the search bar, click on the folder, and then right-click the app and Add to Favorites.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference.
Our EdTech team.
I want to make sure, Amy, are you able to see my slide deck that says Spotlight on Strategies?
Yes, we see that. Perfect.
Perfect. Then we will get started. I will try to optimize the 50 minutes as much as possible. And just to give you a bit of an introduction to myself, I have about 26 years of experience in education, including anything from a classroom teacher to professional development facilitator. One of my passions is being able to share skill sets and strategies that help make your job more fun and engaging and get through the day. So I spent 13 of those years in Galena Park ISD and 6 of those years in Pearland ISD, just down the road from Sci-Fair. So super excited to be here and share with you instructional strategies. With that, I like to begin with just finding out who my audience is. So take a look at these images, and I'm going to give some sounds to each of these images as well. I want to know who's in my audience. Do I have any dolphins who are just here swimming along, looking for fun, new... Or perhaps you are a seagull and you watch from a distance and you snag what you find appetizing. Are you my sandcastle builder? You're acquiring resources to create and... Or perhaps you're the surfer. You are pretty experienced and you are ready to ride. So with that, I just drop in the chat. Are you a dolphin, a seagull, a sandcastle builder, or possibly a surfer? And I do have the chat up, so I'm kind of taking a look. Okay, have some seagulls in the audience. I'm loving it. Okay. You see something appetizing and you're going to snag it up. I have a few surfers out there. I love it. Excellent. I love this. I love knowing that you see something that's appetizing and you want to snag it for yourself. This is a strategy where you'll see that I'm using images and I'm also introducing sound. It's a great way to combine the two and support your emergent bilingual learners. And so this is one where we just get started right away with an instructional strategy. Thank you guys for participating. There will be other opportunities as well. We're going to move on to another one. This is a partner fan favorite. It is called Did You Hear That? We are going to be supporting auditory learners to use visualization and really draw conclusions by activating their own background knowledge and prior experience that they are bringing to the classroom with. So you will notice on this particular slide, every one of our instructional strategies here at DE provides you a video. You're hearing from another educator from around the country how he or she utilizes that strategy in their own classroom, as well as a PDF of step-by-step instructions. You will receive access to this presentation at the very end, and everything in it, you'll see that I have a little hand. It is a live link and will bring you straight to that resource. So don't fret, you will have access to all of the resources I am displaying today. So with that, let's get started with another instructional strategy. Did you hear that? So for this one, I'm going to play 3 different sounds. And as I'm playing these 3 different sounds, I want you to begin creating a story in your mind. I want you to visualize based on your previous experience. If you heard these 3 sounds and you were writing a story, what would the first line of your story be? Now, I'm going to play these sounds separate, and then I'm going to play them once more, but I'm going to have them overlap a bit. It'll give you time to put in the chat the first line of your story. But wait until the second time I play those sounds. All right, with that, here is your first sound. Here is your second sound. And your third sound. Now, you heard those 3 sounds separately. I'm going to play them once again. As I play them once again, I'm going to have them overlap. And in the chat, I'd like you to type out, if you were creating a story, what would the first line of your story be? Here we go. I love it. I'm going to read a few of the chat, the first lines of the story. One of them says, I approached the shore and saw the dolphin stranded. Another one, did you see the lion jump out of the ocean to get a fish? I love that that was a question. That's beautiful. Here's another one. I was at the beach minding my own business when a seal splashed me, begging me to play with it. Oh, these are fantastic. I love the imagery on these. I'm going to wait for a few more. These are fantastic. Here's another one. It was a beautiful day at the beach, and there was a sea lion sunning on the ocean, on the beach, excuse me. Oh, here's one. I fell off Titanic, and a seal took me to an iceberg. I'll have one more, and then we'll move on to where we're going with this. This one says, I was at the beach and I decided to take a walk on the beach when all of a sudden I heard a distressed animal. Ah, these are great. Keep them coming. Now, everyone has in their mind what those sounds were. You have this wonderful image that's coming about to be the story, right? So we're going to move on. With those sounds, I'm going to play a video for you. Here we go. And when I display this video, does the first line of your story change? I have a feeling it might.
Last year, Mossel Bay, South Africa, on the tip of a continent that's teeming with predators, where life and death dramas play out on the dusty savanna. And in turbulent waters, where the Atlantic and Indian Oceans collide,
my goodness! Would you look at that? Now, I just want an emoji in the chat. How are you feeling about your story? Did it change? Did the first line of your story completely change? I don't know that some of you were expecting this to be part of your story. Oh, goodness. Oh. Anyone, I mean, that was catching you by surprise. Totally. We had a completely different emotion in the very beginning. And then I play this video for you. Oh my gosh. What is happening? Completely took it to a different place. Now, what is really great about this, we call this a powerful pairing, because what I've done is give you some sounds and have you use your imagination to create this beautiful story, whatever it is, based on your experience. Most of you heard the ocean wave. Right? The second one was and the third one, and if you had some previous background knowledge to those sounds, you created this beautiful feel good. I mean, I felt really good in the beginning. These first lines of your stories were magical. It's like, take me to the beach now, right? And then I show this video of a great white shark coming right out of the ocean for a seal. Now, rest assured, it is a decoy. Now, I was a middle school science teacher. I would never tell my students that it was a seal, a decoy, because I want them to know this is part of an ecosystem. And so this is just to get your students started with imagery. But now you have this massive great white shark, a seal, you have this body of water. Think about the imagery and the sounds that you have now created and given your students to contextually visualize what is happening. Now you can do one of two things. Continue having their story, writing it, now with this powerful imagery. You're connecting it into science because this whole purpose of the video is actually measuring the height a great white shark takes to get and capture their prey, their food. And so here you can tie it into science by talking about how important it is to keep our ocean ecosystems healthy. The possibilities are endless. So I'm looking at the chat and some of you are so sad, but this is part of science also. And it's also creativity for writing. Did any of you ever think just to use sounds for students to write? Because then they're bringing their own personal experience into the situation. So want to wrap this up. This was a Did You Hear That? All three of these sounds can be found within Discovery Education Experience, including this video as well. So just wanted to know, take the sounds, take the video, put them together and have a powerful pairing. I love the fact, Ariel, that you love this idea for writing. I think we don't use sounds enough to have students really hone in on that. No visuals, just sounds and their massive imagination. All right, so that is our second, believe it or not, instructional strategy, but we have many more to go. So I hope you're ready and geared up because here we are moving along. All right, this next one is called A-E-I-O-U. Some of you, I'm like, oh, those are vowels. Yes, we are using vowels. And in this instance, we're actually providing multiple paths for students to express what they see, know, and what they're wondering about when it's regarding content, but challenging students to really summarize through a different lens. All right. And then this is a perfect opportunity for me to point out, because I have this new button to the left-hand side that's popped up. when you get access to this presentation, these are golden nuggets. I want you to make sure you click on those teacher notes because these are additional resources and golden nuggets of knowledge and skills to help you with these instructional strategies. All right. Again, full video, PDF file, but we are going to get right on into experiencing, identifying key details and ideas, inferencing and predictions with AEIOU. So here we are. We're going to utilize a book. Now, a book is a storybook that's been virtually brought to life. And it is still July. It is still summertime. So we're absolutely using a summer-themed book for this SOS instructional strategy. Now, I'm going to play this video for you. And as I play this video, I want you to pick one of those 5 letters to be able to describe when we come back at the end. Either give me an adjective, that's A. Give me an emotion, that's for E. Give me something that you found interesting. Give me something that like, oh, wow. Or something that you're still, curious about. So I'm going to play this quick video for you. And I'm going to stop the share real quick because I want to make sure I'm sharing my whole screen because I'm going to make sure my video is nice and large for you. Here we are. Perfect. Here we are.
Who made these waffles in the sand? Crisscross, zigzag in the sand. Some are deep, some are shallow, some are wide, and some are narrow. I run, I jump, I skip. I'm looking for the waffle maker. Whoopee! I look up and wonder, did the waffles fall from a whipped cream cloud in the blueberry sky? Look what I found! Waffles melting under the yellow, buttery sun, covered with salty, syrupy sea. I twirl and spin around. Guess what I see? The waffle maker was me. I made the waffles in the sand.
Come towards the end. This book called Waffles in the Sand. Pick one of those letters that you have as your takeaway after watching that book. Do you have an
Join us at books.com.
Do you have an emotion? Do you have something interesting? Is there an O or an Put that in the chat for me. I would love to hear a variety of these options. Now, as you're putting those options, as you're putting some of those descriptions down, some of the ways that you can break this up, I just want to talk about how I would use this in the classroom. There are 5 letters. You don't have to focus on all 5 in one day. Take one letter for each day. Maybe you just focus on adjectives on Monday, emotions on Tuesday, something interesting on Wednesday, or another option, you could have your groups in the classroom only focus on just one. So I just want you to know that these are easily adjustable. You can make these suit the needs of your classroom. I love that someone in the chat put lots of alliteration, definitely. An adjective is peaceful, relaxing, carefree. Christina Roberts says, I am connecting breakfast food to the beach. Yes. And yes, I tortured you because this is after lunch too. So you're probably now wanting a snack of some sort. I love this. Perfect. I love that fact that some of you are like, oh, this is very calm and relaxing. Wonderful memories. I think one of my favorite parts is the giggling. One of the curiosities I know for myself after watching this, and even today, my husband, like when we go hiking, I always look at my footprints that I'm leaving behind. And I think like some footprints are more obvious than others. And so just being able to like, I wonder if kids would be curious to know about their own footprints, you know, in the sand. So I love that. This is beautiful. Perfect. Thank you so much for putting all of these items in the chat. I'm going to bring back focus as we come back to wrap up AEIOU. You have an entire, like you'll see that my cursor changes to a hand. That means this is a link that you're going to click here and it's going to bring you straight to our books channel. So you'll have an option of within DE Experience, all of our virtual storybooks, really similar to Waffles in the Sand. We also have a ready to use activity to utilize this book that's already been created for you. And then these are just some additional resources that will bring you straight to AEIOU. So don't forget about the teacher notes on each of the slides. If you see this lovely little thing on the left-hand side, click it. Those are your golden nuggets. So with that, we are moving right on along to the next instructional strategy. Believe it or not, we're already 20 minutes in. I'm like, holy cow, here we are. On to the next one. This one is called collage. So here you're having students comparing and contrasting. They're also inferring as well as predicting. So here you're activating student prior knowledge in order for them to synthesize connections between images or connections between videos before they make predictions about their connectedness. Again, as with any of these instructional strategies, I'm going to provide you the video and the PDF of step-by-step instructions for these. All right, with collage, this is participation. So again, in the chat, be sure to include these. So here we go. Over the next couple of weeks, we're going to be studying a particular topic. So I want you to take a look at the images you see and just start telling me, what do you see? What are some of these objects, these images? What are they? What are your thoughts about these pictures? I see some pennies, money. I see a clock. It's a really old clock. What else do you see? Do you see there's a ruler, there's a runner on a track, someone's eating some chocolate, there's pizza. Again, I'm making you hungry. Apologize for that. That was not intended. I hear shapes, a clock. You are definitely putting all of the, like you're naming everything you see. I even see in the upper right-hand corner, this is tangrams. You never had them, they're super fun. Now I want you to hone in and let's dive a little deeper. Can you come up with a common word or words that could apply to all of the pictures? Because maybe counting doesn't apply to all of them. Is there a common word or words that could apply to all the images? I love the fact that folks are thinking math, measurement, fractions, rate. I love this. Hobbies. Great hobbies. That's a new one. I'm going to add that one to my bucket list. I see fractions coming in. I see geometry coming in. I love this. Science, measurement. I see a lot of measurement. Let's stick with measurement. I want to kind of hone in on that. There's something I haven't seen yet that usually gets mentioned at this point. When we think about measurement, if this is a slice of pizza, oh, there it is. Thank you, Miss Smith, Mr. and Mrs. Smith. I see V. Smith put parts of a whole. Now let's dive in a little deeper. Do all of these images represent parts of a whole in some capacity? And you think, well, what about this track? Well, if she's going to be running a mile, she needs to run 4 laps. And only 1 lap is one part of the whole thing. You have pennies. 1 penny is part of $1, like 1 cent. So you have parts of a whole. I love this. Oh, I love this fact that some of you are like vacation, social skills. Okay, I love this. This is a great way to introduce the topic that we're about to talk about in math for the next 2 weeks. We're going to be focused on a certain measurement, something that's parts of a whole, and many of you have already said it in the chat, and that is fractions. Yes, we're going to be studying fractions over the next couple of weeks, ladies and gentlemen. And here I'm starting this as a hook. Like, these are all the areas that we see fractions. So now I'm going to challenge my students over the next 2 weeks that we're going over fractions unit. They're challenged to bring a sample of where they see fractions in their own life and add it to the collage. Whether this is a big collage in the room on a wall, or whether it's a digital collage that you're creating and students are adding to it. Again, this is very versatile. This is a wonderful gifted and talented connection, your advanced students, and then you're pulling in your students to see the bigger picture of those connections. Collage is a personal favorite of mine, but I have several partners that also utilize it. Social studies, high school social studies teachers love this as well, using it for history, being able to use this as a summative, a formative assessment. Here, I used it to introduce and get the students thinking about fractions and where they see fractions in everyday life. But I want you to continue thinking about how could you utilize it for the role that you play, whether it's science or social studies, world cultures, whether it's pre-K, whether it's early childhood, whether it's you're teaching high school home ec and you're working on nutrition. This is coming from a high school teacher up in North Texas. She's like, I can use this by putting ingredients on the board and having students think about what recipe we're cooking. So, I mean, the possibilities of using collage are endless, ladies and gentlemen, endless. On the top left-hand corner, again, you see those teacher notes. You have a ton of information here. I will say, and just give you a little nugget of information, when you are choosing to do collage as a hook or an introduction, it does take a little prep work because you have to find those images. I will also say all of these images were accessible at Discovery Education Experience. So you have opportunity to find those images within Experience, but you can also upload them from your own device as well. All right, I'm going to pause temporarily. We're about halfway through. Amy, were there any questions that might have come up that I may have missed? I want to make sure I'm answering questions along the way or saving them towards the end, but I wanted to take a quick pause.
I think you're doing great. I love these activities. They're so engaging and I just jumped right in.
Awesome. Well, we're just going to keep moving along. I will leave time at the end if there are any questions. So with that, we're just going to move right along. Thank you so much, Amy, for checking. All right, this is another great one. This is a fun one because this is called Can You Guess My 214? I'm going to provide you 2 facts, 1 clue, and 4 images, and I want you to guess whose literary work we will be studying over the next few weeks. So your 2 facts, you can see already they've been provided for you. It's a creator of a detective genre. wrote 70 short stories. Short stories, but he's best remembered for a few tales of terror. Now, and I'm like, Sherry Howington, you already put something in the chat. Don't put anything in the chat yet. But I love the fact that you did. You are like on your toes, like your fingers are ready. Now, I think Sherlock Holmes, maybe. I'm going to give you a clue. Does the clue confirm your original guess, or does it change it to someone else? Let's see. Here's your next clue. Very light. And for those that don't know, that is a heartbeat. So I've given you 2 facts. I've given you 1 clue. Now, does that sound confirm who you think we're going to be studying? Or does it change your mind? Now, with these 4 images, go ahead and put in the chat, who will we be studying? Here are your 4 images. This audience is so good. Telltale Heart, Edgar Allan Poe. Yes, yes. We are going to be working on Edgar Allan Poe. And if you did not know this, we have a whole channel in Discovery Education Experience dedicated to Edgar Allan Poe's short stories. Even better, we have audiobooks that will read it out loud to you or the students. I love this because students can go into Experience and they can have books read to them on their own. I love it. Love it. And then last but not least, we also have video segments talking about, because Edgar Allan Poe was a master at tone and mood. And so you have video segments that help you teach and educate students on how do authors really hone in and develop a tone and mood for their stories, and in even points of view as well. So spooky is right. Definitely, Poe is very spooky. So in this regards, Guess by 214, there are a lot of ways that you can utilize this. Here, again, I want to engage my students. I want them to, analyze the facts, analyze the clue and the images to kind of hone in on who we're talking about. But I want to share what other ways you could use Can You Guess My 214? Students can utilize this at the end of a unit. As a summative assessment, they could give you the 2 facts, the 1 clue, and the 4 images, and they're giving you exactly what you needed them to give you to sum up whatever that literary work was, whatever that content or that main topic was. So I just want you to think about here, I'm utilizing it literary, like a literary work, but you could utilize this as a summative assessment at the end of a unit. You could do like a quick check in the middle of a unit to have the students give you 2 facts, 1 clue, or 4 images. Have the students work in groups to create it. It doesn't always have to be you, the teacher, creating the 214. Your students are really creative and they will come up with things that'll just blow your mind. So lots of things for Guess by 214. All right. We're going to keep moving along because I'm looking at the time and I still have a whole bunch more to show you guys. So we're going to just move on. We're going to move on to the next one, which is 3 truths and 1 lie. Okay. Do not put this in the chat. Nothing in the chat right now. All right. So on this one, 3 truths and 1 lie. There are 4 statements you see on the screen. Don't put anything in the chat. In your mind, which one of those do you think is the lie? Give you a moment to read those. Think about which number you think, but don't put it in the chat yet. No, not yet. Not yet. All right. Now I'm going to play a video for you. We're going to come back to these statements, and you're going to tell me which one is the lie. So here's your 4 statements. You think you know which one is the lie. Here we are. Here is your video.
I love the moon. That ever-changing, but always reliable, sphere in the night sky. Astronomers study it, wolves howl at it, poets write about it, thou silver deity of sacred night. Movies are made about it, painters paint it, some astronauts have even walked on it.
That's one small step for man.
And some of us are better than others at moonwalking. But what gives the moon that special glow? And why does it seem to play hide and seek? Now you see it, now you don't. Does it turn on and off? Let's demystify the phases of the moon. First of all, the moon isn't actually a source of light. It reflects the sun's light shining on one side of it. As Earth circles or orbits the sun, the moon in turn circles Earth. So what looks like the changing shape of the moon is actually caused by its movement around Earth. We can only see the portions of the moon that reflect the sun's light. In the first moon phase, we can only see the side of the moon that is dark. That's called a new moon. As the moon moves around Earth, more and more of the lit side can be seen. This is called waxing. We begin to see a sliver, then a crescent, then a half, until finally, it is completely lit up in a beautiful full moon. Then, as the moon continues around Earth, the process appears to reverse as the light starts to wane until it is completely dark again. The whole process takes about 30 days or a month. In fact, the word month comes from moon. Fellow astronomers, those are the phases of our beautiful moon demystified.
Now we're going to head back to those 4 statements. Now put in the chat, now that you've watched the video, which one of these 4 statements was a lie. Just put the number in. Was it 1, 2, 3, or 4? Now I will say in times past that I've utilized this one and this specific video, everyone agreed 1 and 4 were the truths. We had some discrepancies between 2 and 3. And it looks like we do still have some discrepancies between 2 and 3. So let's take a look. We all agree that 1 and 4 are truths. So the word month comes from the word moon. That was a fun fact, by the way, that I didn't know, and I was a science teacher. The 4th one is the changing shape of our moon is caused by its movement around Earth. It did say that in the video, but we still have some discrepancies between whether 2 or 3 is the lie. So let's look at number 2. Number 2 says the moon is not a source of light. In fact, it said that in the video that it was not a source of light. It reflected light from the sun. So the moon not being a source of light is true because it reflects light, is not a source of light. It just reflects it. All right. So that is 2. So that leaves us with 3. Now for 3, this is the humdinger here. When we're looking at during a waxing moon, the illuminated area decreases. We know that this is a lie. What makes it a lie? Can you put that in the chat? What word makes number 3 a lie? So I have Christina's putting in waxing as the right term for decreasing. All right, so waning is the right term for decreasing. So either we change waxing to waning, or we change decreases to, and somebody put it in there, increases. So here, even though students identified the statement as a lie, you have them, all right, if this is a lie, I want you to make it true. And then play around with all the different ways that they can make this true. Now here, I provided you the 4 statements, all right? I provided the 3 truths and the 1 lie. The whole purpose of this, I played a video for you. You now had purpose to watch that video Every single one of you were engaged in that video because you had a purpose. You were trying to find the lie. We want to do the same thing for our students. We don't want to just play a video to play a video. So give the students a purpose, a reason to watch that video, and they will be hooked and engaged the whole time. So this is a wonderful way to give purpose to a video, but also let's talk about what are some other ways that we could utilize 3 truths and 1 lie. Does it always have to be the teacher creating the 3 truths and 1 lie? Absolutely not. Have the students create 3 truths and 1 lie and see if they can trick their classmates or trick the teacher. They love doing that. They love a little competition. For the 3 truths and 1 lie, again, you see the teacher notes at the upper left-hand corner. These are going to give you some additional golden nuggets of knowledge for this resource. But also on the next slide, what I've done here, oh, not that one. I must have taken it off. Here, you can set up for students to create their 3 truths and 1 lie digitally. It doesn't always have to be handwritten, but you guys can do this any way you'd like. I'm looking at my time and we have 10 minutes and I still have a lot to cover. I have one more, well, actually 2 more SOS instructional strategies I want to share. I'm just going to highlight this next one, which is Poetry Slam. I'm just going to talk about it real quick. Poetry Slam is bringing students focusing on key details and ideas and sequencing as well. And in this case, in this instance, I'm using a haiku. For those that are not familiar with a haiku, it is a Japanese poetry, typically written about science or nature. In this particular instance, I decided to utilize a current event. This happened last year. Candace Parker is a WNBA champion basketball player. She retired, and this is just a quick 51-second highlight of her retirement and her amazing career. So after students watch the current event, they now create a haiku. And a haiku is very specific. It's just 3 lines, but those 3 lines have 5 syllables, 7 syllables, and 5 syllables. It's a 5-7-5. This is a great way to support emergent bilinguals, support literary work. You're kind of molding in poetry in here and having students really hone in on syllables and breaking down those words. Now, typically, this is a great strategy for your advanced students, your gifted and talented students. They thrive on things and challenges like haikus. How could you adapt it if 5-7-5 is too challenging for your other group of students that may need some modifications? Change the number of syllables. So here, instead of 5, maybe do 10, 12, 10. As long as you're still keeping that rhythm of 10, 12, 10, you still have that pattern, you're still teaching that pattern. You're still teaching the syllables and the breakdown of those words, but bringing in a current event for social studies. So just wanted to play around and showcase to all of you how you can utilize poetry with social studies, but also you could use it in science, you could use it in math and other options as well. I love that Crystal said she remembered doing haikus, easy poetry. I will just say a couple of weeks ago, I did this with a group of teachers, and I had some high school social studies teachers, and they were like, this is not my wheelhouse. And that's fine. It doesn't have to be your wheelhouse. I just want to be able to share the versatility in all of these instructional strategies and many different ways that you can incorporate this. Again, this can be utilized as a summative or formative assessment. You want the students getting key ideas and details. Notice that we didn't have to have them summarize in a sentence. they're having fun and being creative in other different elements of these strategies. On the upper left-hand corner, again, you have some directions here for you about Poetry Slam. I know we didn't participate in this one because we got 6 minutes left and I still want to showcase a few things. All right, here we go. We're moving on to the next slide. All of these resources I've been sharing with you, we have an SOS Instructional Strategies channel, a whole channel just dedicated to instructional strategies. But all of the ones that I've specifically used today are also linked right here, in addition to all the other slides that I've shown to you. We have our top 40 instructional strategies. We also have, these strategies are great. You could have your students watch these videos before they come to class, like a flipped classroom, so that they know what to expect when they come into the classroom for these instructional strategies. On the upper left-hand corner, this is really important because we just had major back to school updates for back to school that was released on July 10th. I mean, not even 2 weeks ago. This right here, step by step of the refresh instructional strategies. I'm going to click it because when you click this, this is going to actually walk you through our refreshed instructional strategies. Step by step, you're going to take a tour. It's amazing. I want you guys to be sure you check that out. I'm going to go back to my slide presentation because we're coming to a wrap up. So I've just showcased, I think, up to 8 instructional strategies in a short span of time and doing it digitally. Like, we're doing this virtually. So it's slightly different than in person. I hope I brought some energy still to you. You guys are great at participating. I want you to participate in one last instructional strategy. This is called Flip Flop. And it's just a reflection of what you've had so far about instructional strategies. How have your thoughts around instructional strategies shifted? And I've given you a sentence stem. You can utilize it. You don't have to. But that sentence stem is, I used to think blank, but now I know. I just want you to reflect on, what did you used to think about instructional strategies, but what do you know now? If you can just drop that in the chat, I'm going to give you a few seconds. We still have about 4 minutes left, and Amy's going to come back on in a little bit too, because you have an attendance code. I'm going to go ahead and move on to my last. I'm going to always highlight Become a Den Star. Sci-Fair ISD, you guys are great users. We should have a multitude of Den Stars. And if you're not sure what a Den Star is, this is a quick video you can watch later at your leisure. But if you want access to this studio presentation with all the fabulous golden nuggets and resources to these instructional strategies, be sure to jot that down, take a picture. It is also a live link. I believe Amy's going to put it in the chat as well. Ariel, thank you so much. She said, I used to think instructional strategies required a lot of effort, but now I know they can be simple and fun. Yes, they can be fun. I want you guys to have so much fun. Teaching is fun. I want you to be able to hone your craft and just enjoy yourself, enjoy your students. Gloria said, I used to think strategies, the needs of all kids, but now I know that they don't. I used to think student engagement was important, but now I know it is imminent. I love this. Erica, thank you. I used to think showing videos was boring for kids, but now I know making it into a game can be a good learning experience for them. I absolutely love this. I'm going to stop sharing because I believe Amy needs to come on and share. We have 3 minutes left. I can't believe I did all of that, Amy. I want you to be able to share that access, the attendance code, I believe.
Hi everyone, let's learn a quick tech tip on how to clear our cookies and cache. The reason why you might want to clear your cookies and cache is to fix glitches, update content, privacy protection, and overall improve the performance of your laptop or your Chromebook. Let's get started. You simply click your Control key plus your Shift key plus your Delete key, and up will pop the Delete Browsing Data dialog box. Simply go down and click Delete Data. Again, you just click Control key plus your Shift key plus your Delete key to clear the cookies and cache.
Our website has all the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. During each session, the presenter will pause and share.
Okay, welcome back. So we're back with our last session of the day at 3 o'clock, and Tammy is back. Tammy Norman is with Discovery Education, and I'm Amy Kiner, your room host. If you haven't been in the room today, and Tammy from Discovery is going to be sharing take an exploration into Discovery experience. So Discovery Education experience is in our class link. So if you go into ClassLink and search for Discovery, you will find it there. And so I'm going to turn it over to Tammy to hear all the great things we're going to learn about Discovery today.
Thank you so much, Amy, and it is great to be here. I do want to preface that you will receive a link to the studio presentation that I'm sharing at the end. Because these sessions are recorded, you can go back and watch the recording. You can go and explore later and rely on your digital learning team at Sci-Fair to be able to help you out. And I'm going to give you an abundant amount of resources in the studio presentation I share with you today. So rest assured, you will receive it, but you'll receive it towards the end. That will be your prize for this last session of the day. So thank you so much, Amy, for the introduction. Let me make sure I'm sharing my sound and we will get started. So this is an exploration into Discovery Education experience in Sci-Fair. As Amy said, later on you can access it with ClassLink. You just look for that DE logo right there. And my name is Tammy Norman. So I am an Educational Partnerships Manager with DE. I work with our ESCs to make sure that our partners like Sci-Fair have access to Discovery Education experience. And I come to you with over 25 years of experience. It's crazy how fast it goes. And I've been anywhere from a classroom teacher all the way up to professional development facilitator. And just for those of you that are in the area, I spent 13 of my years. I consider it my home campus, my home district, which is Galena Park ISD. And then we moved and I spent 6 years in Pearland ISD. And so I really love being able to equip teachers with new skills and excitement to be able to seamlessly integrate digital tools with media into your instruction. It's such a great blend to be able to have your students learn in a variety of different ways utilizing digital media resources like DE. So that's a little bit about me. We are going to get started. And one of the things I like to get started with, first and foremost, is just knowing who my audience is. And I don't know why, I realized I am associating a lot of things today with food. So apologize for that. But I just want to know who's out there in my virtual session here. Are you my coffee folks? You're just lucky I'm here. I'm warming up, but warming up real slow. Do I have any cereal? I'm here, but don't call on me. I'm crunching buttons. Do I have any bacons out there? You're sizzling to soak it up. Or do I have any popcorn? Popping to take it back, everything you are learning. Yeah, I got some mix ready. I got some popcorn, I got some bacon, I got some coffee. I usually have a good mix. I don't have any cereal yet, okay? Awesome. Oh, I do have a cereal. Yes. I usually try to get a variety here. I love it. Thanks, Alyssa, for putting in the bacon slice. I love that you put in the Bitmoji of that. That's fantastic. I have quite a variety of you guys out there today. Popcorn. Yeah. Okay. I love this. And I'm so thankful that you are here today. This is the studio presentation. So you have access to studio. We're actually going to dive into it a little bit. This session is going to be a high level overview. I'm going to give you as much detail as I can without us getting into it, into the weeds of, well, I can't find this. I can't find this. High level overview, but I promise you, you will have links to everything to set you up for success. And you have an incredible digital learning team. Sci-Fair is one of my favorite digital learning teams. Shh, don't tell everybody else that. All right, here we go. I'm going to go over 5 top resources that our partners consider they need to hone in on. And the first one are your quiz options within Discovery Education. You used to have 3, but thanks to our back to school updates, you now have 4. Yes, 4 different quiz options. Here they all are for you, lined out. And we're going to talk about each one of these quiz options that you have available. The first one we're going to dive into is a video quiz. All you have to do to create a video quiz is, number 1, find your video. When you find your video, the second thing you do, you just add questions. Tammy, what does that look like? I'm so glad you asked. Thank you. So here is my video. I found it. It's called Neon Body Art. It's a 1 minute and 52-second video. And I've begun adding questions. And you can see the questions I've added on the left-hand side. I have to move my little Zoom box to see the rest of my screen. Give me just one moment. On the top right, you have some options here. Let's take a look at what they are. You can view this as a student. You can share it with fellow colleagues because maybe you created it and you thought it was phenomenal and others should know and have access to it. You can also look at quiz details or you can print it. We have a ton of features and accommodations for your students, so make sure you're checking this out. You can make a copy, you can save it and close it for later. We'll talk about this button in just a minute. We're not there yet. You have 3 different question types for a video quiz. You have short answer, you have poll, and you have multiple choice. You can save and play right then and there. You also have these 3 dots. Anytime you see 3 dots, just click it, see what it says. Be curious. I want to inspire curiosity with you today. All right, so let's say I want a short answer. So you're going to write down a key detail or an idea on your blank piece of paper, 35 seconds. What does this mean? If you put 35 seconds right here, that means when the video gets to 35 seconds, it pauses and that question that you're creating for students will pop up for them to answer. If you give them any notes or they need to remember something like, remember the activity we did on Monday, ... Let them give them a clue. You can enable grading. You can give it different point values. It is as simple as find your video and add your questions. Now, you can also reorganize your questions if you wanted to reorganize. Save and close. That sums up video quiz. Very simple. And I like to provide my own experience. When I first became a DE partnerships manager, I had never created a quiz before. It took me 10 minutes to create my first quiz. It was so easy, so easy. All right, video quiz, that's one option. Next option, a live quiz. You can do live quizzes. Yes, I'm not kidding. Live quizzes. Also, easy as 1, 2, 3. You launch it now. So let me get back to, we had the video quiz and you see this launch button right here. That's where you launch it live. When you launch it live, you click that. You can allow guest participants. You can allow incomplete submissions. You do the setting information. Your step 2. You either provide students a link to the quiz or you provide them a code. Yes, a code. Real similar to some other quiz programs that might be out there. But remember, this is within DE. You already have access to it. And it's vetted. It's curated resources. So you provide them that code. They hop right on in. Step 3, your students are waiting for you to launch that quiz. You just click a button. Plain and simple. That's it. Live quiz, 3 steps. So we had video quiz, live quiz. We're going to move on to the next one, which is a standard quiz. We have a couple of options. You can create your very own standard quiz, which has 7 different question types. Personal partners, I have heard their favorites are audio and annotate. You have, you can annotate. I've heard social studies teachers put up a map and they have to draw whatever is required of them on the map. Or one of the science teachers I spoke with a couple of months ago had her students diagram out the photosynthesis using an image that she had uploaded. And then you have audio. What a fantastic way for those students that struggle writing. They can give you the verbal answer to the question. I love this option to be able to accommodate for the multitude of variety of students that you have in your classrooms. The other option, if you didn't want to create one, you could also look for quizzes that have already been created for you. So I'm hopping over to quiz, and you're like, Tammy, how did I get to quiz? So I will talk about your home page towards the end because we're going to give you access to the studio presentation. When you're in your home page, you click this global navigation on the upper left-hand corner, and you have a variety of options that are available to you. This is where you're going to find quiz. All right. So I just clicked into quiz right here. These are the quizzes I created, but I also have a quiz library. You have access to quizzes that have already been created. How many of you need time back in your class? Yes. These have already been created. How many have been created? We have right now 644 quizzes that have been created. You can search by grade level. You can also search by content. You can search by standard. So if there's one already been created for you, look for it. Don't recreate the wheel. We have amazing quizzes already created for you. Our job is to save you time with really profound, robust, vetted resources. And so that's what you have within DE. Head back, standard quiz. And I'm just kind of looking at the chat because I did see a question pop up and I want to make sure we answer it. Will a live quiz show who gets the question right or wrong on the teacher screen? So on the teacher screen, that's a great question. Thank you for asking. On that live quiz, you can hide the student names. So you can still see the answers of what's being answered, but it's anonymous. Like, you can show it as a whole class, but the student name is hidden. But on your end, you can also see on the teacher end who answered what. It's an amazing exit ticket, a whole bunch of different options. But remember, this is a high-level overview. If we were to really dive deeper into quiz, that would take a whole hour. And so we don't have a whole hour for just quiz. I want to give you that high level overview to give you the options of what you can explore further in Discovery Education Experience. So great question. Thank you for asking that. All right. And then last but not least, our brand new update to add our 4th option to quiz is an AI teacher tools assessment. We have an AI assessment. This is brand new, literally hot off the press, not even 2 weeks in. So what I'm doing here, and you will have access to this, it'll guide you through every step of the way. And I move my my face on the screen. Give me just a second to figure out how to move my face. Move the box. All right, here we go. Down here, let's get started. This will be a live link for you. I'm going to leave this page because we're going to go right into a step-by-step tour of our new AI assessment feature within Discovery Education Experience. There are 11 little steps. So here, basically, you're going to add your source material. And remember, the source material is coming from within your vetted Discovery Education materials or resources that you personally provide. When you upload them, they will all be right here. You click next, and what happens from here is that you choose your state. Obviously, we're in Texas, so you're going to choose Texas. You'll have the TEKS here. You'll pick your grade levels. You press OK, go to next. You're going to get a range of assessment levels depending on what you want for this AI assessment. And so you get to choose the levels of Bloom's taxonomy. From here, you're then going to select the best reading level for your students. So you can adjust these to accommodate your students based on their reading levels. You have an endless option to be able to comprehensively evaluate your student understanding by choosing a variety of question styles. So you get to choose how many of these question types will auto-populate for you with our AI assessment feature. Then you're going to find you can generate distractor rationales. You can have clear insights into what students are misunderstanding from their incorrect multiple choice or multiple correct answers from distract rationales. From here, your assessment is ready. It's just as easy as choosing your source materials and customizing those question options. From here, you can simply export your choice of format, whether you want it in the DE platform, whether you want it in Google, Schoology, Canvas, a Word document. There are lots of options for you to be able to accommodate what is going to be best suited for you and for your students in Sci-Fair. And then from here, you can alternate, you can have alternative versions. I know this is really important for our secondary levels. You can have alternative versions for this to be able to create differentiated assessments, changing those reading levels. And then here, you just create that AI assessment. It is super easy. These are your steps. Remember, I'm giving you access to those steps in the studio presentation. John, that is a great question. It says receive a grade report at the end. If it is similar to our other quizzes, you will have a summative assessment of all of their scores at the end of that assessment within the DE platform. But I can get you some specific answers to that. If you see in the upper left-hand corner at any time during the studio presentation, when you get access to this, you need to click those teacher notes. So these are golden nuggets of knowledge and helpful hints for you as you're learning these different resources and tools. AI assessment, this is an overview of the basics again for you. And this is going to give you a step-by-step when you're ready to export and create that AI assessment. These are additional tools that will help support you when this session is said and done and you're really wanting to dive in and incorporate that AI assessment, which is a new quiz feature. So that is quiz options. I'm going to go back to your 4 options. We did video quiz, live quiz, standard quiz, and our 4th brand new one, AI assessment feature. All right, we're going to move on to number 2, which is our studio options. I'm currently using this session and I'm presenting to you in using our studio presentation. Studio is just an interactive presentation DE has created, and we have 3 different options for you to create. So I'm going to dive into my studio, and you're like, how did you get there, Tammy? On your home page, that global navigation, Studio is a tool that you'll have access to. You're looking at my studio. Your studio may or may not have studios already created. I just want you to see how you go about it if you wanted to create your very own. You come here for Create New. You have 3 options: activity template, a board, and a slideshow. I'm going to go back to my presentation real quick. The difference between 2 and 3 right here, they are the exact same, except a board, one of your pages, you can make it as long as you want and put as much content on one page as you would like. Whereas a slideshow in Studio, you only have a fixed amount of space to add content. And this is really great for presentations and also really great for students if you want to make sure that they're honing in on specific things and you want to give them a specific fixed amount of space. Okay? Only difference between these are the exact same, except a board, you can make your pages as long as possible. I saved activity templates because I want to show this to you. If I choose activity template, It is literally a template that is based on an instructional strategy. For those of you that were in my previous session at 2 o'clock on instructional strategies, we have templates already formatted in those instructional strategies. So one of those instructional strategies I had used was the 3-2-1. Oh, I'm forgive me. I did not do the 3-2-1. I did, can you guess my 2-1-4? Okay. So this is a template that has already been formatted using that SOS instructional strategy. So I'm going to build that activity. Here's your template. All you have to do is put your content in. That's it. It's already been created for you, and you have your teacher notes handy on that left-hand side for how you're going to utilize this. All right. So that is your studio options. I'm looking in real quick, looking in the chat to see if there are any questions about studio options. Again, this is a high level overview. Just like quiz, I could spend an hour on studio. An hour. Like, it's phenomenal. Lots of things. All right. So video option, we had quiz options. We have studio options. Yes, we play nicely with Schoology. And what I can do is make sure to include in teacher notes on one of these pages that I include a link. I can always go back and add a link so that it gives you step-by-step instructions on how to do those things. All right, perfect. We are moving right on along. I cannot believe it's already been 20 minutes. We still have so many things. All right. Will I do an hour training? Your digital learning team, that is where I'm going to pull into them. But we can definitely do some value adds. All right. We're going to go into number 3. How can I find resources, Tammy, within Discovery Education Experience? There are lots of different options. So we're going to take a look at exploring the search features that are available to you. I'm going to go live and we're going to talk about how do I search by topic. You can filter by standards. You can browse by subject. But wait, there's more. You can filter by the resource type you are specifically looking for. So I heard whispers that you need more time. We all need more time. You don't have enough time. So we want to save you time. You can search for activities that have already been created, interactives, images, audios. Yes, we have podcasts, we have songs, we have sounds, we have sound effects, we have audio books, we have channels, you have text. You can search and filter by all of these things. So let's hop in and I'm going to do a live demo of how you can search for all of these beautiful, wonderful, rich, vibrant, robust resources. Here we go. So when you log in, eventually, not right now, please don't do it now. Don't go to ClassLink. I see you. Don't do it yet. I promise. Let me just walk through this with you. Here's your home page when you log in. Now, Amy will say at the end, it is probably going to have you answer some questions about your profile. Okay. We need you to answer those questions as closely as your role is possible because we're going to curate specific resources just for you based on how you answer those profile questions. Now, in the upper right-hand corner over here, you do have your profile and favorites. On the upper left-hand corner, anytime you see the DE logo, this is going to always return you back to your home page. Our global navigation is on the upper left-hand corner. It'll give you all the tools that are available to you. We are going to focus on the search because remember, we're trying to search for resources. I am just going to do a blank search, which only means I'm clicking this hourglass right here. Here we go. This is our updated search feature. And you're like, Tammy, it's been updated? Yes. Thanks to teachers giving us a lot of feedback in the last year for our update from last year's search feature. We have some curated things that'll show up right here on this little banner. And then just like before, you can filter. And I'm going to just make sure I'm filtering for just DE experience. So I'm going to click DE experience. Remember, I'm a DE employee. I have access to everything. So I want to make sure I'm just showcasing experience for you. You can search by just lessons, activities. This is those filtering by certain resources that you're looking for. You can filter by a specific grade band. Also, you can search by most popular, most recently added, or relevancy. Typically, because I work with so many partners around the state of Texas, I like to know what is most popular right now. And so you will see that most popular is right here. We continue down. You're always going to see some relevant things here. We have videos. We have PDF activities, images, a wealth of information for you here. I'm going to go back to my slide deck. You can search by topic. And I'm going to go utilize a high school teacher a couple of weeks ago that I met. She goes, "Oh, you don't have anything for me. I teach home ec in high school." And I'm like, "Oh, no. We have something for you." So I'm going to utilize her as my example. I said, "Give me a topic that you teach, Miss Home Ec teacher." And she said, "Nutrition." Look at there. I'm going to search for nutrition. And so right away, it pops up a background builder on nutrition. Even though she's high school teacher, she can utilize this already created activity to build background on nutrition if that's what her students needed. But also we have a video on energy nutrition. We have modes of nutrition. If I wanted specific ready to use activities, then I can filter for ready to use activities specific on nutrition. You see what I did there? I searched by nutrition and then I honed it in and filtered even more because I wanted a ready to use activity. I need to save time. I don't have time to create my own. Let me see what I can do here. All right. So that is searching by topic. Now we're going to filter by standards. You will love this. I wish I had had this when I was in the classroom. Would have saved me so much time. I'm going to clear this out. Up in the upper left-hand corner of your search, you have filter by standard. When you filter by standard, this beautiful box pops up. You should check out Texas. Most of the time it auto-populates for you because you're here in Texas. You can use your core content, ELAR, math, science, or social studies. What? I can't believe this. Are you serious? Yes. I'm very serious. Let's hop in on math. I love math. Let's pick a grade level. I'm just going to pick, let me show you the different grade levels that we do have available to you. All right. But I'm going to pick on 5th grade and I'm going to click all standards codes. So I have math, I have my grade band, and I have my strand. I'm just going to click strand. Don't click view resources. Click all standard codes. These are all the standard codes for mathematics in 5th grade in the state of Texas. If you see a green check mark, we have resources that are tied to that standard within Discovery Education Experience. What? Yes. Now I want to look at it a little more granularly because I'm specifically looking at 5.1a and 5.1b. And I would click select. I would click select, and now at the bottom, I got to move my face again. I apply those changes. If there's no green check mark, that means we don't have a resource tied to that standard yet. And I say yet because our content product team is working behind the scenes to make sure that we can get as many resources tied to standards as possible. So you may not see a check mark today, but maybe in a month from now you will. Apply those changes. And boom, these are the resources tied to that specific standard for 5th grade math. I see there's a math challenge here, and it looks like there's a stadium. Is that relevant to some of our students? Absolutely. Real life happening right here. Whoa. So I'm going to go over that again. Filter by standards. In the upper left-hand corner, you have to click it for that magic box to pop up. Choose your subject. Choose your grade. all standard codes. If there's a green check mark, we have resources NDE tied to that TEAC. It'll populate. It's a daily fix it. These are fabulous. These partner favorites. I'll showcase that later. But look at all of these. Look at all of these resources tied to that specific standard. And I happen to choose this time ELAR. All right. So I'm going to head back to my studio presentation. Wanted to highlight how you can find resources. That is an explore on your own time, because again, we could be here forever. I don't have forever. I only have 50 minutes. I know it's a tragedy. I'm so sorry. But this is a reminder of how you can filter for those resources. And remember, there's teacher notes right here. Those are your golden nuggets. I have a step-by-step. How do I search for features? How do I search for resources using these search features? So click that, and it's a golden nugget to give you step-by-step instructions on finding resources with NDE. All right. Those are 3 of the 5 main resources I wanted to showcase. So now, are you ready for number 4? Oh, yes, I love it. This crowd is so wild. Yes. So, before we go to number 4, I have to highlight some channels with NDE that we have just noticed are some of our more popular channels. It's some that our partners, over and over again, we hear that these are their favorite channels. So we've curated some specific ones, because these are specifically, oh, look, Cram Jams came up twice. That's funny. Cram Jams is a personal favorite. Tammy, what exactly are channels? I'm glad you asked. Channels. I want you to think of, like, when you're streaming, you're at home watching your shows, and let's pretend it's Christmas, because, we're hitting almost close to triple digits. It's getting a little hot up in here in Texas, but I want to cozy up next to my fireplace because it's a little chilly outside with a hot cocoa and a feel-good movie. What channel am I going to stream a feel-good movie from? I know y'all are saying Hallmark. I hear it. Yes. I'm going to go to my Hallmark channel. If I want to watch my LSU Tigers playing college football when it coming really soon, I'm going to watch them on Fox Sports, eSports, whatever the college sports channels are. I'm going to go to those specific channels. So I want you to think of that with NDE as they're very similar. We have channels that are curated, resources that are really similar to one another, all in one place. So, Cram Jams, I'm going to highlight that for you, show you what this is. It is a live link. Cram Jams comes up, and this is made for grades 2 through 6. And I just have to play this one, homophones and homographs. This is a great support for immersion bilinguals, but it's also super fun. It can be used for transition times as students come in, a plethora, but you're teaching the difference between homophones and homographs. I'm going to play just a little small nugget of homophones and homographs.
It's hard to tell unless you see how it's spelled. These are a special kind of word. They're called homophones, words that sound the same, but they mean different things and they're spelled different ways. Like made and made, not to be confused with homographs, words that look the same, but they're not, cause they're actually 2 different words. Like ruler and ruler. Think of a
How fun is that? And you're giving your students visuals. They're hearing the song. They're going to wind up singing the songs. Super fun. So if you have not checked out Cram Jams, I highly encourage it. As a former middle school teacher, I know my middle schoolers would have loved this too. Another popular one is Instructional Activities channel. I'm going to pop into this one, because these, you'll notice, are by grade band. Yes, we have something for high school too. Yes, we have a ton of instructional activities and lessons, but also by grade band. So I want you to be able to check these instructional activities and lessons out. They are phenomenal. They can be utilized. I was trying to click 9 and 12 to kind of showcase that they are very different than our K2 resources, but whole channel already created activities for you. Last but not least, I was going to highlight one of our newer resources and channels is a social studies support for 3, 4, and 5, and that is Need to Know channel. We also have a Need to Know Junior for social studies supports in K1 and 2. For those of you asking, the code has not been shared yet. I promise we will give you that code. It's going to be towards the end. So somebody asked in the chat, how did we get to channels? So in my studio presentation, I have a whole page just dedicated to suggested channels based on popularity of our Texas partners. How do I get to channels? Remember, when we're going into search, I can go over here and just filter by channels only. And these are all of our channels. We have like, I think 600 channels. It's a lot. It's a lot. So you can also do a search by channels. Another page that I wanted to make sure to dedicate was ready to use grab and go activities. These you, the teacher, and all grade levels, cross-curricular studio boards. And I've just linked several different varieties of some of those ready to use activities. Okay. You will see these in the presentation that I give you at the end of this session. So wanted to just give you some options of some of those ready to use activities. These are some of our more popular ones. Crash course, 3D virtual field trip. It is with our partnership with Honda and their Crash Lab. Super fun. Making money. This is for K1 and 2, and it is supporting them with learning more about money. These are samples of the ready to use activities. How do I find ready to use activities? When I go to the search, instead of searching for channels, I'm going to search just for activities. Remember, you can filter by resource type. All right. And it's with that, it sounds like you guys are ready for number 4. Number 4 is instructional strategies. I had a whole session at 2 o'clock on instructional strategies. Instructional strategies, you are going to see them embedded throughout a lot of our ready to use activities. We have instructional strategies where if you wanted to create your own, we have templates that are already created for you. You can either choose to visit the SOS Instructional Strategies channel, or brand new, hot off the press as of July 10th, we have a refresh. You can use our global navigation in the upper left-hand corner of your DE account to find these. I'm going to actually head over right here to the teacher notes because this is step-by-step guide of our refreshed instructional strategies. We're going to walk through it together. Here we go. So when I go to that upper left-hand corner global navigation and I see Instructional Strategies Center, I click it. We're going to take a tour, ladies and gentlemen. Let's rock and roll. So from here, that global navigation, Instructional Strategies Center, you're going to find what you need super fast. We have filtering strategies by phase of instructional design, skill, and subject. You can browse ready-to-use activities that are customizable templates. You can also dive deeper and explore different phases of instructional design along with feature resources. Navigate by design phase, whether you want to do activate thinking, building knowledge, or applying learning. So you can look for strategies specific to those phases of instructional design. You can also keep scrolling to just explore the featured resources. So we have a variety of featured resources that are bundled together just to make planning easier for you. And all of these include a PDF and may also include a graphic organizer. I'm going to show you the PDF of 6-word story because you may see that at the end today. So when right now it's taking me through the tour, but I'll go and find PDF for you. You can also search by topic right here. If there was a specific topic that you wanted to do. Maybe you wanted compare and contrast. Maybe you wanted them to have inferencing. You can do it also on a subject-based strategy. You just type in that search and find some of those strategies associated with those skills. Here's what the PDF, oh, look, can you guess my 214? This is the PDF of the strategy. It's going to give you step-by-step instructions. I love the PDF option because if you are going to be out the next day, but this is what your students are doing, you can leave this for your stub. It's a step-by-step instruction. It gives you the level of the phases of learning on the McCrell level, gives you step-by-step instructions, and then additional extensions and modifications are found at the bottom. If there's a graphic organizer, that is typically page 2 of any of your PDF files. You can assign this to students. You can share it with colleagues. You can add it to your favorites. If you add it to your favorites, it's that little heart at the top right that'll show up. You can also save it to your content. Your content is your digital file cabinet within DE. Last but not least, you're ready to explore. Now I'm going to close out of this because you have access to this step-by-step. This is a refresh of our instructional strategies. Visit the channel or head over here, refreshed instructional strategies. I'm looking real quick. Doesn't look like I have any questions. So we must be moving and grooving. Instructional strategies, I cannot say enough about it. If you're needing you need new ideas, definitely utilize the instructional strategies. They're so simple, so easy to incorporate. I promise you won't regret it. It will save you time and you'll have a lot more fun with your craft. All right, we're going to go to number 5. Back to school updates. Oh my goodness. I am only highlighting 4 of these right here. There are 2 that we're going to walk through and then we're going to have to wrap up because of time. All of these you can see are hyperlinked. They're going to bring you directly to these sources. The first one I'm going to head to is curriculum alignment. So this is new back to school update, one of them. So we have curriculum alignments right here. We have curated for you. You just use that drop down menu. It's going to give you an option to take a dive. Then you can find and select your core curriculum. You select the grade level units of study. Here you can take a look. It's going to display 3 of the curriculum aligned resources, but you can also dive deeper and just click see more resources if you wanted to see more. But we're going to tailor the ones that are most relevant to you based on the questionnaire, that profile that we asked for you when you log into your DE account. The next option is that you can preview a variety of lessons, videos, even engaging activities that have already been created, aligned to core curriculum by just see more resources. You just keep scrolling. From here, that global navigation, you can also hit the curriculum aligned resources through here. ELAR curricula, math curricula, you pick which one you need, which one's available. It's organized by grade level, organized by module. That is our new curriculum aligned resources. Tammy, do I have to use that? No, you can still search by standard. So I want you to make sure you know you can search by standard, but we have curriculum aligned resources as an option for those that choose it. Okay, because of time, I have to pick of the 3, one that I am personally most excited about. I hope you are too. Is Career Connect. Imagine this. You have Career Day, and it's one day out of the whole year. Your campus plans to bring these local industry professionals into your school, and they talk about the profession. It's an amazing day. What if I told you there's a way to bring in an industry professional at the time of your choosing, the day of the week of your choosing, when it is relevant to what you're teaching? Yes, I did not stutter. You can do it multiple times throughout the year when it's relevant. Career Connect. is coming to you. It is available to you now. And this is what it looks like. It is amazing. You have a getting started guide right here. I'm not playing it for you because of time's sake. You're going to have this available to you at the very end. You create a request, you send the request, you get approval of the final guest speaker. All of this is happening within our safe, vetted, curated platform of DE Experience within Career Connect. Our connectors, our industry professionals, you can search whether it's engineering and manufacturing, health and wellness, visual and performing arts. Maybe you're a theater teacher and you want to bring in someone who is behind the scenes, backstage. You can look for someone to come in and talk to your theater class about that. I like to utilize this example when I was teaching periodic table of elements in 6th grade science. And I'm talking about this element doesn't play nicely with this element. Career Connect would have been amazing for me to have brought in a pharmacist or a chemist to talk about how knowing the characteristics of these elements and how some play nicely and some don't play nicely and how it affects their career of what they do every day right now. Unbelievable. We had a kindergarten class in May here in Texas bring in a meteorologist live into their classroom. It's a virtual session with the industry. Students are able to interact with students live on the spot, but you get to prep for that beforehand. It's amazing. We give you also some help guides to set up, to make it a huge, beautiful learning experience with those career connectors. Career Connect, it's available to you now. And it is linked for you right here. How do I get to it, Tammy? Well, when you're on your homepage of DE, it'll show up right here, Career Connect, or that global navigation, upper left-hand corner. It'll show up right here, Career Connect. But remember, in studio presentation, I try to do my very best to give you all live links. You'll see that all of these are linked to bring you to those wonderful back to school updates that are coming to you live. Definitely encourage you to check out personalized content that is going to be very relevant to making sure that we curate resources for you. I'm looking like I have 4 minutes. So with that being said, we're going to end on an instructional strategy. I have given you a very high-level overview of 5 of our top resources that I think are really crucial for you to be aware of. So if you don't mind, give me a 6-word story. Yes, I said 6 words. No more, no less. Give me something that you've learned in only 6 words from today's session. As you are thinking about those 6 words. Yes, I mean, think back. I told you about our quiz options, our studio options. How do we search and find resources, the NDE, our instructional strategies, and then last but not least, some of our back to school updates. It was a lot of information. And no, I hate that we couldn't dive deeper into it, but I want you to be able to dive in deeper to what speaks to you the most. Not everything might have spoken to you. Find one thing that spoke to you today that you're able to dive in deeper and work with your digital learning team. Your CFISD digital learning team is incredible. We love working with them. We love partnering with CFISD. I love my first 6-word story I see. Thank you, Astrid, being brave enough. She said, Discovery Education is filled with resources. Love it. Can I get another 6-word story? At least 2 more. Come on. I know it's the end of the day. Let's see. The importance of using my channels. Love it. Loved how to create different quizzes. Oh, that's a phenomenal 6-word story. Career Connect will inspire my students. Oh, you guys are, you're giving me goosebumps on the screen. I love this. Impactful strategies, one place, made resources. Oh, I keep getting goosebumps. Oh, I learned that discovery exploration exists. Yes, Alex. Alice, explore, explore, explore. Discovery education is a useful tool. I'm going to read one more. Channels will build skills with engagement. I love it. I have to only give one more. I love that we've had amazing time. I have to hand it off to Amy here shortly because she has a code for you. This studio presentation you're going to get access to, and I definitely encourage my Sci-Fair superstars to become a Den star. You're like, what's Den? Here's a quick video. I'm not playing it for you because we're out of time, but you will have access to this. This is access to the studio presentation with all of the links to everything I showcased today for you. Make sure you capture that. I believe Amy's going to put it in the link. She's also going to come on and make sure that you have the attendance code for this session because we want to make sure you get credit. Discovery education is a great tool. Thank you so much. These 6-word stories are awesome. I love cram jams will be my jam. Yes. Oh, I love the rhyme on that. Amazing resources to engage all students. I love this. Amy, are you there for the attendance code? We want to make sure they get that. Do I need to stop sharing for that to happen?
No, I got it. I was letting you read. They were exciting 6-word stories. I liked them.
Excellent. Yeah, that phenomenal 6-word stories. I hope you guys are able to capture some of those.
That's too.
Yes, it was phenomenal. I couldn't have asked for better. I appreciate that. And being the last session, you know, they still brought the energy and I love it. But it's what makes Sci-Fair fabulous. We love our Sci-Fair ISD teachers. Thank you guys so much for the opportunity. Y'all have a great rest of the day.